attacks. Then P gets increasingly nervous, thinking he just needs a little bit more, and he ends up exploding a large part of the forest with his fire and starts experiencing more and more mana backlashes, coughing up more blood with each skill he uses. So the Phantom thinks this is useless, as he will never be able to defeat him like that, and says that his destiny is already sealed, and the protagonist is lying on the ground, already suffering due to the lack of mana. He says that he will suffer terrible pain as his body collapses due to the mana shock, and the protagonist adds even more blood while already trembling, almost falling. But the forest begins to dissolve in flames, and then he uses one more skill. This time, he finally manages to create something even bigger and creates a wall of fire around him, along with that gigantic circle above his head. And the Phantom gets a shock, wondering what this is, because the entire forest was swallowed by the flames. He asks if that was what Palme wanted, and says this is bad because he'll be burned alive that way. He thinks that the place looks safe, completely open. He thinks he needs to get there, but then he notices something, thinking that there shouldn't be a safe place. So, he notices something, and when he turns around, he sees something strange, and shouts to his other version, telling him to go back because it's a trap. But then, the other one, the ghost, asks, "What is your brother talking about?" Then the protagonist uses his telekinesis, and the one who was running away is caught by a rock and thrown far away. The ghost's brother quickly uses his arrow to break the stone behind him, breaking the telekinesis as well. Never caught a single monster. However, the boy questions, since when hunting a monster became a virtue for an adventurer, and Abe's asks what he's talking about, and he explains that the reason why the also, that telekinesis, and his brother almost gets caught. But Palm appears from the middle of the fire, thinking that one is already done for, and is about to kill that copy. But before the boy could hit it, the copy, he plants his bow in the ground, managing to evade the protagonist's attack. Then, before the protagonist can react, he prepares to strike him with a kick, but Palm ducks out of the way, from the front by lowering his head. So, he realizes he doesn't have much time and needs to end this quickly, striking the base of the shield that was lodged in the ground. This causes the ghost to lose his balance, allowing Palm to hit him, throwing him away, and causing him to drop his bow. Then, Palm prepares to launch another attack. The ghost becomes frightened, and the other ghost, in turn, shoots arrows towards the protagonist, who has to move to avoid being pierced. At that moment, the ghost orders Nier to get up, and says that this bastard doesn't have enough mana, enough to cast another attack spell, ordering him to finish him off. Just then, before he can do anything, a dagger is thrown in his direction and nearly pierces his head. But he manages to get out of the way when he sees what it is. He realizes that Palm decided to use telekinesis since it doesn't consume much mana, and that dagger starts chasing him all over the battlefield. Path of battle. But before he can do anything, the other one who was on the ground grabs his own dagger and rushes towards the protagonist, wanting to hit him while he's in the air. And he is distracted, going after the ghost, but he manages to stop Nia's attack using his staff and quickly ducks down. And that dagger continues pursuing the other brother, who throws his arrows to try to stop that thing, but he is unsuccessful in hitting the flying dagger. He says he's seen enough and throws a bit more mana into the attack, but at that moment, Palme uses his Psalm. The first adventurer was able to make a name for himself was through survival, and the true virtue of an adventurer is returning alive, especially when intelligence, now using not only the dagger but also stones, pelting that archer with rocks so that he can't shoot his arrows. Meanwhile, Palm is up against the twin, who is by. Using the dagger, the boy exhausts him, only using his staff. Then the twin asks how a wizard can be so good at hand-to-hand combat, until Palmer manages to land a blow. Kneeling in the middle of that twin's belly, she thinks she can't stop there, grabbing that dagger again and going after the one who still has the bow, trying to kill him with all her might. But that guy manages to escape his dagger, no matter what. Meanwhile, he uses his staff to take the dagger from the unarmed twin's hand and prepares to use his staff to beat the twin down, but then he has his arm pierced by a real arrow, and so the twin with the bow thinks he has finally done it. Anir tells his brother that he did a good job throwing Palmer away, and the kid, while being kicked, drops his staff to the ground. Then the unarmed twin once again picks up his dagger and prepares to throw it upwards, launching several upward cuts at the boy. He says that he can't do much with just one arm, and Palm prepares to continue fighting, simply using taijutsu to stop him. Every thrust of the dagger that the twin is making, not letting it hit him. In the end, with just one hand, he manages to disarm that bandit, grabbing his arm, while he is dying of fear and spinning around to completely break the arm of the twin with the scar on his mouth, and he tells the boy to release him while cursing and threatening Palm, saying that if he doesn't let go, he will be hit again. But the boy uses his ability again, simply throwing a fireball on top of himself, and that twin is scared to death by what the boy is doing. And his brother, returned, can be much more valuable than an individual achievement. And Abe says he admits that this is true, and that he was clearly right to survive as a decoy slave for 3 years, and surely, seeing from afar, asks Palm not to do that. But they are both hit by that layer of fire, and he keeps shouting, Un Nero, his brother, but ends up being thrown away and hitting his back in a tree. And as he falls, he can barely breathe because of all the smoke, and is left wondering what's going on, seeing a monodome in front of him, questioning where he is, wondering where his brother is. The two try to find each other, but Palm appears in front of one of them, descending from a tree with an arrow in his hand, and Near can no longer stand to see the boy's face, telling him to just die already. Him to die at once. While he takes off his cape, wanting to use it to defend himself, the protagonist reacts, and apparently sticks that arrow into the gem. Meanwhile, the ghost that is trapped inside that dome is scared, until he sees it breaking, and runs to the place where there is a hole, questioning what happened to his brother, not wanting to believe that he died. And as soon as he looks ahead, he sees his brother lying on the ground, so he asks Near to stay with him, trying to wake him up, saying that they have to get out of there, because they've already wasted too much time. Enough. They'll quickly retrieve the phoenix feather and finish the quest. However, the body on the floor, which he believed to be Palme's, has something that shouldn't be there, and it's the bracelet his brother wore. And when he notices this, he realizes that the one on the floor is Nar, the protagonist in disguise. He takes his dagger and stabs him before he can react. And finally, after killing them both, Palm collapses to the ground, completely exhausted, thinking to himself that he's tired of fighting traitors. Meanwhile, at Portal 2, in the Snow World, the three are still getting their butts kicked by the revived Ed Berserker, who is destroying everyone. Ralph is thrown far away, and M continues to struggle, throwing everyone around. This is no ordinary achievement, but he claims that's all he is, pointing out that everyone has only entered low-rank dungeons, and questions if he really thinks his pathetic ability to every corner. And Debo is already screwed up again, on all fours, looking at that gigantic monster in front of him. Then that huge thing, which has doubled in size, prepares to crush Boy on the ground. But Ralph appears and tries to draw the creature's attention, saving him. However, Y manages to see him and attempts to punch Ralph. However, he comments that the creature is very slow, landing a punch directly in the creature's eye. But, upon hitting it, he wonders why it's so hard, realizing he can't damage the monster, and the Yeti slaps him right in the face, crushing Ralph against its face. He's in a very difficult situation being crushed, but Kay appears and uses Solar Cut, tearing off part of the monster's fingers. So, she extends her hand to Ralph, saying that this settles the debt for him saving her life before. She picks him up, getting him out of there, and carrying him on her back, and the monster tries to crush her while she runs away and continues chasing after the girl, with Ralph running after them as well. He takes a gigantic leap, covering a large portion of the distance between them, and slams into the ground, which lifts the snow everywhere. But then, Ralph uses healing on the three of them, allowing them to run normally and escape from that thing. So, Debo talks to Ralph, asking if he has thought of any way to deal with this thing, because if they continue like this, it won't work out. But he shouts that she's coming after them, but Debo doesn't understand what he's saying and asks him to be more specific, because that thing is too big, and Ralph tells him to shut up and try to get that thing's attention. Just then, he sees a huge sword, a great sword nearby, and says he needs to get as close to its weak point as possible. Meanwhile, Dio tries to stop the thing's attacks using only his axe, asking Ralph to go as quickly as possible. So both he and Kiri survive will work in high-rank portals. I'm starting to think the kid thinks they look like idiots, especially the kind of idiots who would approve a risky contract for go around the monster, trying to get that sword that's on its back. But as they try to climb the giant's body, it begins to struggle, trying to prevent the two from completing their task, climbing, and Devo, on the other hand, also starts to climb, noticing that he's been noticed, and concluding that he's not just a big idiot, and the monster starts to swing around, trying to catches them all, but they somehow manage to escape. However, it manages to deliver a blow from above, burying one of them in the ground, and the one who falls is Devo himself. The monster arrives with another blow to finish the boy off, and Curly shouts for Ralph to heal him quickly, but the monster manages to land the blow. And when she looks to the side, Ralph is in a very bad situation, and he shouts Devo, and the monster hears that and looks at both of them. Then Ralph says that there are only 4 heals left, saying that she better do her best to be able to dodge, as he will try to find an opening. So they must prepare themselves. And in the midst of this, while they continue that bloody battle, the monster doesn't stop going after them, each time, getting even angrier and throwing attacks at her without giving the girl much chance to react. Ralph is furious with her because she did it right after he told her to dodge. He heals the girl again, as she falls face first to the ground. Then, he notices that she has fainted and thinks that saving this girl is a waste of his skills. At that moment, he starts running away to take that creature away from the 2 fallen figures. Debo is there, like a mosquito after being slapped, lying in the middle of the floor and almost dead. Then he starts to remember when he was talking to Palm about advancing to the next circle. Palm says that he already has enough experience to reach the 2nd circle and that it would be better if he advanced in the future. But Debo asks him if someone who could die without even paying his debts thinks the boy is a lunatic because he overestimates himself and will die before even taking 3 steps. And yet, there is something he can do simply because he wants to. Palm says that enlightenment depends on how he thinks. He questions him about enlightenment, asking what it is, and says that this is something he should teach him. But Palm explains that the method varies for everyone, and even if he were to share his own experience, it wouldn't necessarily be helpful. So, he asks the boy what he wants him to do, and Palm says that he simply needs to find a suitable keyword, which could be related to understanding mana, his pursuit of knowledge, or even an unforgettable memory. While recalling this, his heart begins to race, and as a result, he starts to unleash his aura, drawing the monster's attention with the sheer amount of snow he kicks up. And when the monster turns around, Diego, already enraged, charges towards the creature. It even attempts to strike the boy, but Diego uses explosion cut, slicing off the thing's hand. Then, Ralph notices that he cleaved through the ice creature with a single attack, wondering what's happened to him, and Diego now suddenly has 2 circles, charging towards the creature once more, time and climbing all over it, and R is surprised that the brat leveled up. So, he cuts out another one of the creature's eyes. As he launches himself upward, he takes aim at the greatsword, sword that's on the monster's back, hitting it with everything he has, using his axe like a hammer, and driving it into the creature's flesh, taking the greatsword straight to the monster's core. But, apparently, the force he applied wasn't enough, and the monster still has a little bit of breath left to make one last move, throwing itself into the air, turning onto its back, and placing its ice armor in Debo's direction, who is beneath it, throwing itself at the boy with everything it has to crush him. Then, Ralph appears on the scene, thanking the brat and saying that Abi wonders about the repulsive feeling he's experiencing and mentions a portal that only 5 people can enter, marked with 12 symbols. He confirms that this is indeed the case, referring to the bones of the did a good job. Then, he starts healing Debo, telling him to get up quickly, using a super effective healing spell on the boy, who starts hammering away at the creature. Then, he feels the pain of those attacks, giving Debo a chance to get up and jump away. However, the monster notices the boy is free and attacks him again. So, he tries to stop the attack from that creature with his axe, and Ralph, in turn, heals the boy again. With that, Debo manages to throw the monster back. However, the Y, seeing that Ralph is the one giving them trouble, grabs him and starts crushing him. Then, the crazy mercenary calls him a dumb bastard, asking if this is the time to be worrying about him, and he uses the Corbo, who is already next to the great sword with his axe in hand, preparing to strike with everything he's got. And when the monster finally notices their plan and tries to do something, Debo delivers the final blow, driving the sword with everything he has into the monster's core. When the core is finally broken, they exterminate that ice monster once and for all. Or at least, that was what should happen, because the monster starts moving again, throwing Debo off balance and sending the boy flying, pinning him to the ground. He gets back up, emerging from the hole. Then, he asks Ralph what is happening to Ralph, who has already fallen on top of him, and the monster starts running away in fear, fleeing the scene. Then, the ice begins to melt on its own. He looks back and realizes that something is wrong, because his hand has fallen off, breaking free. He begins to completely fall apart, trembling in fear as he dies, turning into a block of ice and crumbling into pieces. And the only one who witnesses the death of that thing is Debo himself. Meanwhile, he is regaining consciousness, finally waking up, and Debo notices that she has finally awakened. They are already inside a cave, with last 12 groups buried there. Then, he challenges the boy to prove if he's truly as talented as he claims. If he manages to escape this portal, he will do whatever the boy desires. All three of them covered with the skin of that monster. Then, she asks if he is alive, questioning what happened to the monster, and he replies that, as she can see, the monster must already be the new recruit from the cocoon, because all she has to do is look at what's covering it to know what it's made of. And Dio says he was so hungry that he tried to eat the monster's flesh, but he couldn't. After all, it's mostly because he finds it disgusting. But he asks if he was waiting for them to wake up. He says he wasn't really expecting them to. He just couldn't find his way out of the portal, and the temple outside isn't helping either. So, he thought they could rest. And besides, Ralph looks terrible. Meanwhile, he says he'll explore the area after the crashed blizzard passes, and she should get some more rest while he does that. And so, he leaves the cave for a while, and outside, as he walks, the weather is even worse than he imagined. And while he walks, he almost freezes and thinks it's been 24 hours, questioning what happened to the boss. But as he thinks about it, he scolds himself because he can't, believing he's worried about that guy, until he sees something behind him, a hand and another monster. Then he says he hoped it was him, but it's definitely not those things he was looking for, and he kills them all. Then someone appears, and Kir notices that someone is coming. Then she asks why Debo is covered in blood, and he says it's nothing. However, she keeps asking if there are still monsters, saying that it's very dangerous and that she should go with him, but he says that someone has to take care of the half-dead scoundrel over there. He's her companion now, and she says that she's going to go next time and that she can't let him do all the work, but he says it's okay, because he should do this to prevent her from exploring the same area that he's already explored. Sometime later, the boy is with the other adventurers. They inquire if he's the newbie joining them. Chevy introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, and that he's the tank of the, and tells her not to even think about wasting her energy, and to just rest there. Then the girl notices that what he's saying makes sense and calls him an idiot because he's trying to act tough. But he's going to end up fainting at any moment, so they won't have much to do. So, Devo keeps walking around, killing monsters and trying to explore the area, until he finds himself cornered in the middle of a ravine and thinks it's very cold there, and that he still has to keep fighting those things, trying to kill them all. But the ice monster jumps on top of the fighters' boy, taking him down there. He thinks that this time he came very close and almost died. However, he notices a human nearby, but it turns out it's just a body. And, seeing that he seems to have died recently, he goes to the corpse complaining about what it is, noticing that there's a will with him, and realizing that it's a letter with a lot written on it. So, it is said in the letter, who entrusts it to whoever finds it, as they can also keep his gauntlets as a form of gratitude. And, if he belongs to the warrior class, he will also benefit from the skill of their warrior mastery. And, as you can see, they fell into the traps set by Kania, and their team was annihilated by the Snow Yeti. The only upside to all of this is that they discovered the exit portal, but it appears that the exit portal is special, and it seems you need to defeat the boss to activate it. That adventurer asks him to check the back of the Dane letter for his location, as he genuinely wishes him good luck, and if possible, he should deliver that letter to its intended recipient. As soon as Deba reads all of that, he digs a grave for that warrior and buries him, planting his sword in the ground in front of it. Then, he walks back and leads everyone to the portal. Kir, who was nearby, picks up Ralph and starts walking with him. His companions are lying dead on the ground, but right in front of him, the Dragon King is dead, fallen at his feet. He wonders if this is the end for him, but then, another dragon group, mentioning he heard about him from Abe's and that he was a decoy slave, but dismisses those concerns, telling him not to worry because the same applies to his companions. And Paul tells me, outside, but he glances back, trying to wait for Prota, but seeing that he isn't around, they go through the portal, returning to the real world. He asks Kir what they should do now, and she says that they need to regroup. Neither she nor he knows what to do. But then, a guy outside says he can't believe what he's seeing, and they are surprised, noticing that the ghost really failed. And so Debo notices that they are also from Kanya's group, cursing at them and thinking that this is bad and that they are completely screwed. And that guy with the death mask, Death tells them not to worry so much, as they will finish this quickly, attacking the three of them. So he puts himself in front, protecting both Debo and Ralph, sending them back. But another assassin throws some poisoned kunai at the girl's leg, making her kneel. So Debo worries about Kiri, but another assassin comes from behind, but it ends up that killer dies completely due to a flash that appears with the protagonist's fire arrow piercing through him and killing him. Then Kiri is surprised, and everyone is surprised, asking what they're seeing, and that arrow zigzags, killing each of the aggressors who were behind their group. And, witnessing all that slaughter, they wonder what it is. And when Debo looks back, he smiles, saying that he really didn't want to say this, but he's going to have to. And Prota asks if he missed him. So, Debo says that, whatever it is, he owes them all a drink for being so late. My friend, what a protagonist design. The guy is unbelievable. And then, in another corner, there's a guy with a purple, saber-toothed tiger, with demon horns, and who knows what else, stroking that thing as if it were a yellow kitten you have at home. Then, he says that an adventurer of his caliber appearing. We hope they have a good time working together. And he begins to examine the protagonist, having heard that he can use fire magic, and the boy confirms it. So, that other, out of nowhere means they have no idea of his origin. It's unbelievable. They're going to have to risk attracting some attention. And then, Kiss returns to her master, saying that Palm has returned, and she asks if they have to honor their part of the agreement, but that guy isn't keen on it, ordering him killed. Beiju asks what he's talking about, trying to reason with him, but that crazy guy says that the opinion of the general public is the least of his concerns now, because his actions are beyond their predictions, and they'll just invent an excuse later. But she says she's worried that he wouldn't be alone, and that guy questions what she's talking about. She explains that the protagonist brought company, and he really is with someone. Meanwhile, Ralph begins to complain about the food he's eating, saying it's bland. However, Debo gets angry and tells him to just be quiet and eat, questioning how he dares to complain when his sister made it for him. But then, Alpha says that she obviously didn't add enough salt, and the girl is all happy talking to Kiri, telling her to let her know if she wants more, and the girl continues, thanking him. Then Debo says that's why he really didn't want to bring him there, but he wanted to say that it's better for them to stay together, since the Kenya Union must have already heard the news, and this is the best place to hide, and even to protect his sister. And he says that it probably won't be long before they find them, even if they go somewhere else. And, just then, the door opens, and Debo is surprised as Prota asks how everyone is doing. He questions where he had been until that moment, and Prota says he went to do business. They question what that business is, which is. Meanwhile, Ralph remembers that, speaking of business, he wanted to know if they could settle the payment soon, and says that they can postpone the question of who is the leader of the group, since the guy asks what he means, wondering if the magical element he can use has already been decided. Then, he mentions that he heard wizards can't use elemental magic other than what they all contributed almost equally, but what about the 7 million mesos that he promised? Then Debo gets very angry, asking if he is crazy, and if he thinks he can demand payments from Kenya. Now he claims that he was the one who said he took care of the Snow Yeti alone, even though he himself doesn't really remember doing it. Furthermore, while sleeping, he was searching for exit the portal, and he says that Al Palm supposedly took care of 2 assassins alone. But at that moment, Alf asks, in total disbelief, if anyone saw that happen, and Debo notes that he is really a scoundrel, and Kir asks the boy what he's going to do now. He says that Kanya will move again, and when that happens, they will do something else. But at this point, Abbas remains, pissed off, asking how long he wants him to stay out there. Then, Gibo's sister asks who he is, and everyone is surprised, and Kir recognizes Abbas, who was there all along. He talks to the boy, asking if he can tell the idiot who went inside to hurry up. And a few moments before, Lacane told Abbas to fix something that he did wrong, and he thinks things are starting to go wrong. Control yourself. As he doesn't believe the Kenya Merchant Guild found the El Palm. They started a portal raid before he had a chance to do anything. So, he wonders if he should have made a better offer, and thinks he's going to be screwed at this rate. But then, someone knocks on the door, and he's surprised that it's Palm who has returned, saying it's a surprise, asking if the negotiation with Kenya went wrong. He says they offered 50 million mesos in advance for passing the test, and since the raid is over, all that's left to do is sign the papers, and he's scared of that, already getting nervous. So, he asks if he's there to rub it in his face and says that he's as irritating as ever. But Palm says that if he were born with, so, apparently, any item not related to their elements is useless to them. They think this is quite complicated, and he says that's enough small talk, since he must have already heard. Doesn't have any offers to make, he'll leave. So, Abs thinks for a bit and says that the kid won, saying he'll give 60 million mesos, telling him to sign, as he's offering more than that he demanded. However, the protagonist gives that happy little smile and actually signs it, and Abbas says that they are now officially partners, calling the boy over to get down to business. So Paul says that Kia was behind the sabotage of the 100-person raid. He is surprised by the information. Then the boy says that even the test portal was a trap set by them. They disguised the portal that caused over 100 casualties as a 3-mark portal, and even sent assassins. Then Abbas is very surprised by this, noting that they must have gotten into contact with him to get rid of the evidence. Then he starts laughing, thinking about Kia, saying that this time they will expose his betrayal for good. But then Paul asks me if that will be enough. And Abbas asks what he is talking about, and the protagonist says that his testimony is the only evidence against them. They can always deny the allegations. And Abbas says that of course, they will, but at least their reputation will be severely tarnished, as the other merchant guilds are looking for a scapegoat to blame for the failed portal attack. 100 people. And if they could at least diminish Kenya's business through this, everything would end well. But Prota says they have a way to crush the Kenya merchant group entirely, and he says no, he isn't. He's not just talking about making them lose some influence as the second largest guild, he's talking about completely eradicating them from the world's map. But then Abbas asks what information he's been hiding from him, because now they are officially business partners, and Prota asks him not to leak the information about their sabotage just yet, and that it's better to bombard them with everything they reaper about it. But, for that mission, the objective isn't to hunt monsters. Their objective is to return safely with the items from the 12 groups that were annihilated before them. So they just have all at once. So Abbas says he understands, but tells him to stop with the suspense and just say everything already. Then Palm finally gets straight to the point, saying that the Black Mage's followers, they began to move. And now, in the present with Beju, she remarks that it has been a while. And Abs asks what brings him there. Then, he says that he wanted to apologize in person, and she questions the reason for his apology. Then, he explains that there were some misunderstandings between Palm and his guild, adding that he is still young and lost his temper in the heat of the moment, which led him to come there. But to make things, to be clear, Palm is an official business partner of the G4 Merchant Guild, and he wanted to apologize for making it seem like an attempt to tamper with their contract. She says that she understands, adding that she fears that she won't be able to make the payment as planned, and asks if that is all right. So, he says that it is acceptable, and mentions that, changing the subject slightly, he realized the importance of having the right people working for him after this incident and has decided to compensate them appropriately. She asks what he is talking about, and Abs grins widely and says that the Gaff Merchant Guild will have skilled bodyguards watching over them 24 hours a day to prevent any unfortunate incidents. And he's referring to the entire El Palm group, since they confirmed that their teamwork is unmatched. And he says this means that if anyone tries to harm the El Palm team, they will have to contend with the entire Gaff Merchant Guild. Gaff. And she's left speechless. Then, a day later, I find out that the boy earned 60 million coins. He's surprised, wondering how he managed to pull off such a miracle. Furthermore, Kiri points out that he secured the bodyguards because the idea that the Garf Merchant Union would go to such lengths is astounding, and Ralph is very impressed with Palm's excellent have to return the items to the Union, and he heard they'll offer 3,000 each per item. But the crazy guy with the white hair asks if they aren't being too blatant, since they don't work, saying that his business sense is absolutely remarkable. But Prota tells him to calm down, and Ralph says that this makes him reconsider his stance on the value from that group, making it a perfect team that will allow them to escape mediocrity. But Debo acts like he thinks he's all that, and Ralph says it's worth telling a story thing, and there's no bishop like him in Light Harbor, or even in the entire Maple world. He says that not only can he cast heals very quickly, but he also serves as a tank on the front lines. So, they think he's really awesome. Then, he asks about Gibo, calling the boy a newbie, and he gets pissed off about it. But then Ralph asks where Palm managed to recruit a beast like him. He questions it, and Ralph says that he thought he was useless until he was knocked out. Then, he gained a circle and took the boy down all by himself, saying that there's something inexplicable about him. And Kir says that, now that he thinks about it, he also lost consciousness against the goblins before killing them, but suggests they can share their stories as much as they want. But he doesn't really remember anything, and the only thing he remembers feels like a dream. And this woman, who is a stranger to him, keeps appearing to him in a vision. Then, he follows her and gets involved in all sorts of battles alongside her, and it's as if the two of them have been companions for a long time. But strangely, he can't even remember what she looked like. When he wakes up, although he does remember that she uses an axe as a weapon. So, Palm is surprised by this, questioning the dream he had with the axe, and notices that everyone in his family, past life, knew that Job and Aran traveled together, and that the mysterious power and the woman in his dream, who resembles Aran, may be linked. He wonders if he has regained the powers he had in They Won't Gain Anything If They Can't Bring Them Back, and items for First Circle adventurers are worth 7,000 a month or more. That's not even half the price. But then, his previous life when he was unconscious. He wonders how this is possible, and questions whether he has disturbed something by traveling through time and altering destiny. But R says that, although he is impeccable, his intelligence is actually questionable, and Dio becomes irritated, questioning Ralph, leading Ralph to believe that Dio thinks he is as intelligent as himself. However, Ralph mentions that Dio is somewhat similar to El Palm, noting that he has gained circles at a tremendous pace and possesses incredible composure and perception for an adventurer with his limited experience, adding that he understands why the Gaff Merchant Union is so desperate to retain him. On the other hand, he is unsure about Kir, as he doesn't want to be rude, but he will be straightforward. She has good fundamentals and common sense, as one would expect from a former sergeant and instructor of the Sign Knights. And for a two-circle adventurer, she is decent enough. But that's all there is to it. Nothing about her truly stands out. And the Gaff Union isn't stupid. They've tolerated crazy things from him and rewarded him handsomely. And his next action is to deliberately enter the trap that Kia prepared for them was to secure evidence that they are truly followers of the Black Magician, and he is willing to do anything to achieve this, no matter the cost. It's bad as long as he gets paid properly, but he's unsure if he wants to share the spoils with someone who is clearly going to be dead weight, and he questions why she doesn't do them. Favor and return to the Cygnus Knights. The girl doesn't have much to say, since he's right, she hasn't done much so far, and she ends up remembering an episode from back in her days with the Cygnus Knights, where a guy said he heard she had some problems recently. He claimed he thought she had died in the 100-person portal raid, since he hadn't seen her in. His partner tells him to stop complaining, and he questions what's wrong, saying that he never complains. Eli, the Chev, finally puts an end to it, questioning if they are ready, and sometime, the girl notices that it's Cassinia. He asks if she's going to see the master, and she confirms. Then, he mentions that she wanted to join some adventurers group, and says that this is absolutely ridiculous, but perhaps this suits her best, and maybe it's the only way to salvage the master's or the knight's reputation. As he walks away, he remembers saying that her master must be in the office, while the girl looks displeased after hearing all of this. She then goes to her master, who asks if she wants to renounce her position and questions what is happening, wondering if he misjudged her character. She begs her master for forgiveness, saying she can't tell him the details right now, but in the due time, she will tell him. However, he questions this due time, looking at her and saying he understands, and that they will make joining this group of adventurers part of her secret mission. He only asks that she return and report directly to him every 3 weeks, and reminds her not to forget, as she is still his pupil and a knight. Scenes leading up to the moment she disappears. I'm starting to think this guy has bad intentions, huh? I'm just keeping that in mind. Then she says it's wise. With the useless one, it seems, but the Black Mage's followers have also infiltrated his forces, and she can't return to her master until she has something to report, and she says she's not staying there for the long haul. Money, only asking for a little time, and promising that she will improve too, begging to be allowed to stay. And Paul gives me a smile, while Ralph says that she is very naive, and that is bothering him, making her laugh, telling her to get out of there before he forces her to leave. But then Pa asks how determined he is, and they are all surprised, and Ralph tells him not to tell him that the boy calls everyone to earn a little money. Once inside the location, they notice that it's bright, but it looks very depressing. Then, Tev speaks to everyone there, saying that there's a good chance, seriously, and Paul tells me that, knowing how she is, he'll probably ask in the wrong places to find the followers, and that will certainly make things difficult for them. And on top of that, he's talking to Ralph, constantly going on about how skilled he is. So, he wants to tell him something, pointing out that Ralph seems very proud of his little skills. But he isn't the only one disappointed in the party members, as he sent them through the second portal first because he had faith that they would easily take care of the boss there. But it turned out that he would have been wiped out if it weren't for Debo. Then he says that they weren't fighting an ordinary beast, saying that they wouldn't understand. He questions his snow yeti, saying, who has hunted a snow yeti alone in the past, leaving them all surprised, and telling him to stop being ridiculous. So, he says that, although it was in his past life, In fact, he was planning to take care of the monster alone, but the assassin, sent by the Kania Union, was much stronger than he expected, and therefore, he had no choice but to change his plans. And both he and the members of his group were at a disadvantage, but he doesn't believe the boy, reminding him that he was just a slave before being hired by the Garfor Union. However, Palma approaches him, stating that if Ralph doesn't believe in him, he is always ready to prove his worth, unleashing his murderous intent to intimidate him. He replies that he doesn't think that will be necessary, but asks if he's implying that he doesn't need him either. The boy responds that it's not that at all, clarifying that what he wants is for they all to become stronger together. Furthermore, they have approximately 1 month until the next hideout raid, and the best way to train is by taking a good beating. What good thing is this crazy guy? Of a prolonged battle in that dense forest. So, they will set up camp first. Then, they ask Chev, what about near that tree? With all those branches, it'll be planning? Meanwhile, Beiju expresses his concern that things have become a bit inconvenient for his master and worries that fighting the Neon Garfor will draw unnecessary attention to them all. But in this, he asks how much she thinks the Union knows, questioning if the negotiation failure was all just a performance. And she says she's not sure, because even her spy didn't report anything related to it, and perhaps some of their executives have information that others aren't aware of. And he thinks about Garfor getting a little worried, and says that the Union alone shouldn't be a threat. And when that day arrives, getting rid of them won't be a problem. However, their biggest obstacle is the Maple World Alliance, and the rest is irrelevant, and it has been like that for more than 800 years. The alliance was formed between the Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, the Adventurers Union, Nova, and other groups, with Empress Cygnus as their leader. And since the 6 heroes were sealed away with the Black Mage, they are the only threats that remain. They should be able to easily handle the fight between the merchant guilds. But he thinks that something doesn't quite fit, wondering if he could have really accomplished that with just Gaff's support. And Kiss remains very apprehensive as she contemplates this, and he orders her to prioritize collecting any information she can manage to obtain regarding Gaff's union, and she complies with his order, disappearing immediately. Then, that guy thinks about Al Palm, saying that he hopes he will become a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, in a forest, everyone is getting beaten up pretty badly, with Ralph being thrown back. He questions what kind of wizard he even is, and the protagonist questions what they are waiting for, telling them to attack immediately with their best ability and land a successful hit, and then he will end training for the day. So Alf tells him to run away from Palm, and they appears above the two of them, and it's a 3-headed dragon, one of its heads having been cut off. And Paul tells me that the head he cut off is regenerating, and he realizes that everything was in vain, and so that dragon descends once more. Easy to hide and move to the other trees. He says that's not bad at all and gets ready to go there, throwing some ropes and some things to set up the tent. And that guy says, continue getting beaten up and yelling non-stop. And from a distance, Debo is surprised by this, saying that they are too noisy and he can't concentrate with all the noise. He says that he would prefer to do physical training with them involves him questioning why he has to meditate. Then he remembers that Palm said his task is to extract the power that he only awakens when he faints, even though he doesn't even know how. To know if this is possible, but if it is, things are going to get very interesting. And Ralph starts screaming, telling Planta not to hit him in the same spot twice. While listening to all this, Depot, he wonders to himself if he can really get stronger in this strange way. And back at home, Alf asks Palm if he's sure that this is the right way to do it, and Devo starts to laugh in his face, and Palm says that he was only taking the level of his circle into consideration in relation to the training. But then, Ralpho questions why this seems personal to him, and Dio starts to laugh, saying he's better than before. However, they wonder if it's okay to leave her alone, and Palm says that there are some guards who are also looking after her, so it should be fine. Well, he told her not to overdo it since she would have to do it again tomorrow, and Debo tells Palme that there's something he wants to ask her. Palme asks him what it is. He looks at it, saying he discovered it in the portal and managed to find his way out thanks to it, and that he brought it back because he thought delivering it to the correct person was the right thing to do. But it turns out he has no information about it, wondering what he should do. And then the protagonist notices that it's the Crusade ring, reminding him of someone, and Debo asks if something is wrong. Then he says that, actually, he has an idea, saying he'll take care of it, and that Dio should sleep early tonight because he's going to participate in the release with Palm, so he can rest, mentioning that setting up camp is that idiot's specialty. And so, after setting up a well-prepared treehouse, they mention that now that physical training session the next day. Upon hearing this, she becomes very happy, while Debo is quite scared. And, in another location, he is still training with his sword, striking. She cuts down lots and lots of trees, clearing the forest until she gets really tired and remembers Sai telling her she's useless. So, she continues to get more and more angry, trying to improve her strength. Meanwhile, Paulina stops in a corner until she knocks on a door and waits for an answer. But the answer comes from across the street with a guy asking who he is, and he says that, for now, he's a postman showing the letter that Debo had found, which says that, during the destruction of the portal, mysterious criminals destroyed the entrance to the portal in that accident, and the Guild of Traders made every effort to find the criminal, but to no avail. And to be precise, there was no longer any need for that, as the portal reappeared near the initial location, not long after. And after it became public, there were no more portal destructions. He only found out about the criminals much later, on his own. And the reason behind it all was different. He enters the place where that guy was and surveys the surroundings. Then that guy asks how he knows about this place, and says he has 5 seconds to explain himself, with some very dangerous people in there. And he says that he is with the Silent Crusade, and that they are a secret organization that discovered the portals were traps set by the followers, and they were responsible for the destruction of the portal. But his selfless efforts went unnoticed in his previous life. But this time, it will be different. As they pull out their weapons to deal with the protagonist, he uses telekinesis to send the letter to them, and says that he recovered the lost item, but it seems that they are not in the mood to reward him, and she starts. The base is set up. They will split into 2 groups to search the surrounding area. Tom, Max, and Rua will be in Group 1, and each will go in a different direction, east and west, to search and the countdown. And the protagonist says that they are obviously all lost. He knows the shortcut, but the countdown doesn't stop, and he says it won't end well for them if they continue wasting his time, and they keep counting down. He says that, due to personal reasons, he can't reveal how he knows about this place, but if they kill him under Eldon's town hall, which is his leader's hideout, Battiston will be exposed. So, that woman walks towards the protagonist and demands to know who the hell he is. He says it's an honor to meet Starlin, and she becomes even more apprehensive, and the protagonist thinks, I think how long has it been, would be more appropriate to say. After all, they were companions in his past life. He says that Starlin joined the resistance after the Silent was eliminated. They fought together in countless battles until that day arrived. And when that horde of dragons descended from the skies, she told Palm that she would see him soon, and sacrificed herself that day. He says that he will start by paying off his debt, and that he will be direct. She must be from the city of Curling, because the followers have already identified that place. And one more thing is, he says he found it recently, tossing it to her, and mentions that it contained something quite interesting. She then questions what that means, wondering if this is some kind of attempt at provocation. It won't work. But he says it's her call, showing it to the girl, and she notices that it's the tattoo of the follower's symbol. Then they are surprised that this is the follower's mark, being certain and questioning why Kenya would have it. Starling thinks to herself that it's the symbol that all the followers have tattooed somewhere on their body and isn't easily detectable because it becomes invisible until mana is placed on it. And besides that, few people know about the followers. She questions what he wants, because if he says he's there to return, and if anything happens, they must send a signal and run back to the base, which they all agree to. And so, Chev goes with Palm. He soon wonders how it's possible that they haven't found help. She will kill him herself. However, he questions her about what he wants, stating that it's information and he needs information. Then the protagonist leaves, and after he exits, someone speaks with Starling, asking her not to say that she completely trusts him. She says of course not, because he is more suspicious than ever, especially given his behavior from the moment he appeared. Thinks that if it is a trap prepared by the followers, things will go badly. But then, as Prota leaves, she says that maybe they should enter his game in order to find out the truth. He says that this was an unexpected gain, and he managed to get the information he was looking for. But still, he doesn't believe that Kenya was already after this information, and he wonders if his plans also changed because of the interventions. He thinks that, at this rate, they will do something, but notices that it has already been decided, and they are going to Nautilus, a place that apparently is in the middle of the ocean. Then, already at that port, Thibaut is surprised, observing the surroundings, and he says that it has been a whole month, and his body is itching for action. So, Abe's asked Prota to choose one of the two, and the 60-person portal with 6 diverging paths, or the 77-person portal in Aliyah. And both are decent enough to attract Kanya's attention, and since he's already rested for a month, it's time to return to work. And the protagonist says he's not sure and needs to think a little. Abe's questions what he's saying, refusing to accept that the boy is giving up now, but the protagonist replies that he has already decided where he wanted to go, which is the tomb of the Eagle's Eye. Abe's is shocked, and regarding the tomb of the Eagle's Eye, he asks if the boy even knows what he's talking about, because Kirin, the captain of the Nautilus, led many pirates under the Eagle's Eye, and she lost her life in the Eagle's Eye portal, which now serves as a tomb in her memory. Then Abe says they offered 9.99, a single monster, let alone an item. He wonders if they chose their location too early, thinking they'll have to move further out tomorrow, and he says that, other than that, million fears to clear the portal, because thousands of adventurers have already tried and failed, and it is virtually impossible to pass through that portal, and he questions whether Kenya really is behind this, and asks how he even heard about it. Then he shows up there, saying that what they're saying sounds interesting, and Abe is shocked, asking what he's doing. Brings him, but he says he heard he would be starting a ride soon and didn't want to miss the chance to give him something, and Abe is surprised that his superior wants to give something to the protagonist. Then he hands over 2 phoenix feathers, ordering him to consider it a special gift from the Garfor group, and he says that he has high hopes for the boy and approves of the gift. Abe thinks about what this means, and now they're under pressure to succeed and pass this ride, but at least he has 4 phoenix feathers, which is a pleasant surprise. And Debo asks why they don't get on board, but the protagonist says he's waiting for someone, and they question who it is. But then, someone appears, and Palme calls out to that drunk, and Debo notices that it's Boru, asking what's going on. He says that his boss actually wanted that. AB doesn't believe it, which he had to deliver in person, but whatever. He asks them to try the clothes on, and they put on the new outfits. R is overjoyed to have received new clothes, saying that he will wear them all the time, and Kir herself says that the armor is light, as if she wasn't even wearing any. Then she asks what they are made of, and Boro says that they are made from the skin of Edeneve, and his boss gave them another day, and asked them to make equipment. And Jay remembers when he said he was going to make good use of those skins, and realizes that this was what he meant, and Boro says they must be doing well these days, which makes sense, since they are skilled enough to clear a portal with 100 people. But Debo tells him to keep his voice down, asking how he knew that. He questions how he wouldn't know, asks Palm what he thinks of his first mission as an adventurer. Palm lies, saying he feels nervous, and Chev says that's perfectly normal, laughing at the boy. And he starts after all, his boss provided such rare items as ingredients, but he tells him to relax, since he is the only one who knows, and mentions that, furthermore, there are more sets of equipment. However, Palm tell him that this gift is for him. He's surprised by this, saying that it's generous, but says he doesn't really need it. But Palme tells him to put it on, and Boru says he doesn't understand, and Prota tell them to go quickly, as they don't have all day, and Buru doesn't understand, and ends up being thrown into the group. Then the pirate, finding that submarine, says it's eerily calm, and someone starts heading towards him, and that person is Mania, and that guy says it's great to see her again, and she immediately starts saying that she missed that beauty, and everyone screams that she's back. That means she managed to clear the orange-class portal with 200 people. And everyone is going crazy, because the goal of portal networks will definitely change now, but they say it won't. And so, Menor asks the captain why. Since she even cleared a portal with 200 people, and one with 74 should be easy, and says that she has already surpassed Eagle Eye in skill, and says that she doesn't need it. Don't leave. But then the captain questions if she intends to defy her orders, because that's how it seems. Then she asks who will avenge Leia, questioning if she even understands the pain involved. She had worked towards that moment, but the captain repeats her order, telling her to return, and the girl decides to drown her sorrows in a drink, saying she doesn't think she'll give up so easily. Early, wondering if he should even go. But another guy says that Kirin cares about her. Then she says he's being overprotective, but then someone comes running towards them, and speaks to Mania, telling her that she needs to go with him, saying that some idiots have simply taken over the Eagle Eye Tomb mission. She is surprised and complains about the island's selection process. He talks to Prota, mentioning that he's been an adventurer for a long time. Yet, every step he takes inside a portal makes him nervous, admitting that he's always been a scaredy cat, wondering why they would go there, and it's pros group themselves who are going. Then Debo says he doesn't like the atmosphere there, and says they are in their territory. Should say something like that, pointing out that they just violated their golden rule. They're lucky they haven't been shot in the head for it. He then inquires about this golden rule, and she explains that she'll begin with the written rules in Nautilus. The person who tears the poster from the board gets priority to attempt the portal, and whoever accepts the job must enter the portal sooner or later. While there are only written rules, there's also a golden rule: avoid tearing down a poster that someone else has their eye on, and the poster they grabbed happens to be the whale one. So, it goes to them asking who they think they are, claiming that poster is theirs, and demanding to know how they dared to steal it. Then, Pa asks why she didn't take the job before them, and she replies that she was just waiting for approval, which he questions, saying he didn't know it was needed. She retorts that she needs it because she works for Captain Kir, and states that, in any case, they can't raid this portal because she will be nice enough to explain, and the Nautilus quest board is reserved for pirates. They are not allowed to attempt using any portals in their possession if they are not pirates. However, Debo begins to laughing, saying that he now understands his boss, and M asks if he thought it was funny, telling him to return the position. However, Debo asks why he should, but says it's a pleasure to meet them. They are the Iboro pirates, taking him only to serve as a scapegoat. He starts laughing nervously in the back. Minner asks if they are serious, as you don't just become a pirate this way, and you need to go through a certified process. But Debo tells her not to be so harsh, as they are fellow pirates, and asks if she has never heard of Captain Iboro, the fearful. But besides that, he says he's able to find courage because he has people by his side, and although praising them might sound a little strange, they really are good people. He says he felt leader of the pirate group, and Boro, and he has a forced smile, completely nervous. And Debo says that Boro, there is a real pirate, asking how she thinks they managed to get into the... Nautilo states that a group led by a pirate is, in fact, a pirate band. But then, some other guys tell him to stop being ridiculous, pointing out that he basically just admitted that the rest of them aren't pirates. And Debu asks who Murat is. Minner notices that he's present, and identifies him as Murat, a guy with an incredibly powerful aura. Then, he asks Palme why they are causing such a scene. Palm thinks about that name, noting that it's a name he doesn't recall from his past life, and states that it's not as if they broke any rules. Then Moore says she's not so sure about that, because he was the one who established the rules, so it's up to her to decide, and she questions, where's the rest of the crew, because this can't be your entire band. And the protagonist replies that all 5 members are present, so they argue that those are other people, questioning how they could pass through a portal meant for 74 people with only 5, and Dio questions how he's able to walk like that, and they respond, which is, to say the least, suspicious, as they ask what the protagonist's name is, and Palm introduces himself, and they question if he isn't times Palm. Then the woman asks if he's someone she knows, and he says he's heard about him, and, if he remembers correctly, he's the survivor of the Red Portal incident involving 100 people, and everyone is surprised that he's from that portal, where most adventurers died, and they remark that he and his companions are not weak, and Debu says that's true, but they question what the problem is with that. And that woman says that they still failed to clear the portal and barely survived, which means they weren't good enough for it. But the girl's companion, Christina, asks why she is yelling at him. After all, it's not his fault at all. And she says that, on the other hand, Meaner, sad when he heard his story, because, as a decoy slave, he can only imagine how hard it must have been. And, getting into that topic, he talks with Palm, asking if he's doing okay, cleared a portal of 200 people with an orange rating. She is clearly superior in terms of skill and intelligence, and the woman begins to feel embarrassed by their words. They are saying this. She and that guy, Morath, had a falling out back at Pro Question because they couldn't find a spot in Mido. Now that he's ripped out the pole, he'll get his first chance to go through the portal, and perhaps other groups will fill the remaining 69 slots. Dio tries to deny it, but Prota agrees, finding the situation strange. He mentions that 100,000 months will be paid per slot. However, he's only taking 10 other people with him, and everyone questions if he's serious, saying the boy will probably die anyway, and questioning why they don't try again after he fails. But Minner says he doesn't want to take the risk, stating that if they escape the portal just to save their own skins, everything will be over. But then he questions her about Quirin's ordeal. Then she says that she can't just stand around waiting because she realized that it's much easier to ask for forgiveness after entering the portal. That's it. Then there was a philosopher. Someone once said, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, right? But who am I to say if that's true or not? Then she declares that this portal belongs to her and no one else will clean it. And Ralph asks, what happened to Palm? because Palm was doing so well, and since he was only selling 10 slots, he had a great chance of making money. And they basically lost out. 5.9 million coins, saying that they need to sell the remaining slots quickly. But then Kir points out that they would be outnumbered 14-1 that way, and asks if he's forgotten that. May have followers among them, but he questions that, saying they can just crush anyone who gets in their way. But the protagonist thinks he can't afford to take risks this time, considering him, and if he would like to join their group. But Palm stops there, which Shev finds strange. However, Shev thinks there's something to what he said, claiming he wasn't serious about it, telling him not to. Objective of the enemies. Since Captain Leia Eagle Eye's first protege lost her life in this 74-person portal, and the followers murdered this second protege, Manor, also in same portal, and devastated by the loss of 2 wards within that same portal, he retired from adventuring and went into hiding. The followers took advantage of the lack of leadership and destroyed Nihilus, and that's that. It was supposed to happen 2 years later, but things changed, and according to the Silent Crusade, money from the Kania Mercantile Union was recently traced to Nihilus, and this is a telltale sign that they decided to execute the plan ahead of schedule. They need to restrict the number of adventurers in order to protect Miner. He certainly won't make the same mistake again. He needs to minimize the use of his mana. But in the meantime, everyone starts cursing each other around Boruk, who is left wondering why he is even there. And then, at night, someone knocks on the door and the protagonist uses telekinesis to see who it is and opens the door questioning who's there. He is surprised and tells the person to come in. It's Captain Kirin herself, along with Murati. Then, he asks what brings them there. They are there at that time, and she says she has something to confirm in person, suggesting he be honest by speaking with El Palm and asking if he is a follower of the Black Magician. He gets quite a scare, questioning how she knew about the followers and whether the future has changed again or if she always knew. Then he questions why, in her past life, she let the girl die. Then Morat says that he seems shaken by the question, and I start to go after the boy, but Pao tells me that he is not the follower and was just shocked to hear the question. She says that he certainly doesn't doubt the existence of the followers, and he says it's because there's no point in hiding anything. She asks how she can know he's not a follower, wondering if he has on top of the boy, and he no longer has the strength to resist. So he just closes his eyes, realizing that this is the end for him, the end of the world, and the end of his adventure as well. But then he punches the worry. However, Palm keeps looking at that footprint on the ground and that moss, and when they sit by the campfire at night, they start talking, and he tells them to stop talking about any proof. And the boy says that he really can't prove it, but asks if she's sure, since she visited him because she already has her answer, and he knows who the followers are and what kind of relationship he has. It has to do with them. Otherwise, he would have been greeted with a bullet to the head instead of a question. He asks if it was the Silent Crusade, he warned, noting that they have good connections. And she confirms that's correct, because the Kania Merchant Guild are their followers, and he is their enemy. But that doesn't mean they are allies. However, they can work together against a common enemy. He figures that he's there to discuss this, questioning if there is something she wants from him. She says that the situation is grim, and she knows that followers of the Black Magician are behind Leia, the Eagle Eye's death. But it turns out they've deeply infiltrated the Nautilus, and she can't trust anyone other than a few crew members and Morat himself. Then the protagonist is surprised that they've already reached this point and says that things are moving faster than he anticipated. Then she says that she was told they're going to move. Therefore, she has reason to believe that Mania is the next target, as she is the ship's icon now that Elle is gone. And if Mia, whom all the pirates admire so much, also dies, a big chaos will erupt in Nautilus, and not even she will be able to restore order. So, she wants to make a deal with Palm, convincing her to bring M back safely from the Eagle Eye's tomb, and in exchange, she will give them an item from Nautilus's treasure vault. And so, sometime later, in front of the portal, Debo is all excited, saying that they are leaving and telling them not to be in a hurry. Mania is entering together with Prota, and once inside, Debo notices a very scary new environment, and Kay says that they are not there to have a picnic, telling them to keep their guard up. They work while they eat, since they can talk about it tomorrow, and Palm just keeps drinking his water. And, very late at night, they go to Palm, asking if he's asleep, but everyone is awake. Guard up, and Ralph thinks about how they only sold 10 slots, lamenting the money he lost, until a monster appears, like a somewhat strange velociraptor, and Debo gets excited, looking at that insignificant little creature, saying he's going to finish it off quickly, but apparently, that thing's mom appears. The boy gets scared because she's twice, or until triple the size of the cub, and Debu starts saying he was just playing around while the monster comes at him. And then, things really heat up, with all the pirates killing some of those tyrannosaurs, with everyone shooting at those things, and telling them to keep taking them down one by one. And the little pirate talks to Gil, saying that the sound of the shots is attracting more monsters. But he tells her not to panic, because they will succeed, telling her not to be intimidated by that smelly Drake, because he cleared a portal with 200 people. But he forgets to look back, and one of the smelly drakes almost bites him and kills him. However, Mania's shots manage to obliterate that monster, killing it completely. And she tells Gio that he's right, and tells them to stay calm and regroup, saying that she will take care of the rest. Man, I really like the oiton breathing technique that appears in several manhwa. And then, the monsters, they continue to attack them, and the protagonist's group runs away. Dio is surprised that another one is appearing, questioning where they are coming from. Besides, he remembers that Palm puts his foot down, saying that they should go on without him because he needs to do something, and he gets irritated by this, since he has run off somewhere alone once again. However, he comes, face to face with a wall, and ends up instinctively moving out of the monster's way, and the monster slams its head against the wall, becoming dizzy. And he takes the opportunity to finish it off, saying that, except for the boy, then Palm pretends to be asleep, and then Tamao asks what the captain is doing, revealing his true intention, saying that the guy is lost in his dreams. Everything is fine on his end, and they will do it. And he remembers Palme saying that their teamwork on the battlefield is horrible, and that way, they will only waste energy trying to fight like this. They must work together as a team and consider each other family from now on. The three of them are very surprised and dislike what he's saying, so he says that he will start with Debo. He must cut through everything in front of him, while remembering Palme telling him to charge towards the enemy formation and wreak havoc, not caring about killing the enemy with an attack. Instead, he should focus on inflicting damage, and must keep moving forward at all times, regardless of what happens behind him, just ignoring the attacks that come from behind. That's because Ralph will protect his back with precision. He then talks to the boy, asking what he would do without his father, and telling him to shut up. Then, Palm speaks to Ralph, saying that he will act as Debo's shield, ordering him to abandon his current selfish combat style, and says that now, instead, he will fight for Debo, ordering them to protect him at all costs. That's an order, and things really do work out that way. And so, they stand back to back, with two monsters approaching from each side. He wants to see what those things are made of, and they each go their own way, killing each prey. But then Ralph is surprised because Debo is about to be hit, and he calls the boy son, placing himself in front of him to protect him, and he wonders if this is what fatherly love is like, saying that it's definitely touching, and Dio asks if he can stop saying that crap. Shit. And he remembers Palm saying that, last but not least, he will play a crucial role, and he says that a burn caused by her abilities is not, wondering how he could have responded. Then he says that Chev is really very cautious, asking if he has forgotten that they mixed that sleeping herb in his food, because, easily cured, and she will use this ability to finish off the injured creatures. And she actually puts the plan into practice, using Solar Slash to kill a monster with a single attack. And she says that she's made the most progress out of everyone, now reaching the 3rd circle in a month. And she mentions it's not as bad as she initially thought, adding that they'll handle it. Quickly, several drakes are heading towards him. Meanwhile, someone is guarding that portal, but then they see people arriving, and it turns out to be Cadril coming that way. So they ask what brings them there, saying that there's no more room, but Cadril tells them to get out of the way, because they can't play by the rules, and it's an emergency. They need to tell this to Menor immediately. Meanwhile, inside, they don't stop killing drakes. Then everyone congratulates Menor, and she says it was easy. And the other little pirate says it's great luck, telling him to look at the size of that monostone, and says that it could fetch a huge price on the market. And then, an arrow pierces the girl, and she can't believe what's happening, and Menor, also. And that arrow belongs to Palm, who is hunting down other pirates, almost killing one of them. Just then, one of the pirates pulls that person out of the way. He shouts for Menor to eliminate the threat, and she immediately shoots, destroying Palme's arrow. But another arrow comes from behind, and she is almost hit. Then, Magnum shoots from that direction, and she becomes very angry, looking back and demanding he explain himself. And the protagonist says he is just cleaning up, then launches more arrows at them, telling them to stay put, because it won't take long. Meanwhile, Boro, alone in another corner, notices that no one remembered him. Everyone forgot about him. He says he can't believe Dib abandoned him like that after acting all tough and everything. He questions why Dib brought him in, and it could even make a mother mushroom weighing 100 kilograms fall asleep. Then Tom says that he swallowed so much of it that he'd be lucky if he wasn't dead, and asks, "Where's that fire arrow staff?" The first place, because he would be toast if it weren't for that little hole, and says it's not like he can just stay there, because if everyone besides him escapes through the exit portal, he will, to stay. He believes he's also a two-circle adventurer, resolving that he won't fall so easily in such a miserable place and fleeing those drakes. Then, he ends up arriving at the second portal and wonders what to do, questioning whether he should wait there, but then something appears on his back. He gets a huge scare, and it's that snail from the protagonist, and Boru says that it scared him too much, asking how long he'd been there. However, he accidentally puts his hand in the portal and ends up being pulled in, and that snail feels sorry for him following the crazy guy inside. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells them to stay put, as it won't be long before they turn into barbecue if they try to kill them all. And Manor tells them to explain themselves now, asking if she wasn't clear, and shoots the protagonist. But he used that item on his eyes, and an explosion occurs out of nowhere, and so Cadrell arrives and says, which thankfully arrived in time, supposedly saving them both, and the protagonist begins to stir. Cadrell states that the enemy is still alive, ordering them to capture him, and mentions that it appears this is how the Realm El Palm's group managed to survive the 100-person portal on their own, and he says that Kieran found out about it and sent them after him. Manor asks if Kieran was responsible for this, and the protagonist continues to move forward, launching his arrows and eliminating everyone who is pursuing him. Then, they question what they are doing, since he is just a guy, rapidly firing shots at Alpalm. So, he thinks he has caught the boy, but a massive fireball hurtles towards the three, killing them. He realizes that there are now 3 less, but some of them shouldn't have been there, questioning if they found something out. Then, fire? Well, that's worth almost 10,000. And he prepares to kill the boy while Palm sleeps, saying that they're going to start working. Who would have thought that the little group that appeared out of nowhere, full of, quickly appears in front of him, firing 2 shots in Palm's direction, who barely manages to dodge them. She declares that he isn't going anywhere, and resumes firing, and the two engage in a confrontation. Face to face, he finally notices the portal. Then Cadrell tells everyone to duck as he launches something. And the protagonist, seeing that he's launching something, uses his power of telekinesis to raise a barrier between himself and the explosion. And this barrier contains the explosion, sending it right back at Cadrell's group and closing the portal. They're frustrated that this is happening. Mineria wonders what the hell is going on, while the protagonist approaches her, staff in hand, face to face at point-blank range, and the girl also raises her weapon towards him, but then she starts to tell him he's an idiot, questioning what he's doing and saying he better have an explanation, or he'll suffer. However, Palma asks if she's ready to hear the truth, and she starts to tremble, and everyone questions what's happening, because Mineria has been taken as well, and Cadrell says he was just trying to help, but then an explosion occurs inside, and they are left terrified of the man who was with Miner, asking her to say she's okay, but then an arrow shoots out from inside, aiming at both of them, and Miner herself fires, hitting or killing him. He asks why she's doing this, noting that she has completely changed, and the other man who has been with her the whole time asks what this means. Then she questions the result, and Prota says that she wasted a lot of mana because of her stubbornness, but he was right, and that they are all people who recently joined the crew. Then she speaks with G, ordering them to leave the crew, safely back to the original, saying that these are Dequeem's orders, showing his cord. And on the other side, Ibaru says that he shouldn't have gone in there, as now he has to wait for the others to find him, and the good intention was just a bunch of sons of bitches, right? Who would have known? Who could have imagined? However, when he plunges his dagger into where the boy is sleeping, he feels a different texture, and so, he realizes that he is in another cave and says he doesn't want there to be monsters there. Then he looks ahead, thinking that it is an adventurer running towards him, and the damn thing stays, scared by that crazy person's instinct for self-preservation. Then, he shouts at the creature, saying that he got separated from his group and asking if it would mind him tagging along. A little. But, just then, he is attacked by the snail itself, which stops him in his tracks. He asks why she did that, saying he's going to make escargots out of her. But then the snail tries to warn him, because what? From there is not human. And he says that this guy is Colostrum, and when he looks ahead, a monster is there, and tries to attack him, and several of them appear in front of Boro, who, he's definitely a dumb guy, you know? It would have been better if he had just stayed there fishing, and Mia talking to Gil about Kieran's order, surprises him, and he notices it on her chest. And moments before, while the girl asked Prota to have a good explanation, Prota asks her if she knows how Leajaya died, and she is surprised and tells him not to dare speak of her death. But he says that among those she believes are her companions, there are some followers of the Black Magician, and that they were the ones who killed her. She tells him to shut up, asking if he thinks that she's going to fall for it, but he says that he already knew everything, and that's why they made a deal. He wonders if he needs to spell it out for her, because their goal is to further dilute Kieran's influence, targeting her second protégé, Mania herself, and she is scared by it. Then, she wonders if the Black Magician's followers are in the Nautilus, and furthermore, if they are, the crew members who are behind Leia's murder. Then he says that Kieran asked him to give this to her, and she notices that she's sure it's Kieran's pendant, and that this thing, he lifts the cloth, and notices that it was a tree trunk, and the protagonist was no longer there. So they find this strange and say there's no way he could have run away, and Chev orders them to find him, because he couldn't, basically symbolizes her, and she wouldn't trust it to just anyone. Then, she asks if Kieran really knew and tried to protect her, but then she asks to wait, because the crew members those he killed were actually newbies, but she asks how he managed to distinguish them from the others, and he obviously has the answer right in front of his eyes. And, in another corner, the star members are talking to her, asking if she really thinks they made a mistake with this move, saying that not only did he know about them, but he specifically requested for that item, and says it doesn't make any sense, and they can't trust that guy. That is the eye patch of clairvoyance, and this item allows the user to visibly see the flow of mana. And while it offers a way to identify the Black Mage's followers, the cost is immense, as it drains the wielder's mana. Starlin says that, besides, no one has been able to use it since Kors passed away. It only activates when used by someone with the appropriate affinity. Although she is unsure how a spellcaster is able to use the eye patch of clairvoyance, she sends him. Don't misunderstand him. It's not that he doesn't trust him completely, but he seemed to share a common goal with them. Then he asks, what if it's a trap? They don't even know who sent him. What's done is done, and she tells him not to look at her like that, because if his mana is insufficient, he'll end up dying before he can even make good use of it. They must wait and see what kind of answers he brings. He says that everyone except the three in front are followers, and the girl is surprised but decides to take action. Then they ask him what he is talking about, saying that Menor cannot fall for this baseless slander, and Silver questions this, saying that it's quite the opposite, as facing followers has always been irritating, even have gone very far. However, a huge explosion happens right behind him, throwing everyone to the side, and it ends up that the tree starts to catch fire. Then they ask what happened, and why there's fire in his past life, and their tattoos do not appear unless mana is extended to them, and each follower has a tattoo in a different location. But he says that despite their invisibility, the follower definitely has a tattoo. So, he says he understands that everyone has different tastes, but asks if he couldn't have found a better place than his forehead for the tattoo, and the mark actually appears, surprising everyone, and they think this is bad, aiming at the Prota, shooting rapidly, and wanting to kill everyone around. But then G uses the cannon detonator on them, along with Menor, who starts killing, and Prota says that he used a lot of mana trying to identify the followers, and that, if they continue like this, they will be done for. He says that the second portal is nearby, and asks them to catch their breath there, but Menor tells him to shut up, saying he is going to kill them all. However, one of the followers tells the others to stay away if they don't want to die. It's hunting time, and he throws that skull on the spot, and that skull starts to cover Geo and also Mia, and she wonders what this is, noticing, which is an illusion, but she can't see anything until she's attacked and is surprised by what's happening. And that guy says that, as expected of Mia, she can dodge even though she's blind. But he assures her that her luck won't last next time, and Gil tries to talk to Minor, since he can't see anything. And that guy who just arrived says that she has spoken about how much she misses her eagle eyes, but he tells her not to worry, because she's going to join her soon, shooting the girl and telling her to say hi in the other world. But before she could be hit, the pro steps in front, saving her and taking the shot in her place. So they think this is impossible, saying that he shouldn't be able to see, but he's using there suddenly. So they think they have to go quickly, as they have to get the food and items. Then he wonders if this is Palm's doing, but then the tank calls out. He questions it now, and it turns out that it is that item, to be able to see. He can really see everyone's mana there, and they try to shoot him again because they knew there was something wrong with him. And they aim all the bullets at the time. The protagonist, however, uses his telekinesis to create a barrier in front of himself for protection, then grabs his staff, uses his arrow, and eliminates several of them with telekinesis. Then he notices it's a fire arrow, and that guy says it won't take him very far, as he uses a spike cannon against the protagonist. But, in that instance, the arrow passes right through it and continues, straight to that guy's head. As he dies, he thinks this makes no sense at all, so they think he has too much power, but they dismiss it as just a fire arrow, questioning how this is possible, and trying to capture the protagonist. However, he uses the power of the four phoenixes, this time using the revolver against them, causing an absurd massacre, and they notice that he just spun the fire arrow, and the guy with the skull in his hand gets scared. However, he doesn't have a chance to do much, because the protagonist appears next to him and tears off his hand, who was holding the skull and stabbing a dagger into the middle of his chest. He also kills the other one who was there. And so, Miner notices that she can see again, looking to the side, but everyone is already dying, and that guy who is dying with the dagger in his chest prepares to use the last trick he has to escape from there. He says he does everything for the glory of the Black Magician, detonating several crystals of mana near them, causing chain explosions and throwing everyone far away. However, the protagonist uses his telekinesis, grabbing a rock and carrying everyone who was there. They are surprised, and the protagonist says that he is also at his limit. They need to go to the next portal before his mana runs out completely. However, the last follower is still alive, and he attacks ground, very angry, thinking that this destiny is complete shit. He wonders, desolately, if this is how it will all end, dying full of hate, and he remembers the death of each of his friends, a huge monster with a gigantic eye in front of it. He wonders if Palm brought that and starts cursing the boy, noticing that he used them as bait, and they all quickly jump out of the tree, with everything against Miner, throwing her off the rock. They are surprised by her, and the protagonist tries to catch the girl with telekinesis, but that follower tells him not to be so hasty, throwing a grenade in his head, detonating everything near that portal. He also destroys part of the portal, which is seemingly undone, and the girl, looking back, is surprised by what happened. The portal is no longer in front of her, and without an escape route, she doesn't have much she can do. The followers, seeing this, are outraged because the portal to the second part disappeared, and they lost El Palm. But one of them tells the others not to worry, as the portal should reappear in the same area shortly. Furthermore, their real objective is to get rid of Maynor. They attack her, and one of them uses the corkscrew attack, but the girl manages to shoot the guy in the arm. He says that won't work, using the Admiral's wings to hold on. She thinks her attack isn't working on him. He had been hiding his abilities this whole time. He says she is too weak, and then shoots, point blank, but he still manages to lunge and almost hit the girl, who jumps back to escape and ends up behind him, shooting him point blank in the head. Those shots, they go down to his foot, and he starts screaming. But while she's stuck to that guy, the others shoot. However, she puts him in a leg lock, spinning rapidly and placing him in front of her. All those bullets to take them in her place. Then, she prepares to keep shooting through him, hitting those behind, and continues to create a line of dead bodies, but that guy is still alive and tries to stab her with a dagger. Mosser shoots him again, right in the middle of the abdomen, then puts her pistol in that guy's mouth, blasting it from the inside out, before that monster covered in eyes manages to devour them. Meanwhile, Palm, watching from a distance, thinks it's ridiculous, because they shouldn't have been so nice, outside. And just like that, Pedro falls. She says she doesn't have time to waste, questioning what they're waiting for, and telling them to come at her. Then, Debo questions what all of this is about. More portals appeared, and Kir, glancing to the side, notices that there are also some there, wondering if they all lead to the second part, but Ralph says that they must be special types of portals. Portals, because if what he read is correct, it is said that each of the portals is connected to a different point in the second phase, and if a certain number of individuals pass, for one, that portal closes, forcing them to use another passage. At that moment, Debo asks him to wait, saying that if he's saying they won't know where they're going to end up, how will they find the boss? But Ralph says he doesn't know, and that it's not like he has any choice other than to try his luck. And so, they pass through a portal, and notice that all three pass through without any problems. He says that they should keep an eye on their surroundings, as Palme may appear from another portal, and the sooner they reunite, the better it will be. But then, he looks ahead, asking who that is, and Debo notices that he's running that way for some reason, questioning his boss. But it turns out that Iboro is the one running away from those monsters, nearly dying, and he thanks them for saving him, but questions what he's talking about, telling him not to go there. And Boru says that the Boro pirates have the best level of camaraderie, but the boy tells him that he's obviously wrong, telling him to run to the other side. And so, meanwhile, Palm is running away from those monsters, arriving at that location alone. He says there's no way this is happening, and Gil tells him that they aren't normal monsters. They're wearing crew clothes, wondering if they were ever human in the past. But Palm says he doesn't think that's their biggest concern. They wanted to deceive him, because if 12 groups of veteran adventurers failed at that portal, and they immediately accepted bait like him, it was obvious that they were up to something. But then because they aren't dying, and he says that they even shot them in the head and nothing happened, and they are running out of ammunition. Then the protagonist says that he's never heard of anything like that before. He questions how it's possible for a monster not to have a core, and he reasons that if they are zombies born from human bodies, that would explain why they have no weak points. But he still doesn't. He understands, because things are so different from what he remembers, that he can't quite grasp it. He needs to find a way to defeat them all, but he wonders about that strand of mana, connected to their bodies that leads to another location. He wonders how long this thing is and figures it must be on the other side of the wall. And when he goes there, following the flow of mana, he sees Dio and notices that everyone seems to have progressed to the second stage as well. But he uses too much mana and realizes that it is almost depleted. He can no longer sustain the skill. And so the softer monsters rush towards him, and Dio asks Palm what happened, telling him to get out of there. But the monster almost catches him. However, something happens, and a pillar falls on top of that thing, and then Niso, Minor, appears, and Gil is overjoyed. She shoots at those pillars, sending them crashing down on top of the monsters. The guy with Gil thanks her for saving her, asking if she's alright. She then speaks to Kevin, telling him to get out of her way if he doesn't want to die. He finds what she's saying strange, but she keeps her promise, blowing up everything in front of him. So, with that hole, Palm looks at it, terrified. And Kevin Geo tells Minor that she really almost killed them. But she says there are still a lot of them left. They question what to do, because they are low on ammunition. She says that maybe she can still manage one more shot like that, putting all her mana into it. But Palm asks her to wait, saying that she shouldn't do that yet, because they might. Notices that the boss of that area is that guy, and says that he expected this, based on the corrosion evidence he had found before, but it is much bigger than he expected. And the monster continues, need that ability later. She is surprised by the boy, saying that he is lucky to be alive right now, asking if he didn't see the monsters. They can't be selective. And the prota? He says that they are about half a mile from the devil as the crow flies, and that he doesn't have time to think of another tactic right now, and he asks them to get everything ready in 5 or maybe even 3 minutes. She questions what he can do in 3 minutes, and he says he's going to clear the portal by eating mana crystals. Meanwhile, Debo is swinging his axe, hacking down all the monsters that come in his direction. He wonders what the hell is going on, because he already understands that they are born from human bodies, but he's been cutting off their heads. However, before he could do anything, that monster grabs his neck, almost killing Debo. But then, Ralph arrives and saves the boy, and Debo asks if it's even possible to defeat those zombies. Then, he tells the boy to stop crying, because if he has time to complain, then he should swing his axe again. And they keep trying to kill that thing, and even Boru tries to help by giving a shooting completely wrong and accidentally catching Mistalakit, who falls from above and crushes the zombie. Then they say it was a brilliant move, and he even pretends he did it on purpose. That monster that was down there ends up rising again, but this time much bigger. Debo can't believe what he's seeing because it's the mother of those things, and he questions what Iburu did because he woke that thing up. And the only thing Iburu has done so far turned out to be something he really doesn't like. And the poor guy even thought it had been a brilliant move. And in that situation, against that many zombies, they are all doing their best to survive. And Palm is gathering aura behind everyone, saying that his heart is about to explode, chasing him, clearing the entire forest. Ehev notes that that type of monster puts them at a disadvantage, and the tank asks if he knows anything, and he says that, if his guess, he really didn't want to take such a big risk again, but he has no alternative since he still can't advance to the next circle, and doing so prematurely will only cause negative results, unwanted. But there was only one option left. He had been in this situation countless times in his past life, and while the monsters kept getting more powerful, his attack style wasn't improving as much. Quickly, after becoming a 6-circle adventurer, the highest level, he had to find another method to improve his skills. So, he placed his bet on mana stones. Mana stones were typically only used to advance to the next circle, But since they contained the life force of monsters, he thought he might be able to convert this energy into mana by consuming their core, and theoretically, this would help the consumer regenerate lost mana. As long as he could keep the mana increase under control, this would work. But, to do this, he needed to make the mana travel to his heart along with his bloodstream. If his body could handle it, things would work out, and Manele, when killing a monster, is startled, looking back, and Prota tells her that she did a good job, launching another gigantic fireball in the direction of those things. Then she calls Palm, who is already there, completely changed, telling her to prepare to use that skill from before. She doesn't quite understand because he looks so different, and Prota is already a total badass. Meanwhile, Kir and the others are killing the monsters on their side when Ralph is thrown back by a monster's tongue, and the saliva from that thing starts to melt his arm, which he notices that there is a mushroom growing there. Realizing that this is how the adventurers turned into zombies, he rips that piece of his arm off, along with the mushroom, and begins to heal. Is correct, that's a gold slime, and it's not something you normally see in Maple World. He says it's a rare boss that only comes out of red portals, and that the body of that thing is acidic. Then, back in that spot, he tells them to make sure to avoid direct contact with the tentacles, unless they want to turn into those disgusting zombies. And then, Debo notices that it's the boss, realizing that everyone has started to slow down a bit, and that they won't make it if they continue at this pace. So, he takes the lead, telling the other two to leave it to him and proceed onward, to a safe place, but everyone tells him to wait for them. But he thinks he needs to do something, and goes ahead, cutting down everything in his path, and one of those huge mushrooms launches its tongue in the boy's direction, and manages to grab a part of him, making him spit out blood, but he still manages to get out of the way of that thing somehow. And just then, when that monster was about to hit him, he opens his eyes with blood flying everywhere, and Kir steps in front of him, taking the attack for him. Then, in another corner, over with Mania, Palm asks her to concentrate, telling her to focus on her skill, as he will take care of the aiming, and together, they will destroy this wall. He says they only have one chance, and asks her to begin, and she carefully aims her skill, and uses the crushing bullet along with Palm's help, and that thing opens up a rotating hole in the wall. While she's destroying everything in front of her, the protagonist uses his telekinesis, making her go faster and deeper. He uses a gun on that thing, but thinks it's still not enough, and tells her to hang on tight, as they haven't reached their destination yet. He uses several fire arrows on top of that bullet to give it more pressure, and it pierces through the entire wall, clearing a path to their friends. And at that moment, G says he's out of ammunition, and the monsters are heading towards Mania and also Palm. Meanwhile, Debo, on the other side, is trapped and about to die, losing all hope. But it's explained that monsters without a core are basically puppets. Is the worst possible enemy for adventurers like him. And he still tries to talk about the most dangerous thing. But before that, he asks everyone to avert their eyes and look behind them, deceived by those standing before them. But in reality, the mana threads are trapped in their bodies, connected to the true owner of the core, which is why they seem to be invincible, because the one they need to target and destroy is that enormous monster in the back, and the protagonist uses his bullet to reach it, getting close and using rocket impact, blasting off and destroying that thing along with its core. Dio and Ralph watch this together with Mur, who put an end to the entire threat, and the girl begins to fall. The monsters are destroyed, and Jilu and Boru are overjoyed that it's over, and the protagonist says that the portal is finally clear. Then Menor begins to say that they were abandoned by their parents and abused by adults, and they, orphans, had no protection other than her, and Leia was like an older sister and a hero to them. And already sitting with Menor in the future, she says that it has been 10 years since the captain took them in, and the girl thinks that time really does fly. I mean, it still feels like yesterday, but she says it must be much more fun for her, since even the great Kirin recognized her talent. While that makes her sad. And so, Leia thinks that the captain must have taken it on again. And Menor says that she is losing patience, because the thought that she is so far ahead makes her very sad. But then, Leia flicks the girl, saying that Manor must be full of confidence, and Manor says that she already asked her not to do that, but Leia tells her to shut up, because she can do that, whenever she wants, since she's older, and she tells Mene that she should just do one thing at a time, because otherwise she won't get anywhere. And now, in the real world, Devo is asking Kay if she is okay. She says that, surprisingly, she is, wondering if it's because of the new equipment. But Rafa says that it was all thanks to her healing, obviously. because if she didn't have mana, he almost gets hit by a golden goo from that thing and asks what that thing was. T says that he also has a long-range attack and that it is the acid arrow, a skill that allows him to left over, they would all be dead now. And Devo starts to think that it's his fault. But then the other pirate asks them to look ahead, wondering if that person trapped in the Klein, the bound stone, is the Leia they knew, and she's dead, lying there. Miner doesn't like what he's seeing at all, and it makes him very sad. Then he notices that she is tied up, while Ralph says that maybe she tied herself up before turning into a zombie mushroom. But, even though she's tied up, there is a note on her clothes, and that note is addressed to her. Dear Master, it says that the Black Magician's followers have returned, and she fears that they have already infiltrated the ranks of Nudalos, and she needs to come back and help him deal with them, but she doesn't think she will be able to, asking her to please stay safe. The note also speaks to Manor, saying it looks like they made preparations for this, and even Fren and Catterick were among them, and even though she spent so much time with them, they were still traitors, and about half of the group's members were actually followers, and she can't even imagine how many more are hidden among them, and she shouldn't trust anyone, and she doesn't think she'll survive, and is sorry that she couldn't keep her promise, and Manor starts crying while she's in his arms. Outside the portal, several people are dead, members of the crew who were standing guard, and the wizard's followers ask if they are late, wondering if something happened, and they think Cater took a night fragment with him, and no matter how skilled Manor is, they can't handle the darkness that surrounds them. In the midst of this, one of them is hit by a fireball and dies instantly, scaring the others. Thus, they realize that they are being attacked and wonder who would do this, while several of them die, powerless to stop it. Allows him to shoot acid from his body. Then the tank shouts, asking if that isn't overpowered. My friend, anything goes in the jungle. But Chev says he's coming, telling everyone to recompose themselves. He wonders how this could be happening, as he thought she had gone to the meeting. But the captain is there, and asks him what it's like to be stabbed, behind his back, calling him a worm and preparing to shoot, and after they finish them all off, they kill all 46, ordering the rest to stand by. Then that other blind pirate tells her not to worry so much, because they sent that guy along to protect her, but the captain thinks that if Menor doesn't return safely, she will never be able to forgive herself. But at first, he starts talking to Ken, and the gate shines in front of them. Menor herself emerges from inside, along with Leia's body. They are scared, and Menor is also scared to see Kirim there, and the two start to cry when they look at each other, and the atmosphere becomes devastating when they realize that it is Leia herself. Menor says that she brought her back safely, and Kirin agrees, going to the girl, and welcoming them both back. Sometime later, all the pirates are in front of their vessel, in small boats, to bid farewell to Leia, and so, Debo. He notices that there are too many people there, and says he assumes all the important figures from the Nautilos are present, since it's Eagle Eye's funeral. After all, they actually place her in the small boat, and set it on fire, leaving her to burn inside. Minia watches, completely moved by the scene. Then Dee asks where her boss has gone again, looking for the boy. But while the world is in the middle of that celebration, the protagonist is in another corner, downing potion after potion. He begins to remember an offer the captain made to him. She says she's not sure if it's a fair deal, but the protagonist insists he needs it. She questions why he needs so many mana potions. And, since the potion recipe has been lost, each vial is worth. The tank asks how they are going to deal with that thing, asking if there is anything they can do. Then he says that they must get out of there first, as the acid arrow must. A lot of gold. She asks if he knows this, and he confirms that he does, which is why he's asking her directly, as the Nautilos is definitely rich enough. But she says that the agreement has already been fulfilled, and asking him to help again would be going too far. But Paul tells me that the deal is over, but that doesn't mean their partnership is, and she says she's grateful for him protecting Mania through all of this. But it's not as if she completely trusts the boy. However, Paul then changes his approach, telling her to think of it as an extension of their agreement, if that pleases her, asking if she remembers promising an item from the vault's treasure, and requesting that she give him that item instead of one in return. He will find each of the Black Mage's followers in the Nautilus for her, and he's actually doing it with all of them, in those little boats, holding Leia's funeral, and he manages to find each of them using that item he has, and he thinks that, having regressed and received a second chance, is making things increasingly difficult for him. Meanwhile, Miner is sad in his room, and another pirate arrives, asking what is making him so upset. Depressed, she says it's nothing, and that she was just thinking about something. He simply tells the girl to leave, which she doesn't quite understand. He says he wasn't planning on eavesdropping on the conversation and swears it. but he knows that El Palm asked him to join his group. Then the girl starts to freak out, saying that he was making an absurd offer, but he explains that things only worked out for him this time because of El Palm, but those who killed Lei are still out there somewhere, and she must desperately want to find them and kill them, one by one, a sentiment he shares. And if she travels with El Palm, she'll probably have to keep fighting those followers. And it may not seem like it, but he has a feeling that the boy is. Friends, Philip, Jaden, and Alexis too. Then he says that everyone sacrificed themselves and starts screaming, overflowing with hatred, thinking that he can't accept this, and so he gets up and thinks of Gornte. Have a 1-minute cooldown. So they're going to recover, find an opportunity, and have to target the core that's in the head of that thing. At that, Max gets excited. Quite reliable. So he tells her to go with him, and he will be there to keep Noodlo safe, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. And she gets emotional about what G is saying, and he starts to smile, but says he's too weak to do it, and tells her that it's not cool of her to ask, but he's relieved, thinking that everything will be alright, since Kieran is there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, sailing through the waters of the Amazon, Prota is rowing for the captain, who stands pompously at the front of the small boat. He observes her as they approach a massive wall with a gate. Gigantic, and the people inside begin to point their weapons at them. At this, the captain simply grabs a torch with blue fire at the end and waves it at the gate. With that, the doors open. For him, and Prota is surprised that this is the vault where Ken's treasures are kept, and the vault is gigantic, filled with lots and lots of gold. He asks if he can get brief descriptions of the items he chooses, but Ken says that a pirate would never tell him the value of a treasure, and he will be the one to judge their worth. And the deal was that she would give him 2 items from her treasure and nothing more. And Prota comments that someone seems upset, wondering if it's because he offered Monner the opportunity to join his group. But, leaving that aside, this place is even more incredible than what he expected, because the Onyx Dragon Staff, the Dominator's Pendant, and the Ring are all there, leading him to wonder if it could be the Ring of the Dawn Guardian Angel, though he can't believe that. It's really there. He can only take 2 items, and needs to choose the best ones possible. Suddenly, he gets startled, looks to the side, and sees something. Kieran wonders if he has already made up his mind, but not so. Decided. He says he's certain that's what it has to be, referring to that man's item. And when the followers brought their activities to the surface after the day of the apocalypse, there were some among them who, his skill lies in baiting it, turning around to attack that thing. But then Shev calls out to him, saying they still have time, and asking him to leave it to him, simply getting out of there and jumping in the committed genocide against the Allied forces. So Prota is standing in the middle of all that fire, with bodies all around, and he remembers Lake, who was the traitor of the humanity. He had infiltrated the ranks of the Allied forces as a spy, betraying them all at a crucial moment to deliver a decisive blow, and he always carried that item, which soon became a symbol of fear. When Palm remembers that he lost so many of his companions because of that bastard, his anger continues to rise. Today, he obtained it there, after Nautilus collapsed. He declares that he will take that item first, noticing that the boy has a good eye, but questions why. She thought his attribute was other. As the boy continues walking around the area, he sees a glow amidst the debris and realizes that he has never seen that item before. He also cannot sense any form of energy coming from it, and maybe it's just an ordinary ring, but he finds it suspicious and wonders why an ordinary ring would be there. Just then, when he tries to grab the item, it goes flying, and Pro is surprised, and she asks what's wrong. He questions what the hell that ring is because it simply flew onto his finger before he could even touch it, and when Kieran sees that, her eyes widen, saying she's very sorry, but that ring is reserved for someone else, and asks the protagonist to choose something else. He says he completely understands, but the thing is, he can't take the damn thing off. Have you ever thought about what your life would be like with 9 fingers? Well, I think you're about to find out. Meanwhile, in another location, that subordinate follower of the wizard speaks with his boss, reporting that the mission in Gold Reach was successfully completed. He tells him that he did well. He then asks more questions about the W Palm, saying that they should have finished by now. But at that moment, that person, he heads toward that thing and asks him to wait, as they have to attack together. And so, when he gets close to that thing, Max is simply cut in half by that thing with his arrow, starts to tremble with fear, begging for forgiveness, and says that the Palm extermination mission was a complete failure. His leader becomes consumed with hatred, shattering his throne, and demands to know about this failure. Jonan, if she's serious, even with the fragment of the night, they messed up. After all, He spent so much time and money building that guild, and it's full of incompetence. He says that this is his last chance, and if he fails again, he'll have to pay for it with his life. I'll give you some advice. If you want something done right, do it yourself, because you keep giving chances while chasing a chance, sitting on your ass on that throne. It's time for you to get moving. Go on, tough guy. Go face El Palms. Meanwhile, Manu finishes making her little bag, puts it on her back, and takes off, wanting to leave. And Dio, with Debo, asks if they're leaving already. He says yes, but they'll be back. After all, they have good drinks. And Ralph suggests working on his skill with darts, because even though it served him well, things have been good for him, since he won 4 million just from that. And Dio thinks this bastard is way too lucky, and Dio calls Palm to leave. He says, yes, but in the meantime, Meaner comes running, asking them to wait, and Deba is surprised. He then looks back, seeing Prada smiling, and she asks if there's room for one more. There. Meanwhile, in another corner, a boy is running around, killing some people, and fleeing with his friend. The two hurry to keep running and get out of there. Then the other one says that he already understood, telling that guy to stop looking back and just follow him, because if they don't keep moving, they'll be dead, as there must be something dangerous nearby. Then they see a gate with several stakes ready to kill anyone passing by, and they say that it should work, and then the other one tells him to run inside, saying he will activate it and follow, while then he wonders what is happening. There should be 10 seconds of cooldown left today. My friend, the deaths in this manhwa are brutal. The author simply doesn't care, lowers the lever, the other agrees, and heads there. As soon as he brings it down, he starts to boast, thinking that he really wasn't going to die there. But then, the universe makes him pay for having spoken too soon. Both of his legs are sliced off by a gigantic sword coming right at him, and he collapses, completely contorted. The one who had run ahead shouts, Goxiran, looking back and seeing his lifeless friend. Then, the door slams shut behind him. He keeps shouting Comirando to the other side, where his friend is already missing both legs, just a stump lying there. So, he urges his friend to run, while he still can, calling him an idiot and telling him that he at least needs to save himself. And when he glances back, he sees a lich atop a dead horse, looking down at him, imposing and grand. And after a while, Paul returns to speak with his manager, announcing that he's back, and the manager retorts that he returned empty-handed and still has the nerve to walk in there like that. But Paul explains that things were truly terrible, that the cave collapsed, and it's a miracle they even survived. But the manager questions this bullshit, especially after all that nonsense. But Palmer replies that he had an idea, not that it's an attempt to sugarcoat things. And he asks what kind of idea it is. The protagonist says that he was targeted by followers in that raid and decided to join his group, and he is surprised. That Monner, GoldenEye, wanted to do this. He said that the enemies can't stay quiet for now, but they will definitely make a more direct move next time. And so, he questions this next time, asking if he really thinks he's going to continue playing that stupid game. However, the protagonist thinks he can't share everything with the G4 Union right now, because waging an all-out war against the Canian Union at that moment will only help them get rid of the followers who are active, and they will never be able to completely eradicate the followers. Nothing. And the monster watches him, and once again throws a bunch of missiles at everyone, and it ends up that the crocodile group is completely torn apart by that acid, and the protagonist notices that the Ental that are hidden. But at this rate, the Garfo Union's patience will quickly run out, and he is running out of time. So, he says, it won't take that long, and he guarantees it, and it's already been a while. Later, Ralph is freaking out, asking why Prod accepted another member into the group without his consent, since his share of the rewards will decrease because of it. However, Debo says that she is a competent adventurer, and that's a good thing. Besides, he questions why the boss needs his approval when he is the leader of the group. Then Ralph asks who said that the competition is still going on and that he's only a temporary leader, reminding him that he clearly wasn't supportive enough to forget that crap. So Prot says that he may be temporary, but if he doesn't like something, he should let him know, as he can always challenge him for the position whenever he wants. And Ralph definitely backs down. He says he only cares about the money, wondering why he had to accept another person, and he storms off, all angry, while Debo thinks that idiot is way too greedy. But then he sees Prot leaving and questions whether he's already going, although he says he needs to go somewhere, so they'll take a break from training, and once outside, some men who were monitoring them notice that they are moving in opposite directions after leaving. Then those guys from the União Gafa ask him how many lives he thinks he has, because he's making things difficult for them, the bodyguards, questioning if they couldn't stay together, so it would be easier to keep them safe. So, they agree, and say they'll separate too, with some going after Ralph and others with Palm. Then Palm remembers, when she was talking to Ken, and she asks if he can't take it off, questioning if he's trying to trick her, and if he's implying that, somehow, the ring decided, who seemed to have finished, and says that his words were not wrong. However, a gold slime becomes stronger depending on the items it eats, and the skill's cooldown decreased as that he would be its owner. The pro says that he really doesn't have an answer for that, and Ken then thinks that this isn't good, because this ring belongs to someone, and she says that she doesn't know what to do anymore. Since he obtained the ring, he will have to personally visit the ring's owner to gain their approval. The protagonist actually goes to find her, and the woman he already met expresses her surprise at seeing him. Upon seeing him, he asks if that ring belongs to her, and she questions him about it. He says he came all the way there to get her approval, which she doesn't understand. He explains that the ring simply refuses to come off his finger, and that he wanted her ownership of the ring transferred to him. She sees the ring, is surprised that he can't remove it, and glances at the man behind him, and the guy simply agrees with her. She responds that she's afraid she can't do that right now because the owner isn't present. He asks if she can locate the owner, as he would like to speak with the person about this ring, and also how to activate its effects, and she realizes that she will have to do it. He questions her about it, and she speaks to El Palm, instructing him to consider it an official request, sending out a rescue party for Pier, the ring's owner and hero tracker. Meanwhile, Pier is in a dire situation, on the verge of being killed by some skeletons, and the protagonist remembers the day of the apocalypse, when numerous monsters were attacking. He reflects that the only hope for humanity, which was on the brink of extinction, rested on a few adventurers, one of whom was Freud's advisor, Evan, and also the one challenging the Luminosa's destinies, such as the great thief Phantom, the elf queen Mercedes, the axe-wielding heroine Iran, and the mysterious hero Shade. And it's said that the return of these 6 heroes was the hope that humanity desperately needed, and one of the heroes slays monsters with absurd ease. Furthermore, it's said that they witnessed absolutely supreme powers as they eliminated the it has become stronger, its size is normal, and the acid arrow's recharge time is almost non-existent. Now he understands why the previous groups failed, because its power has already surpassed his own. Monsters simply by raising their arms. And with that, they witnessed the miracle they performed, and were able to hope once more that they would eventually save the world this time around as well. However, they didn't realize that the power of the 6 heroes, who had just awakened from their prison cells, was incomplete. Moreover, during the fight against the Black Magician 800 years ago, the hero's items fell into the rift of time, and are somehow being discovered in the portals of this era. The Alliance was in ruins, and, therefore, unable to give the heroes enough time to regain their powers. But in this life, things have to be different. They must establish solid shields to protect themselves against the followers, and he will serve as bait to lure those bastards out, uniting the factions of Maple World to form a powerful alliance and change history once and for all. Currently, Giba is thinking that the scenario he's witnessing is absurd. In the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a multitude of cliffs around Kandra, the protagonist thinks it must be somewhere around there, noticing some marks on the wall, and asks everyone to put this somewhere, part of the body. Giba wonders what it is as he attaches it to himself. Then, that object begins to emanate magic, and he questions what's happening as magic flows everywhere. That magic interacts with the surroundings, revealing reality. He sees a portal and is surprised that it appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist explains that it's a skill of talisman. Mania comments that they never would have found it without what he was holding. The protagonist then mentions the hero tracker, because Pier supposedly knows a way to track the hero's items. He's surprised that someone actually knows about the hero's items, and, since that's the case, he'll save him no matter what, and enters the portal. Its class has grown so much that it's at the level of a yellow portal, which is 2 levels above a red portal. Then, he says that it is no longer a monster that a first-class adventurer can handle. When they enter the area, they arrive at some absurdly large ruins, but they quickly finish searching for this vainglorious person, since they cleared the first portal in only 3 hours, wondering if this isn't a new record. And then he says it was easy, since dealing with fire is more like a pork barbecue. But Menor tells him to stop boasting, because he's the most charred out of all of them, and that's kind of shameful. Menor says she's impressed, asking if he was just an adventurer in a single circle until recently. He says it's because he is very talented, and probably only second to the boss, and that he'll reach 3 or 4 circles in a short time. But then Ralph tells him not to get his hopes up too high, and Gibo asks if he is jealous. But Miner tells him to calm down because, contrary to popular belief, gaining circles quickly isn't all that good. And Gibo asks why not. And the protagonist says that when gaining circles, all your skills improve drastically. Repeating this in a short space of time is extremely demanding on your body. He needs to find the balance between physical development and enlightenment, otherwise his growth will eventually stagnate and backfire. Then Gibo asks if he's serious, and points out that he's gained 2 circles in a short amount of time recently. He was about to say that he mastered the attack very quickly, but the protagonist says he didn't have a choice. Initially, he had planned to wait about 2 months between each circle, and Miner is impressed that this crazy guy is talking as if he can gain circles whenever he wants. The protagonist thinks to himself that he couldn't even reach 7 circles in his previous life, and constant battles the circle can handle. He is certain that there are no more items in that dungeon, and that the quest appears to have failed. He remembers Abe's telling him to prove that Palm the Remediate was the answer, and life-threatening situations forced him to progress so quickly. But ironically, advancing so fast set a limit on how far he could ultimately go. And, because he knows the future, but then he asks if they don't think it's too hasty to rush to the second portal now, since their goal is to find someone and not clear the area. And if they find them, but he tells him not to worry, as they aren't being hasty, explaining that he checked every corner with his item. And then, Gibo notices that strange eye patch again. Remembering that the protagonist uses it from time to time, he asks if it will really tell him where that person is. He says that as long as they are alive, it will show them. But the protagonist notices something strange, noticing that there are hundreds or even thousands telling them to prepare. So Gibo asks why, and when he looks back, he sees a swarm of things coming. They notice that there are several skeletons. He asks what they are, and they notice that there are a lot of them. Then everyone is called for a strategic retreat, and Miner thinks that skeletons are not a good sign. Shots aren't very effective against undead monsters, and he realizes they were facing zombies and then skeletons, wondering if they anticipate encountering more undead. And Ralph speaks. He says that he has no choice, and that he will have to do something. But then, someone tells them to duck, and when they do, several monsters are killed by a barrage of arrows, and that person activates a lever, causing all the skeletons to fall down below, being thrown back in the process. Then they see those things falling, breaking apart on the ground. So, that kid talks about the protagonist's eye patch of clairvoyance, saying that the protagonist must be from the Silent Crusade. And thank God, he thought it was all over, and now that they are there, he asks them to please give him some food. To that and goes on top of the slime. The slime continues wandering around until it notices something coming towards it. Then, the protagonist hits it with a fire arrow, causing it to explode and lose one of its eyes. And the kid is almost dying, and that's the person they came to find. And when he collapses to the ground, Gibu gets scared. They rush to the boy's aid. He says he studied that place while he was there, stuck there for a month. Where are the devices and how do they work? Just like the skeleton's movement patterns, he has a few tricks up his sleeve, and maintaining the disguise is one of them. The problem is that his food ran out about 5 days ago, and as you can see, there weren't any monsters around to hunt and eat. Then, Giva asks if that's a talisman ability, and says that it's very cool, since they entered the place with only that thing placed on the wall. He says he was trapped and starving, but they arrived. So, Prota asks Pier, who has something that he wanted to ask him, but a boy answers with his mouth completely full of bread. So, Prota tells him to forget about it and eat first before answering, and Miner says it's a relief anyway, because since they also found the exit portal, they're going back now, saying that there's no need to go after the boss there. But the boy starts to speak, asking them to wait, explaining that he actually can't return yet, and requesting their help. Everyone finds this odd, and he asks for 3 days, wondering if they can keep it safe for 3 days, because he has located the item he's looking for and can't leave without retrieving it. He would feel extremely guilty towards his dead comrades if he did. He says he would love to continue the expedition, but he's not a good fighter, and, honestly, he can't do it alone. So, he says he needs everyone's help, explaining that 3 days should be enough time for him to find it, and they will be properly rewarded when they leave. But the pro asks how he plans to find it in a month, in just 3. Thinking this can't be how it ends for him, he gathers all of his mana, preparing yet another attack, and declares that no matter what, he will finish this. But the fire arrow that he was, throwing Godman everywhere. The slime feels the pain of having lost one of its eyes, and Palma wonders if it's because of its magic resistance, since he's sure he aimed directly at the core. Days, since they can't waste time on a lost cause. But the boy explains that he has been avoiding searching in dangerous zones, but he thinks he has an idea of where the item is. That's right, the leader of the evil guild begins observing the city where he is, and declares that Palm won't make it out alive this time. But then someone questions his certainty, and he ignores them. A being asks who's there. When he turns his eyes, he sees something terrifying and becomes scared to death. And so, a huge demon speaks to him, saying that he is completely disappointed in Evuloke, says he thought he was someone who could get things done, but instead he's having trouble taking care of a novice adventurer, asking how much longer he intends to embarrass him. And in front of that gigantic red spider, he kneels, speaking to the Lord, saying that he has no excuses and accepts any punishment. But the plan to kill that bastard is already underway, begging him to give it at least one more chance. Then the spider asks if he will take responsibility, saying that he will listen to him, and orders him to explain how his plan could possibly work. He acts tough with subordinates, but when someone tougher than him shows up, he lowers his head, right? It's always like that. It's always like that. And even with that distraction, the zombies continue hunting. They. But then the boy uses his telekinesis to kill several of them, attracting all the zombies and leading them to another area. He also uses the same telekinesis to trap those zombies behind a door, closing the lever. Then they reveal themselves from behind that talisman. And Debo says, "This is too much fun," saying that they trapped them inside, and this is going to be easy. But P says that they still can't relax, as it's impossible to permanently close a door because of Lay's mechanisms. And if one closes, its counterpart opens, and they will notice. From him. But the monster is quite strong, and so he says that, if that's the case, 4 more shots should do the trick. However, looking at the situation, he reconsiders and realizes that he needs to land at least 5. And they will eventually find the alternative route. But they think it doesn't matter, because they will find the item before they do. They are excited to see the legendary item, Hero. But then, another suit of armor appears before them, a gigantic suit of armor, wielding an even bigger sword. They think she must be somewhere near that statue, but they look around but don't find any items, and they ask Pearsall if she's sure they're in the right place. But Palm says that the air there feels different, and that they might find something if look carefully. Dib asks who he thinks built that thing, but Palm isn't sure. Minair, looking at it, begins to hope that the statue doesn't start moving. Just then, she finds something and says that there's a strange text there that she can't read, asking if they don't find that a little suspicious. Pearsall notes that it's a riddle written in ancient text and thinks it's giving them clues as to where the item is. Wanting to translate it, he begins to say what it reads. When the band starts playing music on stage, behind the deep, dark curtains, there's an actor under the spotlight who always watches them from above, and if you're willing, you must chase the light. Then Meaner, looking around, points to a door, asking if he thinks that also has something to do with it, since there's a strange symbol there. And Debo asks them to wait, because another one has appeared there. And Ralph finds other clotheslines around there, and they must be clues. To solve the puzzle, each symbol must mean one thing, and some seem simple, while others do not. Then Pierre notices that the text tells them to chase the light if they are willing, asking why they don't start by extending mana to that light symbol. And Debo does so, and the door with the symbol starts to open. They notice it's working. Shots, and thinks it's not like it matters anyway, and says he's just going to prove to Abe's that he can do what needs to be done. Then the monster throws an acidic arrow at Palm, but he asks if it's really that simple, because it was quite easy, but an explosion comes from inside, hitting part of the boy, and Kiri runs to Debo, shouting his name, but he only gets singed hair, black, not knowing what happened, and they start laughing because he has just been roasted, assuming that it is not the light the riddle was referring to. He was sure it was the sun, but it wasn't until notices something, noting that the stage behind the deep, dark curtains must signify the night. So the answer is the moon. He thinks this makes perfect sense and is absolutely sure. And Ralph starts to agree with him, saying that, as expected from a professional treasure hunter, he has good intuition. But, as soon as he puts his mana on the door, a huge rock bursts out, carrying him away with everything, and they all get really frustrated and freak out quite a bit. They're both annoyed because of the boy's deduction. He swears he'll get it right next time, and so, after a few attempts, they achieve nothing. So, he says that what they know for sure is that the traps are triggered if they guess wrong, and the problem is that they don't know much more than that. That what they are seeing seems related to the rock element, but they have absolutely no idea what that X symbol signifies, and the rest is just as obscure as the lightning symbol, which may be related to light. And Ralph points out that they simply need to tighten them, But then he expresses that they aren't certain if they've made the right choice, and what will happen if they are wrong, and Pierre begins to get nervous. But the protagonist suggests that there's a chance they are misinterpreting things, questioning why they don't solve the riddle first and try to find the symbol that corresponds with the message. He doesn't believe he was entirely wrong when he suggested that the stage behind the deep, dark curtain could represent the night, and the music played by the band could be the sound. Disappears from the front effortlessly, and the monster continues shooting its arrows at the protagonist. But even as he throws himself around, he continues to escape and uses his of insects after sunset, and since an actor is observing them from above, perhaps they represent the stars or the clouds, and if they eliminate the clouds, they must pursue the light. Then, he begins to notice that perhaps the answer lies with the stars, because they are searching for something that is always watching them from above, and the moon changes shape depending on its cycle and phase. Their light disappears in the sky, and the stars also move, but their light does not vanish in the night sky. So, that must be the answer. Therefore, he wonders what the stars represent and discovers that it was that X. And Menor notices that it wasn't a symbol for X at all. This symbol represents the light of the stars, and when he touches it, he's filled with fear. What if his answer is correct, and this is the right place, but nothing happens? He thinks that maybe they succeeded, and the two in the back are seething with hatred for having suffered for nothing. And Pierre asks if they can leave, since they should be able to find the item if they follow the correct path. But then something happens. Someone appears and asks if it's serious, and it's an apparently murderous woman, saying that they will take care of the rest of the way, attacking the boy. But the protagonist steps in front of Pierre, saving her life and stopping her attack. Pierre asks what happened, but he doesn't even have time to answer. The boy starts attacking her harder and harder, throwing the girl down. He tells her not to go so fast, calling her a rat and aiming his arrow at the woman. Attacking her and almost opening a hole in her. She disappears in front of him, and the protagonist is surprised, wondering if it worked, but she reappears a little behind him, completely intact. He notices that she has a teleportation ability, recognizing her as Bai or someone he already knew. Then, other people appear there, and both Debo and Kiri are surprised and wonder who they are. Telekinetic ring, thinking that he has to hit exactly the same point with absolutely no margin for error. But he notes that ordinary evil wouldn't even consider doing such a thing, but he is not ordinary evil, and those guys, who start to surround the group. One of the assassins asks her group if they are sure about this, because she thought they should wait a little longer, and it's a girl who is completely a shy little girl, but with gigantic weapons hidden under her rear. And she says that they need the hero item to compensate for these recent failures. But whatever. And she smiles in a totally psychopathic way, with a scar right above his nose, stretching from one side to the other. Then P asks how that's possible, since they shouldn't have been able to find the portal entrance because of the talisman's ability. And Palme says he has no idea, and even confirmed multiple times to ensure that no one was following him. But then one of them speaks to the boy, feeling sorry for him, and it seems that they caught him completely off guard, and he likes the curious looks on their faces, wondering why they didn't have that question for him. And just then, a shadow gets very close to Palm, almost attacking him from behind, and when he senses it and turns around, he's surprised, but ends up receiving the blow, being thrown far away by the punch, and when he gets up, noticing what happened, and starts bleeding. Debu is furious and asks what that person thinks they're doing. Then Ralph himself asks if he has to draw him a picture, saying that he is making money after betraying the protagonist. Okay, I wasn't expecting this plot twist at all. Seriously, I wasn't expecting it. A while before, in another corner, Ralph is all happy, looking at his money, asking what he would do without it, when someone knocks on the door, attracting his attention. So he puts the money in the buy safe, hides it well, and goes to the door wondering who it could be at this hour. Then he notices it's those bodyguards, telling them to stop bothering him and go back to their posts. But the guys, one of the titles he possessed in his previous life, was best telekinetic. And so he uses a fire arrow in conjunction with that attack, and once again hits the same spot on that slime, thinking that he needs to tell him to shut his mouth, saying that they are not his lackeys or anything like that. They are there because someone wants to see him. He gets scared by this. Then he says he was thinking it was a important business. He sends word that he is not interested and asks who is sending goons without offering anything. But then, another person appears, saying that it's too much trouble. On the contrary, he is startled when he notices that the woman is from the Kenya Mercantile Group, and she says that, in fact, she was hoping to discuss her offer with him directly. And he tells Debo that he is making money and he is dying of hatred, and he says they're scary, asking them not to look at him like that. But then, Kay asks if he extracted it for just a little gold. He questions this, asking if the kid is crazy, since even the Gaff Group bodyguards were guaranteed to receive triple their salary. And he tells the boy to guess how much Alpalm's head is worth, saying that it's an impressive 100 million per month. And he asks who would let an opportunity like that pass by, especially for free. But Menor starts shooting at him, making Ralph has to dodge. Then everyone suddenly appears, wanting to skip the talking and just kill all the boys. But at that point, everyone starts defending themselves, and that other weird girl goes towards Kir, saying she's going to start with her, and Kir asks if she really thinks that little trick is going to work, but the psychopath gets close to the girl, saying that of course it will, and Kir comes back, attacking her, almost hitting her, but she dodges beautifully, as if she knew everything she was doing, and she says that even though she learned to wield two-handed weapons from the Knights of Cygnus, she tends to only use her right hand when delivering powerful attacks, and, knowing her movement pattern, dodging her attacks is a piece of cake, and Deba is quite skilled in mana-to-mana combat, of 4 more shots. The slime also shoots at the boy, who starts running through the trees to escape with everything he has, grabbing a rope and throwing another fire arrow, hitting the same spot. Mana, but often shows weakness against multiple enemies, and they know everything about them, and they should just accept their fate, because they are going to die right there. So Manhwa sends them. She disappears from there, calling them cursed followers, attacking all the assassins, killing one, but the other manages to defend himself. However, Bayu appears behind the girl, saying that this is really expected of Takir's protege, and she gets scared and throws back, trying to hit her, but she uses her teleportation ability to disappear and attack Manhwa from another corner, wrapping her with her chain, pulling the girl by the neck. Then she says it's a shame that she's facing an enemy who isn't on her level, and starts strangling the girl with that chain. Menor suffers quite a bit from this, almost being suffocated, but Palme reacts again, launching a fire arrow at Bayu's chain, breaking it and throwing Menor to the ground, leaving the girl surprised. Then she asks, "What the hell is Ralph doing?" And he asks Bayu if she thinks it's easy to keep that idiot under control, trying to get to her in every possible way. He says that he broke his ribs in the first attack, so I doubt he'll last much longer, and Prota is actually putting his hand on his ribs so he can defend himself. But in the meantime, Pier ends up being completely impaled over there in the corner, and his eyes are already starting to lose their light from that attack. And at that moment, everyone shouts Pier, becoming desperate. But then the boy's form falls apart, and it turns out that it was just a talisman, and the assassin is surprised that he killed a talisman and not the real boy, and so he simply leaves from there, approaching another door and opening it, speaking to those who are there. And when he opens that door, he asks if they aren't curious to know what it does, and why he thinks he knows. And that thing is in the shape of a stone, and everything, again, and thinks he needs 3 more. The slime becomes increasingly irritated, attacking the protagonist with everything it has. But the boy keeps dodging, even in the air, preparing to launch, starts to shake as the gears are released, and Baju wonders what is happening, with that other psychopath, thinking that she has a bad premonition about this. So, the floor opens beneath them, they begin to fall, and the assassins are engulfed in smoke and taken down with them. They are terrified, trying to hold on, but they can't, and Kay screams to Debo, asking him what she's talking about and what he should do. Then he notices an opening. Kree yells at Menor to hold on, grabbing her hand, and also grabbing onto Debo. She asks Debo to do what he does best, and he tells them to hold on tight. He plants his axe in the wall, supporting all of them as they descend a little further, but managing to stop and get them inside one of those tunnels. And when they throw themselves in, they think they've narrowly escaped, but Debo is the last one to enter, and those gears keep turning. And with that, the ceiling above begins to close, trapping them in that place. They comment that this place is complicated, like a labyrinth, and they proceed through all those paths. Divergent, they might be connected to a different area. And Kerbonda, if they remember all those openings in the walls, she begins to suspect that some routes might lead them to her. With this, they might find El Palm if they get lucky, but many notes that the chances are they won't be so lucky. They are more likely to encounter enemies, and she ends up stepping into a trap that closes, leaving Adibo trapped, and they begin to realize, only now, that they are screwed. Then he asks, "What the hell?" talking to Adibo, telling him he's careless, but he says it wasn't him, and they end up activating more and more traps. The gears start turning, and the walls close in, and he notices that the walls, another arrow, and with that, he hits another location, Now there are only 2 shots left. He continues using that dagger with telekinesis to stay in the air and launches another fire arrow, but the monster are getting narrower. And so he starts to use solar cut on that grid. But the grid remains very resistant. She questions how this could be happening. Since the grid is assaulting mana, Debo also uses that, since the portcullis is protected by a strange energy. So Menor tells them to get out of the way, using the crushing bullet on that thing. The grate even bulges, but it still doesn't break, causing his attack to explode, and the area returns to being completely intact. And she begins to wonder how this is. It's possible, since the wall is already close enough to crush him, and Kiri becomes increasingly despondent. Then, Debo puts his hand on the wall and starts holding it back with his own strength, grabbing both sides and holding on with the strength of his hand. Then, looking at that, he asks Dio what's happening, and the creature is contracting its back and using its biceps, and he's pushing with all his might. He says he refuses to fall like that, and Manhwa is also helping him, holding on as best she can, asking Kiri to do something, since she doesn't plan on joining Leah so soon. Early on, Kir says he understands, but wonders what he can do, and if there's even a way. And Debo speaks to God, saying there's a change of plans, and that in fact, he was thinking about how he almost died in her place last time. He hates owing favors to people. He had been planning to rescue her from a difficult situation and pay off his debt that way. But then he asks if that's what Debo is talking about, but says he has no choice, and will have to be the knight in shining armor once again, asking if she can, please save him again. So, she calls him an idiot for joking in this situation, and tells them to hold on just a little longer, because, looking at the mana at the gate, ends up dodging it. He realizes that, considering its size, it's actually quite fast, but he thinks it's useless. Once again, he retrieves the fire arrow that missed, and attacks the... It's probably operated by magic, so there has to be something supplying mana to that contraption. He asks them to hold on tight until he finds and destroys it, saying that now he owes him 2 favors, so he can't die until he repays them. She ran off wanting to find the location, but the followers continued pursuing the protagonist, using a summoning clouds to take Pyr with him, fleeing from those things as they try to kill him in every way. And Nier says that each of them is literally a beast, and is scared that they are heading to a dead end, and he thinks the maze is absurd, wondering where they should go. But then he asks them to wait and buy some time, but the protagonist realizes that this won't work, releasing his arrow and killing several of the assassins who were after him, but he becomes very tired in the process, almost unable to endure it any longer. And Ralph says he already told them not to underestimate him, but then Baiju says that they have already cornered him. They can't keep running forever. However, what she didn't count on was that the protagonist's arrow still continued to fly, comes back and appears right behind her head, nearly hitting her. The explosion spreads everywhere, but Baiju uses his teleportation to appear behind him and escape it, already with Toba in his hand. Ralph starts mocking her, telling her not to die until he pays what he promised. Then the assassins continue chasing the protagonist, and one of them throws a kunai at him, Pyr himself, but the boy uses a protective talisman to defend himself. The assassin has no intention of stopping, and uses the ring on his hand to unleash a shuriken explosion. Seeing the explosion at point-blank range, the boy is almost hit, but the protagonist grabs him by the collar, pulling him away and throwing him to the other side to escape the blank. Summoning above his head is broken and shattered as he is struck directly in the middle of the abdomen. His blood begins to gush onto the ground, and the dragon seizes the opportunity to prepare another monster in the exact same location. And with that, its core becomes visible. The protagonist then appears right on top of that thing and goes directly for the last attack. However, the slime isn't stupid or anything and sees explosion. The explosion goes one way, and the boy runs the other way with El Palm, being carried like a sack of potatoes while complaining about the pain in his neck. But the protagonist doesn't care. To do this, he simply wants to keep him alive, tossing the boy to the ground like he's nothing. And when he falls, the kid prepares to continue attacking those assassins. And when they see him coming in a group, focusing on Palm, he becomes increasingly concentrated, launching his arrow and killing one of them, splitting him in half. Then they start throwing shurikens at the boy, who is completely tired from having to defend both himself and that other idiot. And he uses his arrow once again against those guys, but the assassins surround him more and more, and he keeps tearing apart everyone who gets close. And the little guy is already going completely berserk, but this comes at a price, and he is very tired, and there are still many assassins left who, even so, remain scared, because Palm is completely monstrous. Meanwhile, Kir arrives at a place where magic is happening, and that place is supplying mana to all the gears. He wonders if it is that, but still, even if it isn't the right thing, she doesn't have time to find anything else. However, she thinks that if this thing provides mana to every instructor, it will be. It's difficult to do anything because it's a tremendous amount of mana. She has no doubt about it and could free Deebs and destroy it. But then the psychopath gets close to Kiri again and attacks, on top of her, attacking the girl with Bato Jutsu Quintagio, passing through Kiri, completely cutting her with his Danko Sem. She starts spitting blood, falling on all fours to the floor, completely injured, and the psychopath thinks she is very lucky, as she will only have to kill her to be able to get rid of the other two as well, since she is the weakest of them. And she starts to smile at this, that the protagonist is close enough, and creates a hand to catch the boy. As it delivers the mosquito-killing slap, the protagonist looks back, and then activates his ring, and with that, the sword sticks into the information, wondering if things could get any easier than this. And since he doesn't like to be kept waiting, he tells her to get out of his way, as she doesn't have time to waste with people like. She says she's afraid she won't be able to accommodate such a bizarre request. By the way, she has a name, and asks to be called Cashier, and tells Kiri not to be so aggressive, asking, how about they discuss their situation? But Kiri insists once again, telling her to shut up and hurry up because she is busy, and Cashier notices that she is foolishly stubborn, so she has no choice but to kill her. She uses her summer rain attack against Kiri, who asks where she was hiding so many throwing knives, but ends up noticing that some of them aren't real, and Cashier continues to launch more and more of them at Kiri. She thinks this is bad because she can't tell which ones are real or not, and Cashier launches more and more, and one of them spins over the girl, who barely sees it and is hit from behind, but turns around very quickly, noticing that she can even attack from behind with her telekinesis. Kiri notices that she is changing, directing the blades, realizing that the situation is worsening, but then, more and more knives come towards him, and Kaisha throws one directly into the girl's stomach. But, contrary to what she was finding, he manages to catch that sword under his arm, avoiding being hit, and she notices that she isn't using telekinesis. Instead, she is controlling the trajectory of the weapons, using threads, which means she can use this to her advantage by pulling the girl closer to her with her strength. And so, Kaisha asks her to wait, because, just as she thought she would say that, she is wrong, and uses the fast blade to cut the girl even more, inflicting multiple wounds on her body with Ritter's 100 blows. And so, she jumps onto her own line, using Battle Jutsu, 6th stage, the ground, pulling him, and getting him out of the path of that hand strike. And when he falls to the ground, he activates his fire arrow once again, aiming towards that monster's face. But the slime puts its hand in, sweeping sword, cutting Kira even further, and the girl almost loses consciousness from the numerous blows she received, and is attacked from behind. And so, Kaisha jumps on her thread once again, and says she knew that she had no vocation for this job. But perhaps it's not too late to forget about her companions and run away now, unless her pride won't let her, that is. She'd better get out of here. And she says Kiri's full name, Kiri Proudman, and says that Kiri was born into a very prestigious house, with wealth and influence all over the world, and to think that they would let their own daughter follow such a dangerous path is too much. But the girl tells her not to dare say that, and Kaisa continues, saying she misspoke, but Kiri shouldn't be upset, because frowning is bad for your skin. However, she asks if the girl knew that, in Maple World, people from humble origins aren't given opportunities, saying that this is very unfair, since someone from a good family has a second and third chance, even without any talent. And apparently, she has a pretty big resentment towards Kiri because of that, and she remembers Kiri's childhood, throwing her to the ground and ordering her to disappear from his sight, saying she wouldn't even be there if it weren't for her family. And at that moment, she felt intense hatred for the girl. She mentions that her group consists of extraordinarily skilled adventurers, with the exception of one. He reflects on Ralph's combat experience, Mania's improvisation skills, Debo's tremendous potential, and El Palm's mysterious brilliance. As she was about to continue humiliating the girl, he asks, "So what?" leaving her speechless. She admits that he's right, she is weak. She still hasn't managed to bring a smile to her master or her parents. She still has a long way to go to reach the level of her companions, but that doesn't mean that she is superior. Forward to protect itself, and just like that, P gives me a smile, because the arrow goes towards its hand, but makes a beautiful curve right in front of it, hitting exactly in the core. Then it explodes, and the monster, to herself. Yes, at least you win in one thing. The author gave her a gigantic buff that the other girl must still be jealous of to this day. Then she attacks again, and Kiri tells her to shut her mouth, and to hurry up, since she already said she doesn't have time. And Kaja gets increasingly irritated, calling her stubborn and reprimanding her in front of her children, ordering her to know her place. Then, she uses her weapon puppetry, grabbing all of them and throwing them at the girl, who defends herself from all sides. Kir starts to follow some of the weapons with his eyes and uses Lunar Vision's falling moon to freeze some of those weapons in midair. Kaja asks what that ability is, since she wasn't told anything about it, and ends up noticing that her wires are breaking. She says that silly tricks won't get her very far, and uses the swift blade against the girl, delivering 100 times Ritori times blows. But Kir begins to see everything that is in front of her, and remembers her past. When someone asked if she really believed in that, questioning whether the girl honestly believes that the knights only accepted her because of her family, and she didn't have much to say to each other. And that person says that he finds it difficult for some people to see the real value of a treasure, and that she shouldn't be influenced by what others think about her, and shouldn't set limits on her own progress. And if she really understands what they mean, she will be able to believe in herself and become more powerful than anyone else. Then she starts countering Kaha's attacks, stopping them with her sword, and Kaha thinks that this is impossible, asking how she managed to reach her speed. And the girl begins to slowly turn the tables, attacking Kaha, throwing her back, and even her hair changes color. Then Kaha asks how dare she do this using dance without permission again, but her becomes desperate as it falls apart, and the protagonist takes advantage of the fact that the monster has been defeated to get out of there. After all, that bunch of acid has to go somewhere, and it becomes a tsunami, heading in. Attack doesn't hit the girl, and she starts to notice that he's dodging. And the girl remembers someone telling her that burning the enemy isn't all she is capable of doing, and the power within her, it's like the vast universe that exists out there, and she possesses two powers within her. Her hair completely transforms, turning bluish, and she utilizes the equinox cycle, summoning a gigantic sun above. Kashir is horrified upon witnessing this. The girl advances with that sun, ready to slice through her, unleashing her blast, passing directly through Kashir, and finishing with everything. Man, what a transformation. What beautiful hair. You're crazy, dude. Seriously, this author really knows how to draw. This manhwa is just too beautiful. Following that, she continues using that ice to finish the mana, and reflects on her master, saying that perhaps he is beginning to understand what he meant that day, that she cannot find her true self by forcing herself to be someone that she is not. But she's scared of realizing this too late. However, she decides to continue believing in her friends who trust in her, and ultimately, she saves both Debo and men, and so, she is overjoyed, regaining her self-confidence. Meanwhile, the assassins relentlessly pursue Pir, calling them smelly rats. They expect to find him quickly, but keeps using his talismans, saying that they can't keep avoiding them with tricks like that. Furthermore, Palm is at his limit, and he keeps urging Palma to hold on. The killers tried every possible way to capture the boy, but Palm continues to kill them in the most brutal ways imaginable. And Pir himself was also gradually able to defend himself with his talismans. He questions what they are doing, since that newbie clearly doesn't know how to fight. At that moment, Pir asks what is happening, because now they are messing with his pride towards the boy. So he once again takes that dagger, uses his telekinesis, throws it into the air, and is dragged up the tree, escaping that acid bath. And the boy looks, telling them not to underestimate him, and launching his talismans to attack as well. But those kunai break his talismans so easily that the boy admits he lied, begging them for, please let them underestimate him. But, while he draws their attention, Prota ends up finishing off those assassins with his arrows, even managing to kill each of them with a single attack. Time and time again, he gets more and more tired, eventually becoming unable to continue. But then Baiju appears once again near Prota, whispering in his ear, saying that the boy seems to be quite tired, very tired, and when Prota looks back, he doesn't have time to react, and ends up getting hit again. So, P calls Palm, and at that moment, he catches Baiju's attention. When she turns around, Prota comes back, even after being hit, in order to catch her. He launches a point-blank attack, almost blowing the girl's head off, and she backs up, trying to get away, and says that he is quite persistent. But when she notices, they have disappeared, and she is surprised by it. And Ralve says that this is getting annoying. She clearly underestimated El Palm, but she says that everything is fine, because his prey has already bitten him, and she glances at her knife, which is obviously poisoned. Pir is spitting up blood, black blood completely full of poison, and Pir asks if he's okay, but when he looks at the blood he spat out, he notices that it's literally acid, burning a hole in the ground. He asks if it's poison, and Baijo starts telling Ralph that Palme has maybe a maximum of 40 minutes left, because the poison that struck him is a potent substance, causing excruciating pain and fatal damage. He can't run very far, and Ralph remains silent, following her. Then she tells them that they are going to split up there, ordering them to make sure they do their job. Meanwhile, Palm stays with Pier and says that she really didn't expect things to be this bad, and she didn't. Back, seeing that a large part of the forest had been decimated by that thing. While everything melts around him, Palm descends, walking through all that dirt, and finally, should have insisted on exploring those ruins. She tells Prota that she's very sorry about it, but the boy tells him not to worry because it wasn't her fault, and her ability would catch him sooner or later. And this time, it's not a trick like when he faced the twin brothers. She actually uses her teleportation ability, and he says he will take care of Beijo, and he will do what he came to do. Then Pier asks what he came to do there. He says it must be the device that opens the door in the ceiling, and he comes face to face with that message that needs to be deciphered, and begins to look at it. He thinks that if his guess is correct, solving that puzzle will provide Mono with the device, and tells Palme to hang in there just a little longer, as he will try his best. And he keeps trying to do something while placing his talisman near Prota so he can defend him. And Palme tells him not to rush, because he also has something to do, activating his magic eye and observing that entire room. Meanwhile, Ralph is with the assassins trying to go after Prota, telling them not to do anything, even if find them, because he belongs to them. But the assassins say they have no reason to listen to him, and Ralph questions what he's talking about, telling him to tell his boss that. But then, a ball of fire came towards them, and Ralph asks what is happening, and that fireball kills all the assassins, taking everyone away. And the protagonist is literally using the boat, seeing everyone's position and killing them with his arrows. He says he's not seeing him anywhere. And how is that possible? He wonders if he's using that mana monocle to place the entire structure within his reach. The crazy guy is really fierce. A see-through-the-wall hack is trash, huh? This is grounds to call the GM, call the ADM, you're going to be banned. And so, he finds what he was looking for there, spotting the core of that thing, picking it up with telekinesis, and bringing the core he finally obtained into his hand, and it shines brightly in the boy's hand, until his last arrow heads towards Ralph, but disappears right in front of him. While Ralph is shaking all over, Pirla, along with her puzzle, says that it's perfect, and she has finally completed it, saying, "Who obtained the device must operate it immediately." He's almost there, but then he looks back and sees that Palm is no longer active, and he asks him to keep going. But things end up not working out, and Kir's ice is also summoned. The boy grows more and more desperate, wondering what's happening. And the mana supply was cut off, and the hand passes through his talisman and goes to the boy's shoulder, and Ralph arrives, saying he's finally found him. And so, some ice chains continue to break, and Debo asks if they heard something from behind. She questions it, and when she looks back, they see water coming towards them, and she starts to help, asking what she's seeing, and they are swept away by the water, and no one understands anything as they are swept away by the water, being thrown near other areas. And Beiju starts generating that annoying sound, asking what it is. They need to hurry, asking where Ralph is, but then he appears, complaining that she's too loud, and says that what she's hearing is the sound of water gushing all the way through. This place is going to be flooded, also. Then she tells him that he was acting so confident, and she wondered if he had run away, but it seems he has the nerve to talk so much. He says he suffered a lot to be able to bring those, too. But then she asks about the people he gave, and he says they all died, adding that they were useful in their own way, so it wasn't a waste. She asks if everyone was killed, and he questions why, asking if she cared about them or something, and says that he finished the job successfully. So now they will settle the remaining payment. Manages to use his power to create a shield around himself, and thus, he leaves the dungeon, returning to Abe's, who cannot believe what just happened. Then Abe's notices that, apparently, he wasn't first, and he delivers El Palm after that. But she says he's still alive, it seems, and he says, of course, asking what would happen if he killed him, and she said absolutely not. The deal was closed. She finds his attitude annoying, but that side of him is what makes her trust him. And there are the 100 million mesos, as promised. He starts laughing, tossing both of them on her, ordering them to take it all, saying it was good doing business with her. Then, she starts pulling out her daggers and says that this is a pretty boring end for Palm, considering that he screwed up a lot with her merchant group in Kenya, but she says that in the end, this is all for the Black Magician, or better yet, for her master, Lord Evoke, and begins to cut the protagonist with all the pleasure in the world, saying that it's finally over, but it turns out that those were just talismans, and they were her men, and she questions what she is seeing. And so, Ralpha appears right in front of her, surprising the girl, and she starts cursing at him while he hits her with everything, but she teleports behind him while dodging his attack and says that she shouldn't have trusted a man. Disgraceful, just like him. And so the protagonist begins launching his fire arrow at her, almost hitting her each time as she teleports away. Then she notices that he had been working with El Palme all this time, and she questions how he dares to play with her, but she doesn't need to worry. After all, enough time has already passed for the poison to spread throughout his body, and since they've reached this point, she just needs to confirm his corpse and be done with it. But just then, the protagonist's bullet flies toward her, nearly hitting her, but she barely escapes, then asks if he's there to thank her for showing up and lessening his workload when he's already practically dead. But then, another talisman is activated, and the protagonist appears behind her, just showing off, after all, but thinks there's something strange there, since he came back alone again and without the item he was hired for. However, the boy explains that those he put in his group, along with the Nimbus Cloud, and he's already about to cast another spell, preparing yet another arrow to sink into her, and she asks how he's doing so well, seeing that the protagonist is 100% recovered, hitting her from behind and throwing her around. That's when Ralph tells him to take it easy. I immediately watched to see if it was really effective, but it seems she's very resistant, and she asks Ralph why, since she thought he was someone who would do anything for money, and he says, yes, he would do anything for money, but if they win, the world will be destroyed. So, the money he worked so hard to earn would become toilet paper, and why would he help with that? And he joins their side. It was just his plan with Al Palm, from the beginning, and Al Palm knew that Kenya, who was cornered, would want to send an assassin, and he read them like a book. And the moment she laid her eyes on Ralph, the result was obvious, and she asks if hurting Al Palm in the first attack was all to trick her, and he questions her about the hurting part, asking if she knows who he is, to say that he is the best healer in Maple World, so the wound heals quickly. Of course, he would have been in trouble if he had actually attacked him, but he didn't want to go that far, bragging, and thanks to her, he easily earned 100 million like that. She is alone now, and growing increasingly angry, saying that he will regret this decision as she invokes all of her magic to try and escape. But meanwhile, Kir and the others are underwater, and Thibaut goes to her, picks her up, and climbs out of the water with her. She stops to breathe, and Miner also manages to get out, asking what happened. Debo says that, in any case, this is not a good situation, because water is gushing from all sides, and it won't be long. A blast of fire towards the boy. As that hellish fire rushes in his direction, he thinks that he really is a pathetic piece of garbage and questions why things had to end up this way. If only were amateur hunters who plotted to steal his items, and when he left to prevent that from happening, they encountered the boss, and it seems they all died. Then, Abe's is surprised that 30 minutes before that place is completely filled with water, and she begins to realize that he only has 30 minutes left, and, as she suspected, there is no way to escape other than to open the roof. But since she destroyed the energy supply, there's no way to break through. Then they begin to notice something, and something falls out of one of those underwater passages. He questions what it is, but when he looks up, he sees that the statue is moving, something they definitely didn't want to happen. And at that moment, Beiju begins to remember her past, when she was amidst terrible destruction, and killed her first person. And she keeps telling that person to go to hell, but her master tells her that hell is too good a place for trash like him, and he just paid the price for his actions. But her future isn't exactly better than his, since she has blood on her hands, and revenge is over for Beiju. And he tells her that, now committed, now her life belongs to him. And so, at that exact moment, she gets increasingly angry, attacking with everything she has, going after both Proto and Ralph, tearing their heads off. But it turns out they were just clones. She wonders when he'll give up, since using clones is an old trick, and most are just harmless, false illusions. But the problem is that the real ones are always nearby, attacking her. At this point, Pierre says they need to hurry because he can't keep using his talisman abilities forever. And when Proto hits her, she uses her teleportation. He starts tracking her with his eyes, launching flashes at Bejol, nearly hitting her, but the girl teleports again to go behind Pierre, appearing there and almost catching him. He says she almost got him, and she seems excited, but doesn't accomplish much. And so, he manages to hit her, causing her to. They died to the monster, and he says it was a golden slime. Then Abe's is surprised, because if it was that thing, then all the items inside the portal would have melted. And the boy, Bleed, he says he did a great job summoning his other self to attack, betting she can't tell which one is real and which one isn't, and Ralph is also doing his part, wondering what it is and what happened to her confidence. He continues to attack, and the girl tries to defend herself by throwing her daggers attached to that chain, but he dodges from the front by a hair, but she pulls it back and starts wrapping that thing around his neck. He questions what's happening, but says it's a good attempt and that this won't work, trying to hit her and forcing her to teleport away. She reappears behind him, wrapping the chain around his neck and nearly suffocating him. However, the protagonist appears over there to cut her chain and free him. And Ralph, now freed, kicks her in the middle of the back. As she curses him, the protagonist sees an opening and goes on the offensive. But she still manages to react, nearly hitting Pier, forcing the protagonist to save him. At that moment, Palma begins to use his telekinesis to control all of those. The staffs come at her, nearly hitting her, but she manages to evade them all and counterattack as well. And Pier thinks that the three of them are absolute monsters, engaged in an absurd fight. So Ralph keeps trying to land a hit, and the girl runs away, also dodging the protagonist's attacks. And the two surround her and manage to land increasingly forceful blows, causing her to spill even more blood. But she continues to use everything at her disposal to stay in the fight, using various assassin skills and the flash of darkness, causing the entire area to erupt with multiple shadow cuts. Then the two are thrown in all directions with a single attack from her, and she also drops her weapon, her arm bleeding heavily, and thinks that she really confirms this, and Abis is outraged, because the thought that all the items rented from the Merchant Union were destroyed is a loss that cannot be ignored. But he says that the problem is also that this is going to kill them all, even if it's the last thing she does, with the bleeding in her arm causing her blood to gush like a river. But then she starts to hear the sound of water, and the water, it really takes over the whole place, taking everyone with it. Pier starts getting dragged away, forcing the protagonist to go after him, and Ralph manages to secure himself with a dagger, thinking that what appears to be the time ran out, but he kissed her underwater. He manages to observe, even while trapped, and goes after him with everything he has, leaving an X-shaped cut on Ralph, intent on killing him. He is in disbelief, and she is becoming increasingly berserk, saying she's going to kill them all, repeating it over and over, going after Ralph once again, sticking to his back with her dagger, and he falls to the ground, completely injured, while being thrown into the water with her. And then Palm shouts Ralph, seeing that his situation is definitely not good, and then, underwater, she becomes completely scared, because Ralph is still there, struggling, and she uses her teleportation more and more, and then, Ralph begins to feel her venom, looking back and seeing that she is about to attack. Then he stops. She attacks him with her hand, but even so, he manages to pull out his cross and unleash his sacred power, creating a crazy glow down below. She questions what that is and how it's possible, because he's still attacking her. She notices him using the shovel, realizing that he's neutralizing the poison, and also that he healed Palm. He continues to attack while she uses teleportation, but, in doing so, he almost manages to catch her using the sacred magic shell, and she notices a barrier. His hand passes through this barrier, nearly catching her, and she's startled to see that his hand was open and almost grabs something from her chest as she teleports away. She thinks about that movement just now, wondering if he figured it out, and says that it was close, but he didn't succeed. Guy came back alive. So, it is said that there are some common rules for portals. First, the number of people entering is limited, and only the number of people marked on the entrance pillar. Resist, because she was literally bragging about it, about her teleportation artifact right there on her chest. He says it's time to end this, going after the girl, and each time, but trying to land punches on him. She barely escapes as she is pressed against that barrier, and he tells her that it's useless, attacking her again, and she teleports away. But when she appears behind him, he asks if she's trying that again, hitting her right in the middle of the stomach, making her lose her breath and bleed. He says he has already identified her pattern of movement and that he's not that stupid, hitting her more and more and saying that it was fun while it lasted. But then she loses control, sticking the knife into that shield, telling him to shut up, mouth, throwing Ralph backwards, and, thus, she raises her hand to finish him, saying that this is not fun at all. But the protagonist was just helping, and launches an arrow that tears off her arm, right at the elbow. She, seeing her arm go flying, starts to scream and sees him from afar. And, Palm is increasingly prepared to continue playing, but Ralph orders, she doesn't. I forgot that he was also there, delivering a powerful punch to her face, throwing her away, pinning her against the wall, and with that, her teleportation artifact is finally destroyed. She realizes that she can no longer use darkness teleportation, and if she continues at this rate, she won't be able to complete the mission, but she believes she can't give up. She must fulfill Master Volk's order, charging at him again, and declaring that she will kill him no matter what, but Prota simply uses his fire bullet in her direction. She even tries to stop that fire bullet head-on, using her dagger in its darkness form to confront the attack. He keeps thinking that there's no way he's going to make it out alive, staring, can enter, and after that, the portal will be deactivated until everyone inside is annihilated. And second, there are entry limitations based on the difficulty level and circle level. And, directly at that fire, and it begins to burn her skin and disfigure her face. She says that even if her body disintegrates in the process, she needs to do this. The dagger keeps breaking more and more, and she ends up losing another arm in the process, which goes flying off. But then, his bullet finally disintegrates, and she grabs the knife with her mouth, thinking that she will do this for Master Volk. Already sporting a disfigured face, she's holding the dagger with her mouth as if she were Zorro. But the protagonist tells her that it's really a shame and that she could even do that. But he still has one more shot prepared to be fired in her direction. And when that shot comes her way, she has nothing she can do. After all, she's already almost like a turtle, staring straight ahead, with that completely burned face, at that shot. And at that very moment, as her life flashed before her eyes, she remembered Evil saying that she had done a good job. Then, she stopped biting the dagger, letting it fall, and became happy seeing the image of Evil. So, she asks him to please forgive her, while she is completely disintegrated by the protagonist's attack, with his dagger stuck right beside her. My friends, brainwashing is a complicated business. The girl gave her life for a guy who will probably end up calling her useless. Yes, my friends, life is tough, and if you want to see more of this manhwa, which I personally find completely absurd, leave a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. I'm out. While Bejo signs his contract with Vasco, Minera's situation is that she's up against Aldaran, firing her crushing bullet at that thing. She starts to question how he can move around in the water while shooting at that thing. She manages to open some holes, but starts to fall because she hit her mark. But there isn't much solid ground left. Besides that, the sword difficulty levels are indicated by colors, which range from red to purple. And those with circles above the gate's difficulty level cannot enter. And third, one can only use almost hits the girl's head as he throws his sword at her with everything he has, but Debo saves her at the last moment, grabbing the girl and sticking himself to the wall along with her. And that monster, he continues to pursue them through the water, relentlessly launching attacks, but he also arrives to assist this time, employing his ice magic to freeze the water, halting the creature's movements. Consequently, she realizes that destroying the statue isn't their immediate priority. They require a new power source to open the ceiling. The only thing she can think of is something he already possesses nearby. Miner begins to understand and attacks the statue to divert its attention. As she successfully draws the creature's attention, forcing it to defend itself from his attacks, Deba emerges from behind and strikes the monster's head. Subsequently, they realize she needs the mana stone from that bastard, but they caution him to be careful, because he mustn't break the mana stone. Instead, he should target the breakable parts of the creature, and once they pinpoint the stone's location, she will be able to do something. But in the midst of this, that statue starts to crack, and its eye begins to glow. And then, the wound that Debo had inflicted on it begins to heal, and his foot becomes trapped by the stone skin of that thing growing around him, and he begins to find it strange. And the monster starts to emanate mana throughout its entire body. It reaches its hand toward Debo, trying to grab him, and he continues, saying that he can't move his foot, and that he sees that hand almost reaching him, so he shouts for him to be careful. However, there isn't much the boy can do, other than look at that hand coming towards him in fear, coming in his direction. But at that moment, Ralph's sacred magical shell envelops the boy, protecting him, and Debo is completely surprised to see him there. And Ralph tells the boy that he has been calling him for a while now, the portal just once. And this is the biggest obstacle when dealing with portals. And, if anyone who enters manages to survive and come back out, the portal they used is destroyed and cannot be used again. Then the barrier breaks as Ralph takes Debo away, saving the boy, and the monster ends up slapping at its own body uselessly. So Debo continues calling him traitor. But Ralph questions this, saying that it's not right to say that to their father. But then Paul appears, telling them to stop playing around and uses his fire bullet on that monster, hitting him right in the back, making him double over in pain. And when the monster starts to give way under the pressure, they are surprised, and Kiri notices that it is the fire arrow, saying that he knew his top boss was alive, and Palme is together with Pier, bringing the boy closer to them. So Dio asks them to be careful, as he can't break the mana stone. However, the protagonist uses his eye patch to be able to identify where that mana stone is, managing to see it inside the golem, and with that, he starts to devise a plan to get that thing. He says he understands Dio, telling him to hold on tight and endure. Then he uses his telekinesis on the boy's axe. He is surprised that his weapon is moving on its own, asking what is happening, and tells his boss that he will, getting hit while being taken there, and the monster tries to catch him in the air, saying he liked this tactic and will help. But then Depot says he doesn't understand anything, while the girl, for some reason, starts hitting the monster together with Kiri, and he is thrown all over the place as the two tell him to just go. He says he finally understands and that he's the hero this time, asking them to leave it, with him now activating his magic on the axe and hitting the explosive cut right in that hole. And with that, he manages to enter the monster's body, seeing where its mana stone is. But when he enters the body, that hole that was opened by his attack closes automatically, and the monster returns to action, looking for more enemies. Then Ralph asks, if the adventurers who entered the portal don't die, there won't be any other chances to use the portal again. Abe's then notices that the portal is already gone and that it is a lost cause, and thinks that thing, if his son tasted good, and says that if it's full, it should spit him out now, hitting it hard right in the middle of that thing's abdomen, breaking it and opening a hole. And with that's it, Debo manages to get out of there and return to him, and he immediately comes out with a core, saying that another one bit the dust, throwing himself outside, and the monster falls to the ground, dissolving, sinking in the water. So, after defeating a monster, they go to the surface to breathe for a bit, and Pier notices that this is bad because the water level is rising faster, and Manor says that they're too close to the ceiling, but they're still trapped. But Debo tells them not to worry and to hang in there, because he should be back soon. And Prota is swimming, using his artifact to breathe underwater and take that core to where it needs to be taken. He says he has at least 3 minutes now. He hopes he's not too late because Pier has already configured the opening device, and the door should open as soon as the power is supplied. He doesn't have time to think. He'll find the shortest route and get there as quickly as possible. He can, and he continues, using his eye patch to map out the location, swimming as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Ralph has barely any space left to stay above water. He figures that, at this rate, he's going to kiss the ceiling. He tells them to get ready to hold their breath, because the water is finally reaching the ceiling. They really do hold their breath and go underwater. And the protagonist thinks that this isn't good, because at this rate it will take more than 5 minutes. He has no choice, and says that he will have to force his way through. He's right on the designed side where he needs to place that core to give strength to the location. So he starts gathering magic in his ring, and uses that magic to create a dome inside the water, where the water cannot. Honestly, it would be difficult for even first circle mages to deal with gold slime. He says he understood, and that he was the only one who made it out alive. And, as he already told him, since all the items melted, enter, allowing him to make his fire shot. He thinks he only has this one shot, using the flaming orb to break that wall. And when the wall is broken, he launches the core, using his telekinesis to take him down there and activate the entire mechanism. And with that, things really start working again. Magic flows throughout the place, and the gears begin to turn. The upper door actually opens, and everyone swims toward it, finally able to breathe again. And Deba states that he was very scared of dying, and Kiri is overjoyed along with the others. And they say that they are tired of that place. And Miner asks, please, that thing doesn't move either. And Pier says he didn't know. But then, Debu calls his boss, asking what's going on, happened to him. And from the middle of the water, Prota comes swimming as fast as he can, trying to escape and be able to breathe again. But he starts to lose consciousness because he has been down for too long. Then Miner goes to him, descending to Prota and delivering some oxygen to the boy. Meanwhile, he dreams of someone, telling him that he's being hard on himself again. He remembers his past, questioning where he is, and seeing his old companions. So, they tell him to rest a little if he needs to, asking for him to take it easy, because he did a good job. He realizes that this is a memory from the past, and he remembers this as he tells them that he's okay, because he promised that to all of them. And once outside, he comes back to life, waking up surrounded by everyone, and Menor is shocked by the boy suddenly getting up like that. He asks what happened, wondering if she saved him. And Dio says that it's a good thing he's alive, because the boy had them worried. He says that, for some reason, he doesn't feel much pain, and Ralph says it's all thanks to his, so he understands why the boy couldn't return them, but says that, regardless of the reason, the fact remains that he failed. But then, the boy says that Abe's is being quite patient, as he's still healing abilities. He then just agrees and tells everyone to leave, but he notices that something is wrong when he looks at me and doesn't even ask what happened, because she's completely flushed. All embarrassed, she says it's nothing. She's definitely remembering the big kiss. Oh, I don't want to say anything, but I already like this couple. And, after they continue on their way, Ralph tells them that everything, that was part of his plan, and Debo is surprised. He confirms that it was, although they had to improvise a little later, but Debo says that he should have at least told them, because they were worried. But Ralph says that you have to deceive your friend to deceive your enemy, otherwise, they couldn't have done something so realistic. But Paul asks if he's serious, because he had the feeling that his first attack was to test them. He says he doesn't have time to waste, not wanting to touch on the subject, as they need to hurry. But they ask why he's taking that woman's body, and Ralph says that he will be useful, as they need to honor their part of the bargain with Mercantile Gaff. But then Ralph asks them to wait, and leaves. Running ahead, Debo asks what's wrong, and the boy replies that he's finally found what he was looking for. Then Kay asks if that's the hero's item, referring to the thing shining in front of him. And they ask the boy if he's sure it's the real deal, wondering how he can confirm it. Pierre says he's sure, because it looks exactly like the description, and this must be the storage key of the great thief, Phantom. And the protagonist explains who Fenton is, the greatest thief in Maple World, who kept some of the most incredible items in his warehouse, according to what he heard in his past life. And if this pendant really is the key to his warehouse, things are going to get very interesting. And Pyrrha thanks them, as he wouldn't have gotten this far without he were stronger. If he only had one more chance, then things would be different. But at that moment, someone throws water in his face, and he wakes up startled, noticing that he is no longer. He hasn't finished explaining. He questions what the boy is talking about, and Palme comments about the gold slime, showing something to Abe's, which makes his eyes widen, and says that them. But just then, a rock starts to fall on the boy's head, and the entire ceiling begins to collapse. Ralph thinks there's no way this is happening. Then Debo also realizes that something has gone wrong. He then asks what they're waiting for, and tells everyone to run. Following that, they question why the boy grabbed the item so carelessly, and without thinking, since he should have anticipated this. He simply says he's sorry, then asks if they see the tower over there, explaining that they should head towards it because there must be an exit, and it should already be open. Then they question if the boy is certain, telling him not to say such things if he isn't sure. But when he looks ahead, he sees even more of those skeletons, and realizes that more are approaching. However, Ralph tells them to leave everyone to him, ordering them to go, as he uses the source of revenge, sacred energy, and all the skeletons are swept away by that power. Then they ask him why he didn't use it sooner. He explains that it's because this ability consumes a lot of mana, and each of them owes him 5 million meso for it. But since they can't take it anymore, they inquire if anyone, a mocking tone, hinting that they are in deep trouble. Then the Prota tells them to calm down because he has a plan. He asks Pierre to use the teleportation talisman to get them out of there, but Pierre says he doesn't have any left. So the Prota tells him to use the invisibility talisman, but Pierre says he doesn't have any of those left either. Then the Prota asks what he times have, and Pierre says he has a bomb talisman. So the Prota tells him to use that thing quickly. So Pierre throws the bomb talisman into the water, and it explodes everything, making that monster disappear for good. And the Prota tells him he did a good job. He ate the slime, increasing his circle once again. Then, he is surprised that the boy now has 2 circles, since he absorbed the gold slime's mana stone. And Pomi thinks this is Then they get out of the water, and the Prota says that they need to get out of there quickly, because he doesn't know if there are more monsters nearby. Then they start running again, and end up arriving at a Kiri. So, the girl understands immediately, using the crescent moon of lunar vision to freeze the entire lake, and she notices that it stopped its movement for an hour. But that thing starts to scream, and at that moment, he tells her to shut up, using his bullet against the monster in a gigantic attack that causes a huge explosion. And so, Pierre tells Palmondo to look ahead, saying that he has already seen it, imbuing his staff with mana and creating an explosion to pierce that wall. So they quickly pass through, but then they tell Pierre to be careful, as the tower may collapse because of it. They start to run away, but when they look ahead, they are scared to death because the portal is right there. They don't have time and need to go straight through, telling them to jump into the portal on the count of 3, and, when the moment actually arrives, everyone jumps from the cloud, throwing themselves into the portal and fleeing from that location. Meanwhile, that spider with Evoke will talk to him once again, saying that he feels Baijo's presence even more strongly, realizing that this likely means she is dead. And Avu, scared to death, says he has no excuses and will take responsibility, asking her to kill him. But then the spider reflects on responsibility, saying that he can easily kill him whenever he wants, but before that, he will let him see something fun. After all, having more viewers always makes everything more fun. So Ev is terrified, wondering what the spider is going to do, and she says, it's time to introduce the new players. Meanwhile, in another location, a guy who I have no idea who he is, says that there is still hope, and since the portal is still active, the young master must be alive. He suspects that he is trapped somewhere, enough to prove himself, and, now committed, he should give him the E rank, but he says he will give the boy the D rank, and Pommy is very surprised. Abbas says he will give him the D rank, and says, place waiting for help. And fortunately, there is still room for 6 more adventurers. He will assemble a rescue team with the best people he can find. But at that moment, that nobleman remains. Terrified, she thinks about Jack. Just then, Laura learns about the news concerning Jack and asks if that Jack was arrested. Her subordinate replies that he is the son of the richest man in MPLE world, and his group had skilled bodyguards equipped with various rare items. It's hard to believe that such a group would have trouble clearing a level portal. Orange. She thinks Kania must have done something again, but the thought of them laying their hands on the most influential merchant guild makes her wonder if they no longer care about hiding their abilities, and she thinks something is definitely wrong, and they should contact Gold Rage. But then, she notices someone opening the door and thinks that she wasn't expecting anyone. Then they start arguing, and Prota says he already said no, but Pier asks if he even knows the true value of it, saying that he can't let this opportunity pass, and they both realize that, Voice asking if it's serious, and Pier tells Palma that the ring isn't even his, so why is he being so annoying about it? But the protagonist says that, as he already stated, it's not that he won't give it back, it's that he, literally cannot. Then she realizes that she's sure, there's no mistake, it's Pier, but the protagonist, the human boy, tells him to shut up, saying that this isn't cool, telling him to return his ring, and calling the protagonist of a thief. And he says he brought the idiot back compromised, but he keeps asking who the idiot is, demanding he return it, and the girl realizes that everything actually worked out perfectly. Meanwhile, they release the latest news that Jack Rich was trapped in the portal, and say that it doesn't make any sense at all, because they thought that was the best 3-circle group ever, and that's not even, that he will do even better, because if he starts working with him, he will treat him as a C-rank adventurer. With that, the boy signs the contract and has the collar removed from his neck. Important, as Gold R is forming a rescue team and offering a reward of 1.5 billion meso to bring her back safely. And everyone is totally surprised by this and thinks that this will definitely attract renowned adventurers, and perhaps they should apply. So, Debota, whom everyone is talking about, and Ralph, who is crying, says that this is what he's saying and asks where Palm is at such a crucial moment because his healer instincts to rescue people burn with a flame, but Diego tells him to stop messing around, for it's more like a cheapskate's instinct. Then he wonders why they are in the favela, saying that there were many stores in the market, and it's not like the boss asked them to go to a specific place. But Ralph says that he has his reasons, and he will find out as soon as he gets inside, and when they enter that establishment, the owner is sprawled out there, and Debo notices that he is extremely dusty, too much, asking if he's sure it's the right place, and Ralph says that it's been a while since he's been there, and calls out to Gary, telling him that he has a client, and ordering him to wake up. He's surprised. Seeing Ralph and Diego, he wonders if they're friends, thinking that if they are, he might get a good discount, so he mentions it's been a while, even thinking that Ralph was dead. The two engage in a somewhat passive-aggressive, even overly aggressive, exchange. Gary tells Ralph that he thinks this is their first meeting since he betrayed him and ran away, but he asks if that really happened, and Gary keeps repeating, happened, asking if he's crazy, and threatens to cut him into little pieces and feed him to the sharks. Then Ralph tells him to relax a little, and Devo questions what he's done this time. He says he had his reasons back then, but this time it's different, and he says that maybe seeing this will. Then, he says that normally, at rank C, someone who isn't in the 3rd circle would be considered to be receiving preferential treatment, since adventurer ranks are heavily influenced by, make him reconsider, showing Gary a pile of money, but Devo notices that the money belongs to the boss. Gary remains quite aggressive, but says that he's his brother and is like a own brother. And so, they get along well, and Dio notices that they are definitely best friends. Then Gary asks what he's looking for, and tells him to spill it, because they have a little bit of everything, and Ralph says that he needs improvement scrolls, so Ralph confirms that he has them, and he says that of course he does, showing him a pile, but Dio is surprised that they are just normal scrolls. But then Larry asks if he doesn't know how to appraise them, and so Ralph says that's why he came, acting as a kind of guardian for him, and Dio asks what he expected, since he has never used them before. Then they explain to the boy, saying that these scrolls improve the power of items with a certain probability, and there's nothing better than a scroll for a dangerous portal. He says that the scrolls he has possess a 100% success rate, which makes them absolutely useless, as Ralph bursts his bubble. Totally, because Gab is already trying to deceive them right from the start. They didn't come all the way there for some trash like that, and he gets irritated that his trick didn't work. Then, Debo says he's confused, since 100% chance is supposed to be a good rate. But R says it's quite the opposite. The lower the success rate, the greater the improvement rate. And, unless the effects are cumulative, it's essential to get many scrolls with a low success rate. And so, he realizes that Gab is a huge cheat, and says that he can't sell something he doesn't even have in his stock. He says he wanted to have one of those because things have changed drastically. High-level scrolls are considered military grade, and therefore, are strictly regulated. So, Ralph says that this is annoying, and that they came all this way for circles, and veteran adventurers are rank A and B, and the junior adventurers would be rank C and D. And he explains that the newcomer would be rank E and F, and circles symbolize power, and the difference is clearly evident, but that nothing, and says that this is bad, because they desperately need them, and if there was at least one store that sold them, he would be ready to buy about 50, which would cost around 1 billion coins. Then Gary grabs him, asking what the rush is, because he actually wasn't finished speaking, and the two pillars understand each other very well. And so it is said of the Archmage Freud, who was also known as Dragon Master or Dragon Wizard, and there are many epithets for his name, but the most famous is Master of Time, Magic. However, he was not present on the day of the apocalypse. 800 years ago, the Black Magician cast a curse on the 6 heroes immediately before being sealed away, and the curse imposed on the heroes froze them in their own time. But Freud was the considero, only one who survived thanks to the selfless actions of a friend, the dragon with whom he had made a pact. And leaving everything behind, Freud traveled throughout the world, trying to find a way to lift the curse from his colleagues. However, he ultimately failed, and was never seen again. And Pierre says that this is the story they know, but he certainly left something for the future, because the ring he's wearing is the ring of the hero Freud. And so the protagonist can hardly believe it, because he was really curious about how he went back in time. He wonders if the Master of Time Magic did something, but how could he have, if he existed 800 years ago, and why wasn't he there on the day of the apocalypse if he was alive? And so Lorena says that she no longer doubts Palm, since it seems he was chosen by Freud, but there is something she wants to clarify first, wondering why he opposes the followers. And the protagonist, just from hearing this, is filled with hatred. He says he can't reveal all the details yet, but there are people he needs to save, no matter the cost. And, coincidentally, she herself is one of the Induration. The bastard in front of him is not normal. It's impossible to advance circles just by absorbing a mana stone. So he questioned whether the boy's claim of it being a survival instinct was true, but people he wants to save. Elsewhere, she is training alone in the middle of the forest and is very tired. And Debo comes close to her, asking if she isn't tired. She gets startled, and he asks where she was earlier, explaining that he was looking for her there, and she replies that she went to see her master because she had something to give him, questioning why he was looking for her there. And he then says he has a favor to ask of her, which surprises her. He gets all flustered, saying that there's a place he wants to visit tomorrow, asking if she wants to go with him. Meanwhile, Debo goes to the square and becomes anxious because she hasn't arrived yet, even wondering if he arrived too early. But then she finally arrives, apologizing for making him wait. He tells her not to worry about it, as he just got there himself, but as soon as he lays eyes on her, he is completely captivated. She explains that Manor wasn't letting her leave, and says she told him that she wasn't feeling comfortable like that. But she asks why Dio is staring at her like that, wondering if she looks strange. But he denies it, saying that she doesn't. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, and she says it's a relief, wondering if they should leave soon, looking all cute. He's drooling over her and can barely speak, and so, the two walk side by side. Meanwhile, Someone is watching from the bushes, saying that their targets have already begun to move, and Ralph asks himself, what the hell is this? Why does he have to worry about the rookie's love life? But then, Manhwa just tells him to shut his mouth if he doesn't know anything, saying that keeping the group members happy is a surefire way to increase their morale. And the two of them are really enjoying this encounter. And M remembers a time before, when he overheard her talking about what she was going to do, wondering if she's really talking about Dio, and she asks if there's another Dio. And here he believes that he does indeed have a survival instinct, but he also possesses overwhelming talent, and someone who had barely just become a first circle mage, rapidly advanced to become says that his sister's birthday is coming up, but he was never really able to give her a gift before because he was always struggling to survive. So, he told her that, I needed help choosing what to give her as a gift, and Myler thinks it's just a wonderful excuse, asking what she's going to do now, because he finds this so fascinating, and she says that's not the case either, an expert on this, and was waiting for him to share his opinion on the matter. But Manhwa asks if she is crazy, questioning why she would go along with it, and that he doesn't quite understand why she is. Denying it, asking if Manhwa didn't understand, saying that they need help choosing the right gift for Diego's sister, and she thinks that she really doesn't have anything in her brain and is beyond has any hope of salvation, and she says that this won't work, calling the girl closer to her. So, Kay asks what's going on, but Manhwa tells her to shut her mouth and, after being tidied up by her, she goes with Debo all the way to the store. And then he asks, what about those brass knuckles with a gold tip, saying that the quality isn't all that bad. So, Din's sister should be able to protect herself with that. And Kir, he mentions the sword behind him, saying it seems like a good choice and suitable for beginners to swing around, and then the two of them proceed to buy horrible things for a girl who resembles his sister. And so, they continue walking through the market. She wanted to mention that she was nervous because it was her first time shopping, but it's easier than expected. Then he's surprised it's her first time, and she tells him that she joined the Knights at a young age and has trained rigorously ever since. So, she's not used to walking the streets without armor. He thinks for a moment and says that he doesn't think they've spotted the explosives yet, asking what she thinks about them, taking a look, and the girl quickly agrees. Meanwhile, Second Circle Wizard, he has never witnessed such rapid evolution before and believes he definitely needs the boy, and so, Baum notices that his treatment is improving faster than he. Those three are disappointed, and Manhwa can't believe what he's seeing because they aren't doing anything and haven't made any progress, questioning how they can be so clueless and oblivious that they will satisfy him. Therefore, they, the spectators, will be satisfied, but Ralph probably says that they don't know they are watching, and thus, setting his pride aside, he makes it clear how one day they both realize they have feelings for each other, but it's not going anywhere, and Manhwa says that one of them doesn't even know how the other feels, and at this rate, things aren't going to work out. At this point, someone says they completely agree with her. It's the boy's own sister, and she says that's why people say he's very dense, and she starts to get worried about him, and so they notice that his sister is there, and Ralph and Christina wonder when she arrived, because he didn't even notice her, and she herself says that she was the one who asked him to buy a birthday present. But, to tell the truth, she doesn't care for that, and what she really hopes is that her brother doesn't come home that night. The girl is direct, isn't she? She's a little bit ahead of herself with these ideas, and Minerganda, if she's not, too early for her to be thinking about that. Then she wonders if John and Ralph wouldn't look cute together, and he replies that he won't lie. No, and they get a little embarrassed, and he says that maybe that's how the others. I saw them both back then. Another girl was his romantic interest, but Manhwa doesn't give a damn about it, saying that she's not curious about his love life. He points out that he didn't even say anything. And so Prota says that it's a huge waste of time, and Men responds that she already imagined he would say that, since it's not something that interests him. But Prota says that's not true, and she is surprised, and he says the fact is that he has priorities at the moment, but he has been in a relationship before, and Manhwa is taken aback, asking if he could tell her more details about his imagined, and it seems that Abs is quite impatient, but he thinks this is a good thing, as the first portal raid with 100 Red Rank members will happen soon, and the first major event that relationship, and Ralph is dejected, because she didn't even want to know about his love story, but she's all interested in Prota's, and Prota says, it's all in the past, and besides, she doesn't even. She's alive, but even so, she must still be alive now. However, he thinks it doesn't matter, but still, Minor keeps asking him to tell her more, while Debo's sister is all excited because they are getting closer, and Ralph continues to feel lonely there in the corner. And so, after a long time, they say goodbye at night. Debo thanks Kir for having come with him, saying that he is sure that Deneve will love it, and she says she's happy to hear that and starts to leave, but then he asks her to wait, all blushing, thanking her, once again, saying that he will see her at training tomorrow, and the girl doesn't seem to want to leave either, telling him to feel free to ask her again whenever he needs to, buy another gift, and so he returns home, and the girl is surprised that her brother has arrived. He questions why everyone is in the house while she is shining, and, shining, he thinks it's boring that he's there, but it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, in another scene, there's a lot of blood, bodies, and destruction happening, with the wizard in the background. Then, that wizard demands the monster stop there, saying that it will never be able to get past him. But then, a symbol of a horned eye appears in front of the boy, and that old man who has this symbol in the middle of his forehead summons mana into his hand, along with a huge snake, and launches it at the boy. He is hit and carried away with the attack, also entering a room that appears to be a treasure room, and he thinks he has finally obtained it, because how long has he waited to get his hands on Freud's seal stone, a stone that harnesses the power of time? So, I hope there are no rendering errors this time, and that you can enjoy the entire work with quality. The video is also a little shorter, but please be patient, as things facing the dragon, not really knowing where he is, and wondering what is happening. And the man tells him that pretending to be sick won't work, saying that a slave needs to know what the Mercantile Union and the guilds have been watching will happen now. And, obviously, the Gaff Mercantile Union must also be quite interested. He says there is no harm in that, pulls that stone with his mana, and says that the great dark magician's plan must be fulfilled. Then something happens, drawing his attention, and he wonders how he can't feel any energy. Coming from that place and thinking it's impossible, he flies around everywhere, wondering who would dare to do such a thing. But then he starts destroying the temple, asking again who would dare do something like that, until cracks start appearing all over the place because of his rage. Then he notices that someone, or something, seems to have already gone back in time, and he needs to find that person at all costs. Person, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Guild, Golditch starts summoning candidates for enslavement, which she is leading, telling them that they must remain there until further notice. They will announce the results in 30 minutes. Then, a redhead tells them to just give up already, saying that he knows he's not good enough, but the other guy says quite the contrary, asking if she wants to settle things once and for all, right now. Then they both like the idea, while another guy with a rich demeanor is surprised that those are the best adventurers of the third circle, and he says he only has one chance and it has to be the right one. But then someone arrives, questioning what the hell he is and what he's carrying on his back. That man is Palm, carrying a huge, enormous coffin, and then it's revealed to be Goldreich, owner of the Merchant Guild of the same name. He is the richest man in all of Maple World, with enough money to finance all the activities of a small kingdom. So, that same guy is walking into a place, and the guild leader is inside. He asks if Celio, the adventurer from Garfa, who wanted an audience with him, and Palm, are inside. He wanted to say that he must think they are a bunch of incompetent fools, and the protagonist simply because he's also in a hurry. Since he's at it, it's a good idea to move his plans forward. So, he asks Abes for a favor, and Abes asks what the boy wants. Says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself and wanting to explain why he came, but that guy says he already knows the reason he's there and that he wants to join the rescue team, telling Palme to go back now before he loses his temper, because he doesn't need help from that damned Gaffo. However, the protagonist says that, unfortunately, he isn't there representing Gaffo. He says that they have even less reason to talk, stating that he is an insignificant adventurer from the third circle. But the protagonist throws that box on the floor, and Mr. Barriga asks if he has gone crazy, telling him to leave now because he is not in a good mood. And the protagonist apologizes if he was offended by this, but asks him to please take a better look. And so, when he looks, he is surprised by what's inside, seeing Bejo Mortinha da Silva, and the protagonist is bringing her body, which surprises him even more. He questions why an executive from Carnia is there, asking if he even knows what he has done. He says that he is well aware, and Mr. Barriga asks if Garfo is planning a war, to which he replies that it's something like that. The Merchant Guild, Goldrich, will also be involved. He questions what nonsense Proda is spouting, but then another person enters, stating that they can explain the rest, and that this matter concerns them as well. A moment prior, the protagonist approaches that person and asks if they are both absolutely certain that the Black Magician's followers are active. He says this is unbelievable, as he didn't think they could have possibly continued to exist, and the protagonist replies that they not only survived, but also planted seeds throughout Maple World, including among the Sign Knights. At this point, that guy declares that the protagonist will be held responsible for his words, but the protagonist thinks that if what Palm is saying is true, all the questions, saying that all he has to do is ask. So, he asks Abe's to lend him money, and Abe's thinks for a moment, noticing that this boy is already pushing it a bit too far. And it said that the portals began in the age of, that he had have been answered. He says he still doesn't trust the boy, only Kiri's judgment. However, the protagonist replies that this is sufficient, as he had asked him to arrange a meeting. With him knowing this, he questions what Palme wants. He states that, in 4 days, he intends to get rid of the flesh once and for all, and so he arrives at the location where Millie, the commander of the Knights of the Zodiac, is. He declares that this is no longer a competition between merchant guilds, but a fight against the followers. He speaks with El Palm and places some mana on that woman's forehead, revealing a tattoo. He explains that this is the mark of the followers, bearing the emblem of the commander they serve. He is then surprised to discover that Baju was a follower, and so, then, Karnea must truly be involved. So Prota asks to make him an offer he can't refuse. After a while, everyone is drinking and downing beer, and Miner asks if he is certain about this, considering the fight is tomorrow. He replies that a day of rest won't hurt them, adding that they have done everything they could and the items have been improved, and they trained hard, so getting proper rest isn't a bad idea. Even the other men in the company are there, the ones defending them. And so Ralph goes. Even the protagonist asks what they're whispering about in private, wondering if the two are in love or something. He says he has some advice for him, being the greatest expert on love, but the protagonist punches him, telling Ralph not to get so close. He says he was just joking, asking if he doesn't have any sense of humor, and the protagonist, too, really doesn't. But he says that he actually wanted to ask something. Why did he volunteer to join Jack Reach's rescue group, especially when he said, adventurers? But this was a trap set by the Black Magician. Many adventurers died in the portals, killing all of Maple World's future potential. Then the final day came after, which was clearly a trap, and Manor is also surprised, asking if it wouldn't be better to go into the hideout, and he says there's something he needs to check, saying he doesn't know if it's trustworthy, but Jack Reich apparently found a map that would lead him to a treasure left behind by Freud. Initially, he thought it was nothing more than tavern gossip, but the followers did something to him. The rumor has to be true, and they say that Freud was entrusted with the most important items. He can't let the followers get their hands on this map, and he says that, if it's still there, they'll hope everything goes according to plan. And so, after a while, in another corner, a demon talks about El Palm, saying that the boy is 20 years old, is from Left Harbor, and served Capper as a slave for 3 years, but awakened a circle out of nowhere 2 months ago. Then the second circle in 2 days, and the third 2 weeks later. He has the potential to gain additional circles in the future, and so they send Eli, that guy with white hair, saying that everything is in his hands now. Following this, a guy starts to be. He was blocked at the entrance to ride, and he argued that it wasn't what he had been promised. Speaking with Master Royce, he questioned what Royce meant by everything has already been decided, reminding him that he had said, clearly that he would support their group. However, Royce replies that he had no choice, because his superiors decided to cancel their plans out of the blue in order to recruit unaffiliated adventurers. He doesn't know why they did it, but it's clear that they want El Palm to lead the group instead, and it's not as if he even wants to do it. But then the boy argues that this isn't fair, not after he's given so much money, but then Royce tells him to shut his mouth, worried that the others will hear. However, someone arrives, ordering them to clear the way. The two keep an eye out and see it's El Palm's group, along with the rich company. That, and all the monsters that were waiting for their chance, came running through the portals, and then humanity lost. Exactly 3 years from that moment, the fate that Maple World will face is not rich, and everyone is talking about him. And Royce asks Lord Marco who these people are. Marco responds that they will be leading this rescue mission, and Royce questions what that is, asking him not to exclude him, telling Lord Marcos that it's completely unfair. But Debo just laughs at the situation, which irritates everyone, since they weren't even part of the test, and they start asking who these people are. Vagabonds. However, Manor simply scoffs at those crazy people and dismisses them. As soon as they enter the location, they find themselves in the middle of a ruin with architecture resembling that of ancient Greece. Debo then looks around, questioning why all dungeons have to be like this, finding it very boring and unoriginal. But then Manor tells him to wait a minute, asking where Ralph and Akiri are. Ralph and Akiri are in a different corner, wondering what the hell is going on, since the portal shouldn't be split like this. They were told a group of 6 could Enter, and he asks if he's sure no one entered before them. Marco replies that it's not possible, as they had guards watching the entire time. But then he considers something, realizing that, he says it's a trap, and indeed, there are 2 more people inside. And that boy with white hair and white eyes, everything white, says that they got in safely, but then asks how. Will I find them? He asks, inquiring if he was given any specific instructions, while speaking to Mudria beside him. He tells him not to call him by his name, and the boy even agrees, calling Mudria, Mudria, once again. He says that he already understands how bored he is, but tells him to stop whining, saying that they should be waiting for them at the second portal, according to the plan. And Mudria asks the boy why he doesn't do some exercises in the meantime, pointing to that minotaur. He says he's not sure that it would serve as exercise. So far off. And so, Abe watches Prota heading into the midst of the other adventurers. He thinks it's not enough, but still, it's good enough to start. And the portal of 100. Then the other one says that, in fact, he has an idea, saying that he's a beast, and he says that he shouldn't exert himself. But when the Minotaur comes up, Mudria asks if he really. She's worried about him saying that she's touched, and it turns out she's a woman. So, she asks if she can show him something interesting in return, and the Minotaur is surprised by that light. Red light is coming from Modria's staff. Then, when she touches the staff to the ground, the monster is already dead. She comments that he seems surprised, and the boy says it's the first time he's seen something like that in person, and her ability is quite fascinating to him. He says they'll leave that for later, and that he will definitely entertain them. And they killed the Minotaur just like that, without further ado, which leads him to ask if they're saying that some bastards from the Kaya group infiltrated the portal. The protagonist responds that this is probably the case. He wasn't expecting this, but things are getting interesting now. However, Daipo says he can't help but think that he's being too quiet. He points out that he isn't making any noise at all, and the protagonist says that this is the problem. Very quietly, activating his magic eye, he states that he can't detect any signs of life in the first portal, not even monsters. Imagining his followers, he questions what is happening and what they are planning. Meanwhile, at the Kenya Merchant Guild, the Cygnus Knights arrive, accompanied by a shady-looking guy. Then, the attendant says that she didn't expect to see the Cygnus Knights there, asking if they had arranged a meeting with anyone. He replies no, asking for forgiveness for entering without warning, but he wanted to ask something, showing her a hand bearing the mark of the Black Magician, asking if anyone there was looking for it. She questions what kind of question that is, and the 2 men behind her try to draw their found this time. It's a red-level dungeon, and only those with 2 circles can enter. Normally, the GFO Merchant Union selects adventurers with more circles, weapons, but they are instantly killed, and she starts screaming. So, he orders her to just stay still, otherwise she will be treated as a follower, pointing his sword at her neck, and everyone will dying. And while some are dying, they keep saying everything is for the glory of the Black Magician, but they are exterminated, their heads and bodies being torn apart everywhere, and they are told to stop messing around. While the leader of that incursion moves on, everyone waits for help to arrive. So, he talks to a guy he sent ahead, asking if he had run away, and the guy who killed a monster belonging to the guild. Boss Kania asks for forgiveness, saying that perhaps the information leaked regarding when they would arrive there. Then, the leader gets very angry, ordering him to be found at all costs, because their mission isn't over until they catch him. Everyone understands, and so the guild leader Kania talks to that spider, and she says he had plenty of chances, asking if he's upset, but, in this, he is suffering greatly, and continues to maintain his composure, saying that it is an honor to be completely consumed by the Black Magician's power. He says he offers his useless body to the Black Magician. It's something that makes him very happy. Following that, the protagonist's guild members, along with other men, announce that they have secured the port area, making it impossible to leave, and order the remaining forces to be sent of troops to the triple intersection. Then, guild leader Hit says that they are just a little bit closer to succeeding. Meanwhile, the K-Guild is engulfed in flames along with all its followers, and deep within some kind of labyrinth, a monster attacks one of the hunters, but he manages to defeat it with a ray of light from his sword. The girl accompanying him expresses her disbelief that they were creating something like this right beneath the elite port. She adds that each of those monsters is incredibly powerful, and that if the Godric Merchant Union hadn't provided the information in time, they would have. The reason they are investing in a second circle adventurer like him is because the GFO Merchant Union is targeting that portal, and although he obtained some money, spending it all on items would be a hassle, suffered significantly greater casualties. Then, that leader agrees with her, acknowledging their power, but questions why something feels off and how something might not be right. Is there no one in this huge facility? And then another monster appears, and he complains that he can't catch a break. As the monster charges at him, they brace themselves to fight it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a guy who appears to be from the guild says those damned monsters have arrived, adding that he would already be dead if it weren't for his guards' selfless actions, and continues saying that they weren't. Wants to die cowering in a corner. Ineso Prota arrives, remarking that he seems to be announcing his hiding place to the entire world, and asks if he realizes that this, a faint, tearful voice can be heard from the other side of the portal. As soon as he asks who's there, Prota kicks him to the ground, disarming him. He comments that it's fortunate, that the boy still has some energy left and that he doesn't know who he is. Then, Palme asks Jack Reich to calm down, explaining that they're there to rescue him, which surprises him. So Prota, he throws something to him, and he notices that it belongs to his father, confirming that they are really there to help him, but he asks why there are only 3 of them. He replies that they are on a mission to rescue one person. That's more than enough. But then the boy says that this place is too difficult for even a group of 4. Then he notices that he is hiding something, and the protagonist uses his magic eye to see his mana. And seeing Hit's mana, he notices that he doesn't have a tattoo, so maybe he's exaggerating, but then Menor states that their objective is clear. They will take the target safely. But just then, the protagonist saw an attack coming their way. So, when that slicing attack arrives, he barely manages to escape from those assassins. It was a close call. They almost got. Items that match his level are very expensive. If he's going to consider something useful to spend his money on, then he goes to another store and comes face to face with someone. Hurt. And I'm going to ask where those crazy people's manners are. The protagonist says that the Can group is coming, but then someone arrives talking about education, and it's the crazy white-haired guy. The protagonist asks, who is that guy using a magic eye to see him? However, he notices that the amount of mana he possesses is ridiculously high, and the guy falls to the ground, saying that he seems fine, despite everything, prepared for someone who has just been attacked, and he figures it's not too bad, activating the mage's mark, and also focusing his mana in his hand, saying that they will see if Commander Will's warnings are true, starting in conjunction by using the magician's power, together with that spider. Then an explosion occurs. Everyone is surprised, wondering what is happening, saying that's how. Once the team entered, something happened, and then a box behind them explodes, with the explosion spreading to various corners of the city, causing utter chaos. And underneath that crazy guy who looks like the hero of light, a huge portal is created, and he begins to fall inside. Then they shout, Lord Miral, but he just asks them to get away from him because it's a trap, falling into it completely, just like that. As he is teleported to another location, he wonders where he is, finding himself in a dark place with only light surrounding him. Then, amidst all the smoke, he asks who is there, and that. The being replies that his question is interesting, expressing sadness that he didn't recognize him, and a corrupted version of himself appears before him. Meanwhile, someone is very irritated, because there is no chance they could have turned the tables, given that 3 companies of soldiers have been annihilated, and now the Knight Commander has also vanished. And the protagonist's leader inquires if they are certain of this, ordering an immediate investigation into the matter, because things are not looking good and the followers have substantial reinforcements. Then, the guy in the rear says this is bad. One of the vendors there is happy that he chose the lit slave market, and says that he must be an adventurer, asking to guide the boy, inquiring about what kind of companion he's looking for, because they keep figuring out their tactics before they can even put them into action. This implies that there is a spy in their midst, and so they begin altering their plans. But something occurs. Someone appears outside, and the guard orders him to halt right there and state his purpose, but he winds up dead. From inside, they notice what's happening, and Lord Marco comments that he's making a lot of noise just to kill a few guards, and it seems he was also bought off. He tells them not to worry, and then he starts murdering people inside the building. Marco says it will be over soon, shortly. Then the Lord of Hit is very surprised, along with the other 2. Okay, I thought he was weird from the beginning, but I definitely wasn't expecting this. Then the slaughter takes over, everywhere, with people dying left and right, and a war breaks out against the magicians, with many people dying. So she asks everyone to go with her, trying to gather some people, while she worries about the others. An assassin attacks her, and she tells all the civilians to evacuate immediately, because the Garfor Union will arrive with reinforcements. Then she is almost hit. However, Ralph quickly takes the lead, protecting her by throwing the assassin away with a single punch. He tells her to wake up, saying he thought she had become stronger. The girl was almost killed, and she is even more surprised to see that the person trying to take her life was just a child who fell to the ground, coughing up blood. And Ralph says, that's what they do. That's what those crazy fanatics do, and that they are consumed by a false belief. They tried to recruit her, saying that they would grant any wish if she helped them break the Black Magician's seal. And he says they promised anything, even going back in time. And so, she is surprised, thinking he must really be a god. But then Ralph is surprised that she believes his place. So Prota doesn't understand what's happening, wondering where Galeo is and why he's alive, but he ends up recognizing the place. So, he thinks that. He asks if he wants a bait slave, or a warrior to fight alongside him. The protagonist says that there is someone he is looking for, asking the vendor to lead the way. That guy doesn't quite understand. In this, because nothing goes according to what they want in this world, and why would he have been sealed in this way if he were so good? And obviously, that's a false promise. But they are only targeting human weakness, because everyone has something in their past that they would like to change. So, letter R is very upset, asking Marco what the point of all this is, seeing that a killer coming in there, asking about Marco and what he's doing. He asks if he wants to know why, and says that his little daughter died due to an unexpected accident, his poor child. They said that they can bring her back to life. He will do everything in his power just to see her again, and he says it was an honor to serve his lord, Master Gold Hit. But then the Garfor leader asks everyone to get behind him, as he is going to do something, so he tells them to run, and they actually get out of there, leaving him behind. They question what he is, ordering the assassins to go after Gold, but then Ebbs tells them not to go so fast, activating his brass knuckles, and using the 8-punch barrage against those killers. And Marco, he's surprised by just how strong he is, and Ebsen gets irritated by those fanatics spouting nonsense, saying he's going to show them what he's made of. Meanwhile, the Pronto group, along with the followers of the Black Mage on that hillside, comment that he seems well prepared for someone who was just attacked, and that guy in white wants to see if the commander's warning holds any truth. The protagonist inquires about this commander, stating that he won't be intimidated by mere bluffs. Then, he apologizes if he didn't explain things in the best way, and introduces himself again, talking about the Mudra of Martyrs. The protagonist is surprised to hear about the martyrs, mentioning that there are around 100 martyrs, each one specifically chosen. Well, he says that's the punishment field, and explains that they're using it to punish those who act like the person he's looking for. So, he takes the boy to a finger, and with their identities concealed to this day, why are they present? Then, he admits that he's been fooling around and attracted the attention of people he shouldn't be involved with. But he's like, questioning what the hell they're talking about, telling them to just shut up and start throwing punches. And Prota immediately begins using his magic along with the other two. But Mudre asks, why rush things? He wonders if they've considered why this portal has almost no monsters, stating that he'll reveal the reason now, activating that ball of iron that he carries along with his magic. And Menor, looking at it, questions, what is that? And that thing begins to release souls from within. Then D-Boss asks, what the hell are these? Are they illusions? But those souls turn into skeletons and start attacking them, and a huge monster appears nearby. Menor is then surprised to notice that Turamasa's has appeared allied with that thing, along with a mask made of those spirits. And she says there are a lot of them too, wondering why the Toros are following orders. But then it's revealed that his mind is being controlled, and they even wonder how. But they don't have time to figure it out since they're under constant attack. And Prota tells Debo not to block his attacks with his weapon. And as he starts to explain why, Debo can't hear him. But then, he's quickly struck by a mana beam and thrown back, stuck in the wall, completely shredded by the attack. Then, Menor shouts at him, but the monsters prepare to attack again with that lightning-charged weapon, and he realizes this, wondering how he's going to reveal it. But before he needed to do anything, Prota's arrow completely destroys that bull, blasting a huge hole through it. Then he tells the boy to get out of the way, as he'll take care of them all at once, using daughter, cell. But he's scared of what's inside, and asks the boy if he's sure he wants to see that guy. He talks about it, but the protagonist is aware, staring at that man, and realizes that it's him, the 4 phoenix feathers that he has, and the force of his fire attack reached further than it should have, and all the bulls are swept away by that whirlwind of flames. So everyone is surprised that he just controlled that fire arrow using telekinesis. So the boy continues using it to kill them, saying that's right, and making it back and surrounding them in the middle of that whirlwind. But then, Menor tells Elpalm to be careful, as he will end up getting burned. However, the boy just says that he understands and continues, utilizing his power, but Whiteface notices that it is fire magic combined with telekinesis. That's interesting, just like he had heard. Then he also activates a ring that is on his necklace, and that ring makes the protagonist's magic simply dissipate, completely nullifying it. Min thinks this is not possible, as Elpalm's magic has been completely neutralized. So, seeing that, Whiteface asks why they are so surprised, saying that they didn't think he would just sit there and do nothing, but he also says that he hasn't yet. He ended up telling them to keep trying. He levitates several rocks, so Jay asks himself, what the hell is this? Because he's also using telekinesis, and Prota starts to think the situation has turned dire. That guy asks if he's ready for a real battle. Then, with the entire city at stake, those two leaders run out, saying the front line has collapsed, and asking if they shouldn't retreat. And Rid says no, stating that they must hold on a little longer, as there's a secret plan he didn't share with Marco when Elpalm insisted, and he thought it wouldn't be necessary, but just an hour, maybe 30 minutes, should be enough. While they flee, R sees a few more assassins, realizing they are coming, and the other one also sees who he was looking for. He says that the death of that particular individual accelerated the destruction of the world in his previous life, and this is the Axe heroine, Aran, and that was the killer, that they are surrounded by even more assassins on the other side, and he asks if Gold thinks they can execute this plan now, as the situation is not good at all, and he says, no, not yet. Then he asks what the point of a plan is if they're all going to die right now, but just then, something arrives. A freezing wind that freezes the assassins, rips off an arm, and cuts through the entire. And another guy shows up, saying it's quite a coincidence, while addressing the masters of the Merchant Guild. The assassins then demand to know who's there, and Ralph arrives with Kir, who says that they have a special offer at the moment, and asks if they might be interested. Kir herself is channeling that freezing air into her sword. So, both masters are very pleased with this, but the assassins point out that there are only two of them going up against the two. But Kir and Ralph kill everyone, taking out the assassins one by one and destroying their strength from them. And one of them is very surprised as the girl uses the equinox cycle, changing her entire hair color, Goku style, and using her ice to its maximum potential. And now they say that they remember them, for they are companions of the Alpalm, but it's too late for him to remember anything, as he's not in the right state of mind. And everyone there is swept away by the girl using her tremor ability. My friend, the art in this manhwa is absolutely incredible. This hair coloring here, man, is something else. It's so beautiful. And as soon as all the assassins fall near the two leaders, she tells them that they saw a group of followers there. They came, and Ral says that they don't normally do this, but the situation is urgent. He decided to offer his services without any upfront payment, but he says that now he will tell you all about the offer of the day. But then they are attacked again, and the entire city is sliced in half. Then they notice that there are even more of them, but that guy, of that girl, and the perpetrator of the crime was none other than her only apprentice, Debo, the hero slayer. And that was the incident that marked the beginning of the end. Then, Debo asks why the boy, the one who's arriving, is complaining, saying that he only gets to face underlings. But Ralph calls him out on it, saying that he's hurting his feelings. Then he asks what the special occasion is today, saying that it's not every the day he encounters 3 merchant guild masters all at once. Then, that guy from the Can Guild gets furious because he wanted to tear Elpalm's body apart with his bare hands, now completely transformed, with the power of the black magician using his whip. While all this is happening outside, Prota is inside Dangle, suffering greatly from the force of gravity, and Debo runs out of that. And Prota asks, how is this possible? Because he had never heard of a telekinetic attack of this level in his past life. Then, the White Wizard asks if it was just the mood throwing its stones at Prota, wondering if he was being deceived. After all, he can't be this weak. As that rock flies towards Prota, he flees together with Jib. They are hit, but from the middle of the fire comes an attack from Elpalm, and that attack is not just anything, it's a distraction for them to make their escape. They climb on top of Prota's cloud. Then, they beat him up, but the black magician remains relatively calm, and Debo tells him to observe those guys' faces. However, the protagonist says that they have achieved their objective, so they are going to leave. But at that moment, something appears near him, catching Alpalm's attention, a winged thing, and that thing stops right on top of their bullet. And so, when they look up, that monster ends up exploding with projectiles. De Palm, throwing them all aside, he wonders, what the fuck is that? Then, he is caught by a hand, his body completely crushed, which makes him spit out blood, while that monster opens its mouth full of teeth above the boy, spitting drool and trying to kill him. Meaner, seeing this, doesn't get desperate, but the protagonist acts faster, pointing his arrow up at it and came looking for him, saying that he doesn't think he knows him, and tells him to leave. And so, the vendor starts apologizing to the customer, saying that his mental state is a little, launching it. But before his arrow could do anything, an attack from the gravity mage cuts the 3 arrows before they get close to their target, exploding them in the air, and the protagonist, he gets upset about that. And the white wizard says that the more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that he's close enough to touch him. And the white wizard says, directly to Alpalm, asking if he's afraid of him, wanting confirmation, and throwing the boy to the ground. And after all that destruction, Manhwa doesn't even know what's going on, trying to look all around, but she's hit and thrown directly into a pillar by Mudras, and her kick sends that girl flying, and the MRE tells her not to waste time and to kill her right away, making the assassins rush towards her, and she gets angry with those stupid followers, pulling out her weapon to try and do something. But then, in the other corner, Debo is still having a lot of trouble, being thrown from one side to the other by that thing, suffering greatly at the hands of that bull monkey, with a mouth full of teeth, weird as hell, and the monster sweeps him across the floor. Meanwhile, Ralph is running frantically amidst all the destruction, running as fast as he can, but then the attack comes hurtling towards him, and he narrowly avoids being hit, and that Kenya guild leader is still, continues swinging his whip wildly in all directions, and Ralph holds on as best he can, wondering what kind of madness this is. But the whip comes again. He puts his arm up to avoid being hit, but the whip latches onto his arm, and an electric shock courses through him. The leader of Kenya says that there's no point in resisting, and tells him to give up, because that way he will find peace. But at that moment, Alfala, who is on the verge of death, tells the knight in shining armor to do something. So she tells him to leave that idiot alone, utilizing both aspects of her power, the sun and the ice, and she says that he may, complicated, but in this the protagonist says that his behavior is a little different than it was before his return, because now he is just a slave, treating adventurers that way, even though he is one, be useless, but he is their leader, and she cuts off the Kenya guild leader's attack completely, freeing Ralph. He becomes enraged with her, charging at the girl once again, and now employing a different type of power, causing several stones to rise around her, trapping her in the center, and those stones release electricity, converging in the middle, right on top of Cry. He screams for the knight, but she is on the ground after receiving that damage, still with that stigma on her back, and she says that she's fine. Then, both the sun and the moon continue to shine, but quickly shatter behind the girl, and she notices that the strengthening is over, and guild leader Kenya was falling back there. He appears next to her very quickly, ready to attack her. Meanwhile, the 2 other guild leaders of the merchants are arguing, and that rich guy asks Hit what they are going to do and when he's going to proceed with the plan, and says that, at this rate, everyone is going to die. And Hit says it's just a little bit longer, and he must wait a little longer. But then they arrive there, asking what kind of plan that is, because now he is curious. Meanwhile, Ralph is spilling blood, totally pissed off. He asks Kir if she can still move, and she thanks him for asking. He then comments that, it seems, the healer isn't able to do their job properly. So, the Kenya guild leader says that this will end soon, opening a completely bizarre eye in the middle of the sky, in order to throw it down on them. As the attack approaches, Ralph steps in front of Kiri, and the 2 brace themselves to meet the attack head-on. But something appears, slicing it in half, and the Kia guild leader questions what it is. Then, that guy from the Knights of Cygnus says he knows it's not exactly a friendly greeting, but it's goodbye nonetheless. And when the leader looks back, he is hit directly, causing an absurd explosion of power, and Killis asks what this wave is, what the hell is going on, until he notices that it is. As a slave, he thinks that D-Road and the seller say that there are other crazy dogs like him, but the protagonist thinks that it's not only in personality, but in ability as well. And by his side, that guy from Cygnus, who just left a hole in the Kenya guild leader. This is looking very... Okay, this scene was really good, and so he immediately starts laughing, saying that he had hoped to finish him off fast, but it's a shame. And so he starts cursing at everyone, calling them the Empress's depraved dogs, collapsing at the feet of that completely dead knight. And then he approaches the others, too, and he asks why they are there, wondering what kind of trouble they've gotten themselves into this time. Kiri is surprised to see him there, and says that he is, yes, definitely not a guy who is Very reliable, no. I don't like people with that kind of smile. And Reed notices that he is an elite knight of Signat, and they comment that it was a close call. Cassim says he will escort the merchant guild masters forward, telling Kiri that it looks like she needs to rest, but she insists that she will help. He questions what she can do, and she explains that M told her to help him if something happened, asking Cassim for permission to help. He questions what she can even do, but the black magician's voice tells them not to worry, because they will all be together soon. They think, which is impossible, because the Guana's leader somehow survived that attack. He starts laughing, and as he does, the hole in his belly closes. Then, the black magician appears, saying that they will go to hell together, and an hourglass appears above him as he staggers to his feet, and Cassim attacks him again, trying to strike him. But the moment his sword touches that wave of power, he is stopped, and the black magician declares that it is too late. Then, the leader of Kea reveres his master, offering him his humble body and begging him to accept his offering. So the spider accepts it, injecting him with power and causing everything around him to explode. Kir is shocked as he falls, injured, but then he collapses, only to transform into a huge spider, and Ralph was one of the few who gained attention after the last day. And sometimes they were compared, because they are from the same region, awakened at the same time, and were very skilled. But what was even more, starts praying to every god available. The leader ends up in the spider's mouth, and the spider says that this is unbelievable because he has become her. Man, it looks really gruesome. A spider with hair is a rather complicated matter. With them staring at this monster, it must be even more complicated. Meanwhile, back at Dangle, the protagonist is struck again by the white magician's attack and begins to be bleeding blood from all the beating he's taken, completely battered. He thinks he can't catch a break, with several assassins coming at him, as well as that white wizard. He tries to get rid of them all by attacking head-on now, trying his best to finish them off with his fire arrow. But when he's about to do it, he realizes that they are well prepared and end up stopping his attack, retaliating and exploding the arrows, and the protagonist realizes that the situation is very bad, and the white wizard starts saying that this is very irritating, asking how much time he plans to keep running. Then the protagonist is hit by several stones that surround him, and he notices that, using telekinesis, the white magician tells him to be quiet for just a moment. For the love of God says he won't bite and only wants to talk like civilized people. Palm gets very upset because he is the greatest telekinetic and can't end up like this. So, he says that he will take this to the end, throwing stones at the white wizard. The white wizard easily defends himself, asking if Palm isn't tired of this useless resistance. But then, he notices something. The protagonist's fire bullet heading in his direction. He asks if that is also useless, wanting to throw everything at the white wizard. But he says he's also getting tired, closing his hand and destroying the entire fire bullet with just his power. Palm's eyes widen in the middle of all that. He says it's no use and uses even more telekinetic magic. Similar was something else, and so he is freed, and the protagonist asks how much he costs, and Debo says that it looks like they have a young master from a rich family there asking if he can. On top of the white wizard, creating a vortex right on Palm's head, and Palm starts to tremble seeing it. Then, the white wizard says that he really didn't expect Palm to be so scared, going to. The protagonist is touching him, getting close enough to whisper in his ear, saying that he must be scared because he wasn't in the future he knows. And the protagonist is scared because he knows about the future. And that white magician excuses himself, asking if the losers could step away for a moment, saying that he has something he needs to discuss with him in private. Those assassins question him about it, and he completely loses his patience, invoking another type of power, while wondering why everyone has decided to test his patience, driving them away with the crawling toxin, throwing everyone far away. And then they notice that the X has changed to, I'm asking why Mill is doing this, and the protagonist becomes even more scared, questioning what he is seeing, and those killers don't understand anything either, wondering if he's betraying them, but he says he doesn't know, he's not really betraying them. Then, something happens. He grabs his own neck, twisting it, thinking he didn't foresee this, and then the black magician says that if he thinks this is funny, he is mistaken. So he says he was watching, and that it's really bad, talking to Lord Will, saying that he knows how revolting this can be, but that it's for the greater good, and Prota is surprised that he's talking to Will, wondering, questioning whether he is referring to Commander Will, and that he must have taken control of the body through the tattoo, and that is why followers can never betray their commanders. Then he begins to control Will's actions, telling him not to be too harsh on him. And then Prota notices that the tattoo is falling apart, and he says he'll talk to him later, completely expelling the tattoo. Place is familiar, like he's been there before. Looking at his surroundings, the people around him, noticing that it's the slave market and thinking, this can't be, because the slave market was abolished a long time ago. But, pay what he asked, saying he wants 1 million miso, and asks if that's okay with him. And the protagonist says that what compared the two was the fact of how desperately they needed tattoo from his body. And Palma's even more surprised by this. And that guy says it's time for him to return home, and that symbol in his eye is absurd. Then he realizes he lost total control over Mill. He questions how dare Mill say that he is nothing but a pawn on the chessboard. He asks if this is a declaration of war, and says that he better have an explanation for this. Speaking with Commander Arion, the protagonist sees that tattoo and realizes that it is completely different, and asks who he is. He is surprised that a person can have 2 tattoos. He had never heard of anything like that in his past life. He says that they all faithfully serve the Black Magician. And how should Arion put it? Telling us to think of it as an internal power struggle, asking if that makes sense, and explains that although they share the same goal of bringing the Black Magician back to life, they disagree on the Power 5, methodology and philosophy. So to speak, they are on the same side, but they oppose each other. He tells the protagonist that this is probably amusing, which surprises him, division among the followers, saying that he now understands, and that must be why the followers didn't appear in his past life, and until the day before the eclipse, even though they had grown quite a bit. Commanders couldn't reach an agreement. However, he asks what Mill wanted to talk to him about, and Mill says that he has an item that he's looking for, the hero Freud's sealing stone, and Proto, upon hearing this, trembles. And Mill talks about Freud, praised as a hero by his people, who created a sealing stone to stop the Black Magician a long time ago. So his master wants this stone. He says that this is a stone that gathers incredible power for eternity and was created to seal the Black Magician. But if they can use this temporal power, it's possible to rewind time, money, because that guy has a younger sister suffering from black blood disease. So Debo tells him to leave if he doesn't have the money, because he's trying to act cocky, but this isn't the time. Only for the dead, and bring them back. Ironically, the sealing stone is the most effective way to resurrect the Black Magician. He spent years searching for the trail of the sealing stone, and finally, found, except they only discovered the remains of the sealing stone, meaning someone had used that item before they arrived. His priority was to locate the person who did this, which was not very difficult, especially since the individual would stand out, having opened the portal of the 100, the multi-portal, the tomb of the Eagle Eyes, and the portal where the hero's relic was hidden. And Mill can't say whether he is very stupid or passionate, because he caused chaos all over the place. It was impossible not to notice his presence, and he already knows that it's Palma, the one who traveled through time. Finally, an intelligent NPC, right? Smart, right? Who would have thought that the guy who gets absurd powers knows everything that's going to happen? He's a time traveler, right? Who knew? With the two of them trapped in that dome, Palma is quite nervous, as he had never heard about this man in his past life. And his mana attack must have been less destructive because of the difference in circles, but it was definitely aimed with more control and precision compared to his wild self in his past life. But it didn't work on him, and if he hasn't shown everything he's capable of yet, then the greatest telekinetic of the moment is certainly him. He asks who it is, so he figures that not even someone from the future knows him, and says that it's a shame, because he was already expecting that, but it's difficult to accept that he will die in the near future. And Palme is quite surprised by this. He says he wasn't trying to make him feel sorry for him or anything. He's suffering from a terminal illness, although it kind of sucks to be certain about it. He was rambling too much and wants to get straight to the point now, because, to tell the truth, he's only still alive thanks to Palm. He asks, "What do you mean by that?" He says that Commander Aaron. Then, the protagonist reaches into a bag, and the boy is surprised, realizing that he actually has 1 million, and asks if the money is real. And that other wanted to recruit him to his cause. However, due to his tragically heroic performances, Commander Will was already wasting resources to get rid of him, but the two commanders couldn't. They were perfectly willing to cooperate. So, he, a combatant under Maestro Will's command, was given the role of mediating between the two sides. The problem is, his health is deteriorating fast. He doesn't know if he noticed it or not, but he has already lost his vision. And that was why Master Arkrum's offer was so sweet and tempting. He gave him an opportunity and asked if he would cure his illness. And he can only respond that he wishes it were that easy. It's more like it was a temporary measure, and he used time magic to put his condition into stagnation. And the protagonist is surprised that he is messing with time magic. Emilio says that Master Arc Rum promised him that his condition would not worsen while he served him, and that he would be given a new, healthy body when the Black Magician returns. And the protagonist laughs, notes that he then betrayed them, and that guy is dangerous because he is working to bring the Black Magician back from returns to the surface, but is willing to betray those around him for his own benefit. But, seeing him overthinking, M tells him he doesn't need to rack his brain, and Prota questions him what he is talking about. And M says that his role is to save Prota from Commander Will and deliver that message to El Palm, asking him to join their cause, urging the boy to consider it. In this, questioning what he is fighting for, ensuring that justice is maintained in that world. Is it worth it? He argues that this shouldn't be the case, since he has already taken countless lives and neglected the deaths of many others in a portal with 100 people. Understandably, he thinks that if they are already dead in the future he came from, there is no point in trying to save them. The salesman asks if he's serious, and Debo hangs his head. Then the protagonist tells him to wait a moment, as he should listen to what he has to say, since the terms are 1 year and the benefit is, especially if he pursues selective justice. But if it's not for himself, if there's something he truly desires, he should think about it carefully, because the Black Magician is much bigger than he thinks, and he's like a god, and if he follows him, he can achieve and obtain anything: supreme authority, immortality, or even the power to resurrect the dead. And he wonders if Palm is aware of this. How the commanders from 800 years ago are still alive. Apparently, the Black Magician granted immortality to those who swore to serve him. This is just one example. Whatever your goal may be, the Black Magician likely has the answer, and there's only one condition: kill everyone who knows about him and helped him with his mission. So, the protagonist pauses to think and questions whether Mio is asking him to kill his own group members with his own hands, and Mio tells him to consider it a courtesy gift he's offering, since he is more than capable of becoming relentless in achieving his goals, and the fewer people who know about him, the better off they'll be. But Palm says he doesn't understand why he needs him so much, questioning what they are plotting. However, M confesses that he doesn't know either, simply stating that he is doing what Master Arc Ron told him. But what he does know for sure is that the Black Magician will compensate him, his efforts, asking what Paul is telling him. And Paul says that the choice must certainly be obvious, but our Silver is a little hesitant. M tells Palmondo to make a decision, and he says, remembers each of the things he has gone through so far while returning from time, and he questions justice, revenge, and everything else. However, he says that there were those who shone so brightly even wheat when that world was coming to an end, and they spoke of hope while carrying so much on their shoulders. They meant as much to him as the world itself. However, he remembers, divided into 7x3, and states that he has priority in choosing the items that drop from the portal. Then the seller is surprised that he's making a group membership contract instead of each one of them dying right in front of him until he was the last one left. He says it was a tragic end, and that he lost everything again that day. And yet, this time his new companions are talented, but they have no real reason to travel with him, and are easily replaced by others. And he questions whether these are necessary sacrifices for his former friends, wondering why he has been doing this, his conviction completely shaken, until he remembers a smile, recalling his beloved, and prepares to attack M. P questions what this is all about, asking if his explanation wasn't enough, with Palm ready to attack him. Palm says that M. P. is right. He doesn't care about justice or revenge. He is simply protecting those he wants to protect. Then M. P. says that he understands, and that it's a shame, because diplomacy didn't work, so he's going to resort to a good old-fashioned beatdown. Meanwhile, Debo is still running away from that monster and that hand. The huge hand comes at him from all sides, trying to squeeze him like a mosquito to kill him, and that giant horned bat monkey thinks he's caught him, but as soon as it opens its hand sees that the boy was not there, wondering where he could be. But then, Dio says that he is too slow and won't catch him that way, attacking his head with his axe. And when he hits the monster and realizes that the thing is very hard, causing his axe to go flying, and the monster's hand is about to hit him, he takes an absurd punch and is swept through several layers of that mass below with just one blow, and a lot of blood starts gushing out. And so, Jibu says that that faith is very resilient. He can't even believe that his attack didn't do anything. Then, he has no choice. Even though he hasn't figured out how to use it yet, it's not like he's going to get the chance to sit down and study if he doesn't use it now. And so he reveals that bracelet with a magic stone, a slave contract. So he tells Debo to take a look at the contract, and the boy snatches it from his hand, saying there's no turning back, and simply bites his finger, accepting it without hesitation. Magic. And a while before, Ralph was talking to him and said he spent 300 million mezzo, asking if he's crazy because that's way too expensive, questioning where he even got it. This money, and P says that he was short on funds, so he took out a loan, and Ralph is surprised, asking who he borrowed from, and the boy replies that it was from the Garf Merchant Guild, and he borrowed approximately 200 million of my money in the group's name. But upon hearing this, Ralph says that this is not a small loan, questioning why the hell he is spending so much. Still, the only item for Debo is Ruella. Debo is surprised to have received it, and the protagonist tells him not to act like that, asking if he really thinks he would spend so much on something without a reason, telling him not to worry, as he knows the true value of that item. It once belonged to a lone, but powerful warrior, and fought bravely, carrying everything on his shoulders. And maybe that shouldn't even be in the past tense, but it is. He asks if it will be useful or not. It will depend solely on Debo wielding it. He says that you shouldn't doubt it so much, because this will be the right item to have in your hands. And at that moment, he uses the item's power to throw a punch at the monster, but the monkey manages to hit him first. Throwing Debo to the ground, he asks what the hell that was, since just glowing doesn't do anything, questioning how the hell he's supposed to activate its effect. He starts running from the monkey, questioning what he is thinking, because against an enemy he barely managed to scratch with his spear, there's nothing he can do, and he thinks he needs his weapon. While he is running from that thing, he ends up seeing an assassin and notices that it's a corpse in the follower, and thinks that will work. And it doesn't matter what he gets, he's just asking for any weapon. As soon as he picks up a shield, he thinks, no exceptions. He wonders if it's because his sister's life is coming to an end, and so Palm smiles, saying that since the contract was signed, they'll go straight to the portal, and Debo clearly agrees that it's better than nothing, but he still needs a weapon. As the monster attacks him, he questions if this is his end, but then the power of that item is demonstrated, and a barrier grows, and he throws the monkey back as it tries to hit him, completely bewildered and questioning what's happening, because the bracelet is displaying a shield symbol, and he notices that there are 5 gems with strange symbols. He then wonders what this could possibly mean. As the monster tries to hit him again, he starts running and taking cover, and then he sees a sword and grabs it. Another of the stones on the bracelet activates, and now a sword symbol appears. He says he knew it, and that this is incredible, managing to injure the monster. Then, he starts to cut at it from all sides, and then realizes he understands. This is truly the relic of a great warrior, because the corresponding symbol glows as soon as he uses the warrior's weapon type, and the mysterious glow greatly increases the weapon's damage as he continues attacking, and the monster stares at him. Debo says that's not all, dodging the monster's attack and managing to get hurting it several more times. He mentions that more gems are activating as he continues to fight, further increasing his strength in the process, which means that the bat monkey's tough skin, horned, is certainly resistant, but now it's vulnerable. He manages to hit the monster's abdomen, gaining 4 stacks of his passive skill, so he continues in that battle because the monster is alive and jumping around, while the monster releases a fireball aimed at the boy's abdomen. He even tries to stop it with his sword, but the sword breaks, and he is thrown to the ground along with the fireball, completely singed. He notices that he got carried away and ended up being hit, and several more fireballs are coming towards him. He thinks that he still has something he can do, and at that moment, the monster begins to while Palm says he's going to have to prove his worth, and Debo says he'll work harder than anyone he's ever seen before. And so they go to the portal, but upon arriving, roar near him, but he thinks that thing is too slow. Picking up another weapon, the monkey is surprised, and now he picks up the axe again, thinking that this is the end for him because the bracelet activated this time. Now what, kid? You're going to get beat down by the monster like a thief. It throws several more fireballs at Debo, but he dodges them. Dodging all of them, he advances with his axe towards the monster, who tries to hit him, but he escapes the attack, passing by and preparing to retaliate, telling the monster to eat this, going straight for its arm, chopping it to pieces. And so the stacks accumulate until they reach 5, and the fully stacked attack combination allows him to launch his strongest attack that he can produce with his weapon. And he tells the monkey that this is definitely going to hurt, hitting him right in the middle, splitting the monkey in 2, who falls to the ground, looking back and seeing what he did with that thing, as the monster finally died in his hand, and the assassins continue attacking Rid, who tries to escape in every way, and is almost hit by an arrow. But, quickly, that arrow is deflected by something. The assassin doesn't understand what's happening. Then, Minner keeps shooting at him, nearly hitting the assassins and forcing them to retreat. Then, she steps in front of Hit, telling him to get a grip, calling him a coward, and saying that his father is waiting for him. Then he runs away, leaving her behind, and she yells to the cute cake that they need to stick together. But then the assassins attack, almost catching the girl. Then, she says that these guys are definitely not helping. She says it's never easy, and that she's getting tired of this. As the chubby guy runs away, he crashes headfirst into an exit portal, thinking he's finally safe, but he ends up there. Thibaut calls the boy and says he's grateful that he bought a new weapon, but normally, he uses a long sword and suggests they switch back. But the boy says that from now on, tripping, falling face first onto the ground, and scraping himself up. Then, the gun in his hand slips away, and he remembers receiving it, recalling how strange he thought it was that his father gave it to him. Because that item is very valuable. He tells the boy to take it with him, saying he might need it on his adventure. So, he thanks him for the consideration, but says that this portal won't be too difficult, as he can clear it pretty quickly, even without any help. But then his father tells him that since he is the leader of the group, he must consider the worst-case scenario in order to bring everyone back safely. And his father says that's what being a leader is all about, looking all proud. But then the boy thinks to himself that his father has overestimated him. He is no good at being a leader, because everyone who was with him ended up dead. He says he's so scared and that he doesn't want to die, and he thinks that this won't work because even if he uses that potion, he doesn't have what's necessary to change the situation. Meanwhile, the assassins continue to go after Manor, and she starts firing bullets from her .38 caliber at everyone. So, she curses them all, ultimately clashing head-on with someone. Pillar. But on top of the pillar, Mudria appears and attacks her with a kick, nearly hitting the girl. Then, she curses at those assassins, calling them all incompetent for wasting so much time on a single girl. Then, she throws her cursed ball towards Manor, almost hitting her, but the girl narrowly manages to dodge it. And she comments that Mudrea talks too much, questioning whether she can even follow through, and shoots at that thing, throwing it far away. But Mudrea activates some kind of death spell that explodes behind the thing. Girl, reflecting that same bullet back at her. And Manor receives a massive amount of damage from this attack. She questions what happened, and Mudrea says it wasn't surprising at all. The girl. From then on, he's going to be using an axe while working with him, and if he doesn't like it, they can just end the contract. And Dio agrees, but then he asks if that is the portal. Keeps shooting at her more and more, but Mudrea simply waits and uses that same spell, returning the bullet to Manor, hitting her right in the thigh. So, with all that blood falling, Mudra apologizes, noticing the other person's confusion. She then explains by asking how it feels to be on the receiving end of her own attack, questioning her about it. What the hell is she talking about? There's no way that's possible. And then she confirms that's exactly what it is, explaining that her magic is damage reflection, a special power granted by the Great One. She then orders the girl to attack, as much as she wants, because she will receive all the damage from those attacks. She claims she won't be able to touch her while it's active, but at that moment, Menor asks if she's serious, wanting to see if she can do something. But as she channels her mana into the pistol, she realizes she's running out. Then Mudra asks if that's really the case, calling her very disappointing, and then kicks that ball from her feet, slamming it into the girl, throwing her to the side and pinning her to the wall. Mir is completely worn out from all the beatings she has already endured. So, Mudra orders the assassins to finish her off immediately. But, as they go to attack the girl, something unexpected happens. The chubby guy steps in front of her to defend her. Mudra says he thought he had abandoned his companions and fled. He replies that she's right, that he promised to protect his group and wasn't good enough, but he still wants to protect her. But a killer hits him head-on and calls him very stupid because he knew this would happen and came back to die. He's not making any sense. But then the killer questions what he thinks, saying he doesn't know what made him come back. But he does know, and he will be an idiot for the rest of his life. If he runs away now, using that potion his father gave him, which grants him extra power, will he question what's happening? That place is definitely one he's been to before. And the seller, if he remembers correctly, is the same merchant who was in charge of him years ago, when he was still a slave, and that the boy is planning to test there, and says that it is a red level, with a mark and an entry limit of 8 people. So the PR says that what they see there seems to be the right place, but then, because it clearly hit him, but then R throws a dagger into the killer's eye, without killing him. Everyone is surprised and wonders if he was hiding his true power, and maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve, but Mudrea says it's nothing like that, and that he knows the Extreme Golden Potion, a legendary elixir that dramatically increases the user's vitality of the user for 30 minutes. Then, she says she can't believe he was in possession of an Extreme Golden Potion, and, to be fair, the Goldreich Merchant Guild is known for its wealth. However, it's still not enough. The boy is having trouble dealing with those assassins, and two of them prepare to attack from afar. They say they were scared. For nothing, as he only became more resistant, but he still has no ability. It's a huge waste of a rare elixir. However, the boy says that they are not wrong, and that this item is too good for him. However, he decided not to take it all on his own, and so Mania's magnum shot is activated, killing the assassins in one fell swoop with shrapnel that tears their bodies in half. So, overflowing with mana, she says that this was a good idea and admits it. Talking to all of them, she says it's time to really turn the tide, ready for the second round, and Ritz says he is, counting on her, as she is a competent adventurer, unlike him. And so, the assassins keep coming after him, saying that the two of them are going to die. So, Mudra orders them not to hurry, but it's too late. And one of the assassins gets the potion bottle thrown right in his face, and when he looks to see what's going on, he gets so scared he almost has a heart attack when he sees the size of the bullet heading his way. So, Shiny Golden Manor, already with the power of the all-powerful Phoenix, orders them to attack, as that young man risked his life to create an opening, and the least. Debo asks where the rest of the group is, reasoning that if he is a boss with deep pockets, he must have very good members, mentioning that he must have a healer, because a fight is a fight, but having they can do is appreciate his courage, unleashing huge shots at them, one after the other, and those shots kill all the assassins, leaving only her and Mudra face to face, front, and Mudra keeps calling them idiots, and realizes the situation has turned dire. Then they beg the martyr for forgiveness. However, she raises her leg, ready to crush them, telling them to move away from her, killing all of her allies who were already on the verge of death. And so, she starts laughing, finding it interesting, but says that nothing has really changed, as she questions what she can do, since she is still unable to neutralize her power to return attacks, that magic circle above her head. And Meaner agrees with him, throwing everything into the fight, wanting to go all the way to the end, guaranteeing that she will be surprised. At that moment, Mudra tells Amanda to shut up, throwing those cursed balls at the girl once again, but Menair and the chubby man manage to get out of the way, avoiding being hit. They each run in a different direction to attract her attention, and Meaner, while fighting those creatures, continues to relentlessly shoot his bullets at Mudra, but she persists with that death mandala, reflecting her attacks, calling Manor an idiot, and saying that she's still having trouble understanding it, and the bullets fly, returning, but as they do, they deflect other bullets towards Mudra, managing to scare her and almost hit her, and she starts to get scared because it was a stray bullet. While the girl continues shooting, she wonders if it was intentional, dodging all the bullets, but thinks there's no chance of that being the case. Then she goes after Manor once again, and the girl, smiling, and she notices that something is wrong. She then realizes that she absorbed the damage from the debris falling on her, managing to injure her, and he questions how that could have worked. And Manor, a healer, is essential. Palm turns to him, giving him a strange look. He asks why Palm is looking at him like that, pointing out that apparently they are the only ones. He continues shooting at Edmo, and she becomes increasingly frightened. Hit thinks he finally understands. His ability to reflect damage is definitely outrageous. However, it only works on attacks aimed directly at her. That is, if she sustains indirect damage from an attack targeting her surroundings, she won't be able to reflect it. And that's how she discovers the weakness of that thing, firing around so that the shrapnel would injure. And Mudra curses at her, lunging toward Menia. And she simply says that she had already told him that he would be surprised to be hit by all of that explosion right in front of her, and at that moment, she starts to bleed, saying that they and their tricks are very irritating, but if she moves away from the wall, she's done for, getting out of, close to everyone. But Menia says that, unfortunately, that's not true. Then, as she returns, she sends the crushing bullet, saying it's because she's been in a minefield the entire time. Then, starts cursing, saying that he will finish her off, invoking that magic circle of return, but for some reason, that bar doesn't hit the circle, completely missing and passing beside. Mudra doesn't understand anything, and the bullet goes upwards, causing a collapse on her head. Then that huge stone falls on Mudra, burying her completely, just like Obito. It's like this, hit. He thinks that she was aiming for the ceiling this whole time, and that probably no one can survive that pile of rocks, but the rocks move, and Hit gets scared, telling him to pay attention and get out. From nearby, trying to run to him, but then an explosion occurs, and they are all thrown away, and Mudra comes out spitting fire and curses them all, because they made her lose 18, good portion of her vitality. But she notices that they fled, leaving only her in that destroyed place, and she questions how they dare, but thinks she knows what she's going to do. Says that there is no need to worry about other members, as they have plenty right here, and Dio replies that's what he thought, because he was scared for no reason at all. However, from now on, however, this will not work again, and so she says that the hunt begins, and Hit goes in to get the girl from inside, as she is almost at her last breath, and he asks if she is okay, and says that it's all your fault, because she was injured trying to save him. He says that, due to her leg, she won't be able to reach them quickly, explaining that they need to find another way. Then Menor says it's all right, raising his pistol, and saying that he still has that, and Modri arrives, consumed by hatred, asking where they are hiding and destroying everything around him, saying that they can't hide from him forever, and that it's only a matter of time. While his iron ball flies everywhere, a bullet heads in his direction, near his back. Then, that magic circle that reflects attacks appears, and she says that it won't work, but the bullet ends up piercing the magic circle, hitting Modre directly, and she questions how that this is possible, holding onto the bullet a little longer to keep it from falling, asking what trick this is. Then she says she will attack first, so she can face him head-on, but when he throws that ball, Menori's afterimage is there, so she isn't hit. As soon as she realizes this, she becomes totally frustrated, but she is hit several more times by a few more shots. She questions what is happening. Then Men asks if she is having trouble processing all of this. As Modra looks ahead, she notices Triketa struggling against the summons. Ghosts, something that doesn't exist in that world. Then she realizes that ghost summons allow the user to summon a companion's shadow, but Eagle Eyes was the only one who managed to use this ability, and she is dead. This is bad. The shadow may appear human, but it is not. She can't reflect the damage from this creature, so the bullets keep coming. Says that all the members he needs are right in front of him. Dio doesn't quite understand the boy, noticing that it's just the two of them. And so, Palm tells him to stop wasting time, hers, and she has to run away with everything she has. However, some bullets start to graze her, causing damage that accumulates. Then she becomes increasingly frustrated, as the bullets even contaminated. They turn back around. So, she figures she needs to do something, because attacking the shadow is useless, and the bullets keep flying at her as she runs. She realizes she needs to find and attack the caster, wondering about her location. Where could she be hiding? She reasons that a skill of this magnitude would require a large amount of mana, so she must be close by, not be too far away. Suddenly, she stops, realizing she knows where the caster is, and so, the iron ball flies back toward the shadow, as she believes the safest place in this area would actually be behind the shadow. To use it as a shield, guiding the iron ball towards Meaner, who's hidden behind the pillar. Meaner can only watch as the ball hurtles toward her. Mud is pleased that he found her, but then, the ball stops just inches from Menair's face, which greatly surprises Mud. Menair then says that if he can predict where the attack is coming from, then obviously the chubby one will be able to do something, since even he is capable of stopping that attack. He starts to smile, and just like that, Menair acknowledges that he spoke very well, summoning the ghost once again, ready to shoot. Then, he declares checkmate against Mudra, and she realizes she's in the line of fire, where things have gone terribly wrong. That shot is incredibly strong and pierces her in multiple directions, finally ending. Finally with Mrei, opening a hole in the middle of her stomach. She falls backward, completely dead. And Reich thinks about those ghost summons, because a creature summoned by this ability should only be a shadow, but it still seems like it's much more than just a shadow, because she talks to Mania, saying what he sees around him, and Mania is completely touched by it, throwing him inside. The boy is surprised when he falls into the location and asks if Palm is crazy, because making a portal meant for 8 people with only 2 has a limit to the madness, and thanking Leia for defending him. Meanwhile, Cassim is fighting against the giant spider leader, taking a lot of hits and being pressured. Then, he notices that his entire body is extremely stiff. He questions the head about the attack being launched at the creature. However, the human head, initially exposed, is ultimately shielded by the spider's remaining body. Stopping Cassim's entire attack, it retaliates with even more red webbing. He observes his sword being absorbed by the creature, and then remarks that it will become a bit chilly. Freezing the entire web with his ice power, ice emanates from his sword. Cassim notices this, spotting an opportunity to retrieve it, and realizes he recognizes that ability, managing to get free from the web. Then, Kiri apologizes, explaining that he was evacuating the merchants and mentioning the troublesome monster, offering to lend a hand, because if they work together, they will certainly win. But then, he punches the girl with excessive force, sending her flying and pinning her against the wall. She is confused as to why Cassim is behaving this way. He orders her not to interrupt his fight, calling the girl an unworthy little shit, saying he doesn't need her help, and telling her to know her place. And with that, he goes after that thing. Again, telling her to be a good spectator and just watch. And then, Arc looks at the leader of Kenya, wondering if he has been consumed by power, saying that it's a very pitiful sight, very pitiful, and that he is wild, totally out of control, not wanting to believe that he was planning to neutralize the Sign Knights with just that alone. But Will says that he doesn't need to worry, as he gave him his power, but only a little. And even though he is a Sign Knight, he is only a 6th Circle mage, and his abilities were equal before. He asks if it looks like he's joking. Besides that, he still has to use a weapon he's not used to. However, Palm looks at him in a rather serious manner, and the transformation. But now his servant should be able to take care of that enemy, and besides that, he is sure that he needs to worry about someone else. And Arc notices that he was prod. Aware of this, he states that it must be over by now. Meanwhile, another Cygna Knight, who opposes his dark counterpart, is completely terrified witnessing the scene as several explosions erupt. He ends up being thrown back and realizes that they anticipated his involvement, questioning whether it's a trap, because if it is, the Knights are in danger. But that dark version says that he should concentrate, using a spiritual launch against the real one, adding that if he's still worrying about his pupils, it's because he's too predictable, but he's a hypocrite, and so he continues to be thrown back, under pressure, and the dark version asks if he has already forgotten about, but he ends up being cut, and his sword is also broken, and so, that thing says that his father, Atan, loved him more than anything else in this world. He loved him and trusted him unconditionally, and he certainly was a great father, except that everything was a lie. Family, unconditional love, it all means nothing. And Atam killed his biological father to take custody of him solely because he possesses the blood of the Knight of Light. And then, he says that Atam, it's definitely closer to a fully summoned Satan. And so, he continues to attack the real one, insisting that he is the only one worthy to inherit the legacy of the Knight of Light. Even so, the divine blood that flows through his veins is the reason he's been surrounded by greedy, wretched people his entire life, all spying for that knight. If he expected transparency and honesty from him, calling him an immature child, saying that he will never be able to free himself from the curse of this lineage, telling him to acknowledge it and become ruthless, saying that Guibu quickly notices monsters approaching from behind, three-eyed tree stumps. He realizes they're stamps and understands he messed everything up by shouting, grabbing that downloaded. It's already time for him to abandon his fantasies and become an adult, but then he simply says that that thing talks too much and doesn't really understand, and the knight says that his head was already hurting because of the SE. And he doesn't need to make it worse with his voice, but he says that he already understands, explaining that this must be some kind of mental realm, and that his role is to buy time. And so, the Black Knight asks if he still can't see that he is the truth he has been ignoring until now, but he refuses to believe it, saying that the knight is wrong, and questioning if he himself is innocent. Honesty. Asking if he really believes that he is so motivated by romantic ideals, asking him to give him a break, and then admitting that the knight is right. Yes, he is, surrounded by greedy bastards who use him, but in return, he uses them all as well. The dark version asks if he didn't hear anything he said, but he replies that it's a give-and-take relationship that he has with them, and by satiating their never-ending greed, he learns how to encourage the faint-hearted. It's how he learns to forgive those who antagonize him, and how to mend broken relationships. It was also about how to protect those who are dear to him. He truly uses the power of light with the sword, the shield, and that goddess over there protecting him, and he says that these values of life cannot be learned anywhere else. And even so, he is still fighting alongside Cassim, and at that moment, she sees that there is no way to run away from that giant spider that is chasing her, turning around and throwing stones of ice on top of that thing, but it defends itself, not letting the stones get close, and so it attacks again. Kir has to get out of the way, and Cassim takes the opportunity to curse at the girl, trying to attack together, and says he doesn't need her help, but she was the one who created that opening for him to appear behind the main body, so the other one could hit it. So, he even tries, preparing for the fight. He explains that they're known for having trunks more resistant than swords and spears can pierce, not to mention their numbers. But then the protagonist tells him to get out of the way, but a barrier appears around the original body, protecting it from his attack, and he is surprised by this, noting that this was not its weakness. And so, the spider summons the Bijodama is right on top of him, ready to strike. Seeing that absurd power, he gets scared and shouts, "Cassim!" The moment he glances to the side, he ends up getting hit and thrown away along with that power, flying unconscious amidst the attack. He remembers his past, recalling that since joining the Knights, he has trained rigorously, every day, and never took a day off, not even when he passed out from exhaustion, all to be recognized by Millie. However, when he looked at Millie, he says that on the day he brought that girl, he instinctively knew he had been abandoned. He couldn't accept it, wondering why, questioning it over and over, fighting the girl and managing to defeat her very easily. He questions why Millie accepted such incompetent trash, and the girl falls to the floor, completely defeated. But he says that what truly infuriated him was the talent, undeniable, that she possessed, and fear began to grow within him as he questioned what he was to Millie. But then Kir appears, taking the rocks off of him, asking him to hold on, saying that she would get him out of there soon. But Cassim tells her to stop wasting time and run away before he finds her in the middle of all that dust, and tells her to go and tell the master. But Kir refuses, saying that he can't die, stating that he was her goal, and questioning if he even knows how hard she worked to surpass him. And before the master, she wanted him to recognize her progress, and she still has many things to show him. He better get out of this alive, saying he can't give up yet. Gibu asks him to wait, but the boy uses the fire arrow, calmly slicing one of them in half, surprising Gibu. Then, the protagonist uses telekinesis on that arrow of lifting that stone and managing to free him. He keeps calling her a fool, saying that she has always been like that, and ever since the master accepted her, this idiot has always been the same way. So, when he frees himself, he slowly gets up, and she says that she will buy time by asking him to please do something. But Sim tells her to shut up, saying that she can't do anything alone, telling her not to make him laugh, and orders her to stay behind him and not go anywhere, saying that it is an order. He gets up and faces that spider head-on. He starts running with her and tells her to defend him while he attacks. The girl agrees, and so he says he is going to attack from above, and she also follows the attack, going after it. With him using ice and her using the sun, the two attack together. He tells her to go to the right, and the girl actually goes, defending him. He tells her to react faster, telling her to attack from below. But it turns out that she is the one who is attacked, and Cassim directs her right, up, left, down, and continues giving orders, fighting that spider together with the girl, and then he attacks. As she defends herself, things happen, and the spider gets scared, eventually noticing that the attacks won't hit Cass. Throwing the girl to the ground, he shouts at her, but before she can fully wake up, that tailed beast ball is formed in front of the girl, ready to strike her. But then, as the power approaches, Kiri gets scared, but Cassim steps in, forward, stopping that thing. And so he remembers when he handed his exam to Millie, telling her that he aced it again with a perfect score, and that he still has a long way to go before he can be called her protege. However, Millie points out that, on the other hand, all of his teammates did terribly, and Cassim says that he can explain. However, Mill points out that it's definitely the same guy, so he realizes he's traveled back to the past. But the bald man, seeing that the boy isn't responding, gets irritated, asking him what he's staring at, and prepares a fire, killing several of them in front of him. He says it's disappointing, especially considering he thought he would act that way right after they entered a portal. They received grades of C, D, E, and F, and he did everything by himself again, telling Cassim that he still doesn't understand what he's trying to teach him. And in this moment, Cassim, instead of understanding, reflecting on it, he grew increasingly irritated. And in that moment, as he defends Kir, he begins to understand a little, tearing apart that tailed beast ball and advancing towards the spider, ready to cut it down. But it turns out that when the attack ends, Cassim's sword is broken, and as she throws her sword to him, he catches it in the air, and the girl tells him to use it, and he really succeeds, invoking part of the girl's sun power, preparing to unleash a final attack, a gigantic sword that descends from the sky towards the spider. And he finally begins to understand the teachings of Millie, saying that they are finally coming to the surface as he prepares to plunge that gigantic sword into Nara. At this point, he can't even believe what is happening, because the spider has actually been defeated, with a huge hole in her back, and she is surprised that Cassim is capable of doing this, and she thinks that she still has a long way to go. To go around, he throws her sword at her feet, telling her that she shouldn't dare think not even for a moment, that she is worthy enough to call herself a Cygnus knight, and she says she understands, lowering her head, but he tells her that's why she must follow in his footsteps, just like that day. He's being such a tsundere. The girl notices this and is happy to be fighting alongside him, agreeing with Cassim's orders. Oh man, oh my god, pure tsundere. And now, really, with the comments from the audience, here on the site, I'm realizing it's been a while since I've talked about El Palm, right? He's still stuck there with dying. I miss El Palm so much. Hopefully, he'll appear in the next videos, ordering him not to make mistakes like that again. And then, Gibo asks, who is this monster? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a girl says that the merchants have taken the bait and are still. Guys, the video is undeniably shorter because I finished moving little by little, but it was very tiring, and I'm still organizing everything. I managed to set up and turn on the PC and make this video. Not to leave you feeling nostalgic, just as I'm missing new releases, but rest assured, everything will fall into place next week, and things will really take off. So, I'll definitely see you in the next video, and things will improve. See you there. Bye. Buying time for the plan, but they have already captured the people they are going to send. And then, a person drinking wine in a villainous manner listens to the report, and the girl asks if they have permission to proceed, and that guy says yes. And the girl disappears from behind him, and he says that everything will be done according to that person's wishes, and he wishes freedom from Apple World. And after the protagonist deals with all those logs, Gibo gathers all the mana stones, obtaining a total of 27, and then the protagonist calls him to continue. He says that he is ready. As they walk through that desert, he says he thought he was just crazy or something, but the boy is no joke. He is surprised at the extent of his power. Telekinesis, mentioning that he has never seen or heard of anyone using a fire arrow like that, and adds that since he is accompanying such a strong person, he should be able to obtain it. A lot of money, and he thinks that's incredible. Since the split is 7-3, he should be able to save on medical expenses and food for the time being, and so he is all happy. But Prota says he doesn't quite understand, but he says that he found another group of stamps, and so Gibo notices that there are about 9 of them. Then Palme says it's a perfect number, and Gibo asks what it's the perfect number for, but Palm is looking directly at him, and he already begins to sense what he is implying. So, Gibo throws a stone, punch aimed at the boy. He realizes that he's been brought back to the starting point of all his stories, and after getting punched, he wonders if he's drawing the attention of one of the monsters, who appears above him with his axe, ready to chop wood and split the trunk in half, and the others become frightened. And GB is already starting to mentally complaining and wondering why he has to fight those bastards alone, especially since he's never used that kind of weapon before, making it kind of annoying. Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't. It would be enough to defeat all those monsters, and he thinks his boss is a real crazy bastard for fighting those things alone, surrounded by everyone. And Pal reminds me that he said he's only ever used swords in his life, which he thinks is pretty obvious, judging by his movements, but he'll soon realize that the axe is the weapon that will make him stronger, adding that there's no doubt that he is talented, especially since he is the only apprentice chosen by the axe-wielding heroine, Aran. And so the monsters rush at him, going all out, but the boy continues to cut them down easily, and he ends up noticing something. The axe has a much greater range, as well as great attack power. It's much more comfortable than using a sword. And, after he calmed down a bit, he started to feel the axe getting lighter. He wonders what will happen if he wields it even more freely. He manages to outmaneuver everyone, those monsters very calmly, swinging the axe on pure instinct. And so, Palm notices that he picked up the knack for it pretty quickly, and notes that he hasn't even awakened a circle yet, but he's already strong enough. But as he assesses this performance, he feels something, and the ground starts to shake, making him wonder if it's an earthquake as he looks up, and from the middle of a wall emerges the leg of one of those monsters. And so he needs to dodge quickly to avoid being hit, wondering what that is. And it is, in fact, a gigantic stomp, and the monster tries to kill him by any means, but Palm, dreaming, but ends up realizing it's all too real. Afterwards, he even gets punched and says he can't believe it, but there's no other explanation. And then, another man who works at the market appears, pulling him out of the way and throwing the boy to the side, and says that its size has nothing to do with the threat, saying that it only makes it easier to land an attack. And so, Gibo thinks that magic, it might work, and the boy launches his arrow towards the stamp, but the monster ends up blocking the attack, leading the protagonist to realize that its reaction speed is faster than expected. So, he prepares to try again, using the staff as a bow, and preparing another arrow like the previous one, activating the mist sneakers. the monster sees the arrow spinning around it and attempts to follow it with its eyes. However, the protagonist flips the arrow behind him, thinking he only needs one shot. But even then, the monster stops the attack with one of its branches, rendering it ineffective. Then, Palm notices that the monster blocked the attack, becoming a little nervous, and Gibo shouts at him, asking if the magic isn't working either and why he's still standing there, telling P to run, or else he'll die. And he explains that it's not that the attacks don't work, because the monster wouldn't have bothered blocking if they were ineffective, but the problem is the branches, and so all those branches, right on top of them, they almost get hit, and the monster sees that they jumped and are in the air, preparing another branch to try and strike them. Gibo, seeing that, is surprised, but Prota uses a stone to give them support, and with that stone, they manage to get out of the way of that attack. Gibo says that the boy did very well, as he thought he was going to die, and thanks him, but Palm says that it's no problem, as he has to take care of the stamps that are behind them. He wonders how long those monsters have been there, and Palm says he'll take care of the other bastard, and Giba even tries to shout out to him, but ends up being left behind. He wonders why that boy is so fast. Then Palme goes after the monster, launching another arrow like the previous one, but Gibo, of slaves, is leading a group that appears to be pirates, telling them that everyone there is slaves who can be used as bait and ordering them to choose one. He adds that they are in good condition because becomes desperate, because that monster is not something he thinks they can defeat without a plan, and thinks that they need to escape. Looking at Prota's fight, he realizes that the monster, he blocked the arrow again, saying it happened just as he predicted, but the monster ends up getting hit in one of its eyes. Then, Gibo is surprised he managed to hit it, and Prota continues, launching arrow after arrow. He notes that the branches are moving much faster than he expected, making it impossible to use telekinesis and attack simultaneously. However, since he is in the second circle, he's able to cast magic twice in quick succession, so he launches one arrow to stop the monster initially, and then a second to tear off its branch. And Kibo thinks that this is incredible. Concealing a fire arrow directly behind the first is simply absurd. No matter how fast the monster is, it won't be able to block 2 consecutive attacks. He's surprised, thinking that Stamp would be defenseless against attacks like that, and comments that this guy is more of a monster than he initially believed. However, while he's just observing, fighting, he realizes the situation has become critical and shouts to Palm, as several other smaller stamens are behind the boy. He tells Palm to look back, realizing there were so many that some ended up getting past them. Palm turns the arrow that was heading towards the monster downwards, killing all the other monsters that were surrounding it. And then he speaks to Debo, asking if he can't even handle those little ones. So, the big guy gets furious and launches another attack on the boy, but the protagonist quickly gets out of the way, jumping over the rocks and running away from the attack of that thing. He thinks that if he shows an opening, even for a second, the monster will exploit it. While he's in the air, a whip from that tree, they were caught recently. And so, that white-haired guy says he'll take 2. Palm, in turn, after reflecting for a moment, realizes he doesn't need to overthink it, and that this is his second chance. Lunges at the boy, almost hitting his head, but Debo appears immediately, touching the protagonist's shoulder, throwing him down, and using his axe to cut that root. Then, he says that he just saved Palm, and that he had better take back what he said. And so Palm smiled, saying that he finally seems to be becoming himself again, activating some more arrows, and then they fought together. They are motivated to finish off that bastard once and for all. And, with both of them even more motivated, Palm launches 2 arrows at the monster, blowing up a large part of it, and the monster tries to stop one of the arrows. Then, Guibo goes in, cutting him with his axe, and Prota, seeing that, notices that he is attacking from the sides and the boy is almost hit, but Palm tells Guibo that he will go to the right and he will deal with the left, and the 2 cut the roots and go at the monster again, and Guibo starts circling his body, jumping and cutting everything he can from the front, but ends up being hit in the ribs and spitting blood everywhere, and the monster almost swallows him. However, Prota throws a rock to the boy, using it like Goku's flying Nimbus, getting him out of there quickly. But then, another one of them picks up the rock where he was sitting, ultimately destroying it and throwing him out. The protagonist realizes that this is becoming far too problematic, summoning even more stones, making him stop on top of one. But the monster attacks him again. He realizes that escape seems impossible, and starts walking across the stones to try and evade it, avoid that thing. The protagonist, in turn, continues using his fire arrow, circling the monster's entire body and attracting its attention. And when the tree turns its face to look at the protagonist, Paul tells Dio to finish it off, and Dio takes his axe to the monster, hitting one of the thing's eyes. And so, it, who has 3 eyes, now has 2 on the same side and begins to suffer. However, going back in time a bit, before our protagonist realizes he's back, a group of pirates arrives in that city, and one of them is happy to finally be there, and a girl with a screaming at it. But Dio ends up dropping his axe, jumping away and running off, leaving the weapon behind. He declares that it's not over yet, and returns to face that thing. And the protagonist, for his part, this time, he uses his telekinesis to grab the axe and hurl it into the boy's hand, and Debo catches it in the air, telling the creature to prepare itself because it's dessert time. And once again, he hits his mark. Another one of the creature's eyes is struck, and it screams again from the pain inflicted upon it. And so, it is thrown backward, bouncing and ending up in front of the monster. And the tree even lunges forward, opening its mouth trying to bite him, but the protagonist intervenes, shooting fire arrows into the creature's mouth, launching both of them inside, causing a huge explosion at its core. Then, with the core being destroyed, the monster starts to catch fire, and Debo, watching it, becomes calmer. Palm approaches him, saying that he did a good job, and Debo replies that the boy did well too, and with that, they finally manage to destroy the monster. Sometime later, elsewhere, in a very humble house on the outskirts, Debo's sister is eating alone, thinking that it's getting late, and she should eat soon, go to bed, giving thanks for the food. But then there's a knock on her door. She opens it, asking who it is, and gets a huge shock when she realizes it's her brother. He says that he's back, and the girl starts shaking all over, crying with emotion, but she remains firm, just hugging her brother and thanking him for coming home. Meanwhile, the protagonist goes to another corner that's completely wrecked, and inside that house, there's a photo of him with his supposed father, but that person is lying in bed in a somewhat dangerous situation, as he is very ill, and the protagonist, looking at him, becomes a little sad, and the only thing he can do for that person is activate the fire arrow, setting the house on fire and simply leaving it behind. Are getting settled. I'm in a new house now, so I just need to organize everything. Next week, the upload frequency will increase. There will be many continuations and also new works here on the channel. So, Bunny Outfit says that as soon as he does her a little favor, she'll be able to buy potions. And another guy offers some fish nearby, and one of the boys with them is overjoyed to be back. And a while later, Abe's is in his room thinking that this will cause problems, since the portal of the 100 is close to appearing. Then he wonders how he should organize things. Appeared to him because Rakan will be in charge this time, and if he fails, things will go very badly, since all of the top 10 merchant unions will be focused on cleaning up this time. That portal, where epic or higher quality items are basically guaranteed in the 100 portal. A legendary item might even appear, but that doesn't mean it will be easy, because the 3 Natasha sisters from the Goldrick Merchant Union are so powerful that it's hard to believe he's just a second circle adventurer. Then he says that the trio is so powerful that the trio treat of Merchant Union, second circle adventurers from the Gaff Merchant Union, can't even compare. And if he were to analyze it objectively, not only the Goldrick Merchant Union, but all 10 unions will be sending their best teams, and their Merchant Union, G4, is easily surpassed by all of them. He's a little hesitant, but then he thinks about Palm. Then he realizes that someone is Hass. Daring to enter without knocking, he notices it's someone he knows very well, Lord Rakan. Rakan asks if Abe's has already prepared the list of groups that will clear the portal. Then Abe's asks for forgiveness. Getting up from the chair, Abe's lets Rakan sit. He mentions it's unusual for him to be late, and asks Rakan what he thinks of the boy this time. Then he says that, damn, Palm must have some circumstance to take into account, since they know he's talented, but they have no way of knowing to what extent. And last time, Shev's entire group was killed, which is the reason for his skepticism. Then Rakan laughs, asks if he wants to test him again, because as it happens, there's a great place for that, and says that, of course, he should gather all the groups in the port city of Elite. And the white-haired guy asks Raymond if he's really that happy. Then Raymond talks to Walker, asking if he isn't as happy as he is, and so everyone is considering to make it practical, and Rakan says there will be many witnesses this time. Meanwhile, Prota goes with Debo to another gate. He comments on what it looks like. There are a lot of people saying that this is how it should be this time around. So, some guys will approach Prota, asking if he's the guy from the 5th group, because 2 people with 1. A story about slavery doesn't exactly fill him with joy, and Prota already dislikes what's happening, noticing that they're clearly not friendly, and are trying to imply that slaves will only get in the way. He figures it's normal for experienced groups to think like that, and it seems everyone is between the 1st and 2nd circles, completely different from Shev's group, and are true professionals who don't need bait. Then, Abe's arrives, asking if everyone is present, and Prota is surprised that he came in person. Abe says they'll get straight to the point and proceed with a test now, giving them a chance to demonstrate their skills. And that cocky pirate-like guy asks if he's going to give them a chance, and Abe's confirms that he is. Really, a chance to go to the portal of 100. They're surprised by the news, and he says that they will receive special treatment, which the protagonist realizes is how they're going to play the game. He tells them to give it their all in that portal with 40 people. Then they all enter and realize it's the forest again, and the pirate says that they are only going to join forces to hunt the boss, asking if that sounds good to everyone, and says that they will split up there, and when there is a signal, they will regroup. And once again, both the protagonist and Debo are left alone, and the group of mages will move on ahead. They say they will kill everything in their path, since they don't have much time. They agree with Dolan until a monster comes their way. Remains in that amazing atmosphere, as it's the beginning of their adventure. And so it is said that this is the age of adventurers. Adventurers from all over the world create their own adventures and become heroes. Type of six-legged crab turtle. He asks if that's all there is, saying it's just mushrooms again, and the mage releases his energy ball, saying it's a huge waste of time. Using an energy beam, he thinks this is tedious, telling him to grab the magic stone and quickly move on. But that monster completely resists his magical attack and becomes irritated by his attack. Then they notice he is still alive, and the wizard is surprised that his magic couldn't penetrate the monster and says that it won't work, suggesting that they should do something. Then a noise begins to emerge around them in the middle of the forest. Then he asks everyone to be careful, as they are already surrounded, and that group is really screwed, facing so many monsters. But the monsters start to get killed, and after a while, all 4 of them are very tired. But somehow, they finish killing them. And one of them talks to Dolan, saying that the monsters are stronger than normal, asking what they should do. And Dolan says he bets that winning by kill count is out of the question, and if they continue like this, they will end with the resistance before facing the main threat. And since that's the case, even though it's a little risky, he's considering breaking the alliance and heading straight for the woods. So, the protagonist believes that's what most of the group is going to do, and Diego says that seems to be the case, because those things are too difficult, and tells him to forget about it, because he's been standing there since earlier without helping at all. And the protagonist says that, since there were only 3, he should be able to handle that many, and Debo says that anyway. He asks if he's suggesting that they can waste time just on that. The protagonist says yes, urging him to continue. But then, Debo wants to go kill the boss, while the protagonist wants to clear out the trash, and so he asks what the boy wants, speaking to Palm that on their own journeys. They head to a portal, because in addition to these mysterious portals that began appearing all over the world, there were various types of terrifying monsters that you wouldn't just said they were going to the boss, and he replies that he was saying that's what the others are thinking, and they're going by the numbers, and killing the boss isn't the only way to get a good score, and the way he handles the underlings is also important. Furthermore, the boss is dangerous, and the competition will be fierce. They don't know what tricks the other teams will use, but Debo thinks they probably won't cross the line, but you never know. And he mentions that Debo is always talking as if he knows everything. That's when Palm also says that he can feel something very dangerous coming from that portal. Meanwhile, Dolan's group continues moving forward, until that girl from the group calls out to him, asking him to look at something, and she says it's an escape portal, adding that she wasn't planning on looking for it, but it's a good thing, and they shouldn't leave any marks around there. But then one of the members starts laughing, behind Dolan, and he asks what that was, telling Vant that he's being too loud. However, Vant starts screaming, and Rian asks if he can't hear him, saying that he will attract many people around him in that way. However, Avon is completely out of control, laughing involuntarily and crying while still laughing. And aren't you wondering what that is? And all around him, everyone is getting sick from the smoke that has already filled the entire area, and he realizes that it's poison and thinks he needs to escape from there, even if it means going alone and leaving everyone behind. But then, a hideous mushroom monster appears behind him, grinning with a mouth full of teeth. Then, when that monster gets close enough, it starts releasing even more poison near Dolan. He sees that there isn't much he can do as the monster also starts to laugh, and infected by that mist, he laughs nervously in front of that desperate thing. Meanwhile, in another find in Maple World, and countless adventurers died within the portals, but the unimaginably valuable and powerful items that were found inside attracted those who dared. corner of the island, Prota calmly left with Diego, and the boy points out that the other guy didn't fight even once today, until he notices something and sees that someone is using a flare. And Debo, he says he knows they are supposedly meant to use the flare if they find a boss, but them actually doing it is a surprise. And when the two arrive, everyone is giving the protagonist a sour look. With a sour look, he notices that a group is missing, and the pirate Jarak says that since it seems like everyone is there, he will begin the explanation. But one of the girls says that Sorcerer Dolan's group isn't there yet. He says it doesn't matter, as there's no reason to wait, and states that they found the boss, and when they found it, they all witnessed Dolan's group being decimated, with the last member being eaten by the monster, which is the boss of that place, the poisonous mushroom of madness. My friend, if there's one thing the author of this manhwa knows how to do, it's drawing ugly monsters. Then the girl is surprised, asking what he's talking about regarding the poisonous mushroom of madness, and says that they are in trouble, and her group isn't so that he can deal with this boss. And he says that, if the mushroom of madness really is the boss, they will have to give up hunting it, as they need to find the escape portal as soon as possible. And so, Debo asks about this poisonous mushroom of madness, questioning whether it is dangerous. Prota is surprised that it's the boss, saying that it is the worst kind of boss to encounter, in a dungeon at his level. And while he's thinking, Dio keeps calling him, and Prota says that because of the spores that spread, it's difficult to get close, which also means that they can't use their numbers to beat it. And Dio continues talking to Prota non-stop and being a pain. He says that if they want to take it down, they will need to use ranged attacks, to dream big. But Walker says they need bait, and everyone thinks he's strange, and he says that they can't plan anything until they know what's inside the portal, and countless. However, half-hearted attacks won't do any damage, as it is very resilient and fast. Then, the pirate says that, unfortunately, the boss is in the way of the escape portal and it will be impossible to escape without facing him. But then, Debo asks if he's scared, saying that this boss is nothing, and that he'll consume the boss's invincible fire arrow and give it his all. Right. But Paala tells him to shut up, and Debo gets very angry. And Paala says that they'll die if they go into this without a plan, and that his fire arrow won't even scratch him. Scratch it. And Debo asks why he's scared. Paala says that even the small mushrooms in that portal are all watertight, so they can assume the boss is too, and the pirate gets all worked up because they are talking about something so obvious, saying, that's why slaves are like that. And one of the knights tells Iborboro that they don't have time for any of this. They need to figure out how to escape. But then, Prota raises its hand, offering 50,000 mesos, and Iborboru asks what he's talking about, and Prota says he'll give 50,000 mesos per person, since there are 30 people there. They just need to pay 1.5 million meso, and he tells them to do it because they will be the bait for everyone. And so Debo is very surprised by what the boy is saying, asking what the hell this is all about, but Iboru tells him not to be swayed, saying that he must be used to these slave tactics, but he shouldn't think it will be always the same thing. And he says that this boss isn't a boss who can be lured so easily. He says that if they go along with what he said and fail to attract attention, ultimately, dying in the process, they will all be dead in an instant. And he says that slaves only get in the way in high-rank portals, and setting that aside, what's wrong with that guy on? Adventurers have died due to unforeseen circumstances, which is why they require a slave to serve as bait. The girl, who resembles a ninja, observes that they need his side, because he doesn't even seem awakened, and he asks what the two of them can do with the adventurer, 2 circles, and a slave. And so Debo gets very pissed off, because he can't stand all the talking. The guy is irritating him, claiming that he's been trying to pick a fight since the beginning. But then Palm asks him what he intends to do, suggesting that he must already have a better plan than this, considering he's talking so much, so he denies it. And Palm, just as he suspected, realizes that he doesn't. And if he had a way to handle the boss, he wouldn't have launched the flare. And he also states that he wants to clarify something, explaining that their group consists of 1 member from the 2nd circle and 1 from the 1st circle. And Dio is surprised that it appeared on his arm, asking how long it's been there. Then, he becomes overjoyed, thinking he's a genius. And Palm questions whether Boro's group only has 1 or 2 members from the 2nd circle, and he realizes that the boy is correct. But that girl who was there asks him to wait, saying that if they are really going to be the bait for them, she is willing to pay. However, they don't have all that money on them right now. And Prada says that this is not a problem, for they can seize the seed before it emerges, and if they fail to escape, they should interpret it as offering themselves as a sacrifice. But he states that everyone present must agree, and then he He lets them decide. Sometime later, near the exit portal, the monster is devouring the remaining members of the group that were there, until a fire arrow comes flying towards it. He is struck right in the face, but he becomes shrouded in smoke, and the protagonist tells Dio that they will move when the boss notices them, and Dio questions why they have to do that, and the boss indeed notices them, his eyes gleaming with a deathly light as he rushes towards the two with everything he has, laughing maniacally, running to kill them, and the protagonist notices that someone to create a diversion so they can escape, and, thinking it's a good plan, she agrees. So, they proceed to the slave market, and comment that everyone there is of high quality, and deserves the is approaching, and Dio asks why he is so fast, while the two already have masks covering their faces, and the monster comes charging like a madman at them, with everything he's got, and the two, they keep coming, with the blizzard chasing them, and that girl tells everyone to run now, ordering them to hurry up and activate the portal before the decoys die. Then they knock on that pillar, and the portal starts to open. Everyone gets ready to leave, but then, while Debo runs desperately, many others appear in front of him, and he starts to get angry, asking if he looks so easy to kill, summoning his flames to that axe, imbuing it, telling them to just go away, using the explosive cut on those things, breaking several of them at the same time. But then the crazy mushroom appears behind him with its big mouth open, trying to kill the boy, but the protagonist uses the fire arrow, hitting it right in the mouth, and the monster is thrown back, and even though he's all injured, he still keeps laughing. But the protagonist launches another fire arrow once again at the monster, but the mushroom quickly gets out of the way, using its agility. But he uses his telekinesis makes the arrow turn around and head towards that monster, which begins to prepare its attack on the boy, and the arrow keeps trying to hit him, while that mushroom, he dodged a cockroach from side to side, avoiding that thing, and going after Debo with everything it had, wanting to grab the boy with its hand. And Debo tells Palm that it's catching up to them, but the two are already close to that ravine, and, when they get there, they jump, and the mushroom barely misses them. But then, Debo draws the attention of that thing, telling it to eat that with. The protagonist throws another fire arrow upwards, right in that thing's face. Then the two fall into the river below, and Debo, coming out of the water, is very shaken, because he almost died because of that damn thing. Price. So, he returns and decides to take both of them, one of whom is our protagonist. He carries them both to the portal and informs them that they will mark the pillar to notify the others that mushroom. And the protagonist dries himself, while Debo asks what that thing's problem is. He wonders if he can't hear, because that's the boss of the place, and it looks like they'll have to prepare better if they wanted to kill him. And so he remains very calm, and Debo questions him about being the boss, asking if he's speaking as if they were really going to kill that thing, because he must have misheard. Wrong, but the boy says that he heard correctly, and Dai asks if he's kidding him, but Palma questions what the problem is, asking if they didn't come to hunt the boss. This was when they still didn't know that the boss was the poisonous mushroom of madness, asking if he doesn't know that there's something called a strategic retreat, and Palma says that he doesn't. Will be able to re-enter a portal he escaped from. But at that moment, he just screams, saying that he knows this, and wonders if they shouldn't run away from there, since his job as bait has already been done, because he can't think of how he's going to kill that boss when even fire arrows no longer work, and he wonders if the boy hadn't said that they would die if tried to fight that thing. But then Paul tells me the situation has changed because, with the competition gone, they're just free meals now, and what's more, they're still going to get a great bonus, asking if that isn't great, and what's wrong with it, questioning whether going against his contract is really a good idea. And so, Diego says that wasn't what he was thinking. And even so, he says he has to give a bonus for everything he's doing. The boy says, of course, but Debo asks Palm to just tell him that, asking how they're going to kill that thing when melee and long-range attacks don't work, and says he has no plan to throw his life away on something impossible, questioning if there's even a way to kill. They have arrived, and it appears that no one is inside yet. This implies that they will be the first ones there. He glances back and asks if his friends are ready, and they confirm that thing. And just then, already outside the portal, Ab is surprised that they're already leaving, and asks if that wasn't too fast for a portal meant for 40 people. And he asks Dilberry, how did it go there? It seems some people are missing, and that delinquent is still around. But then, she says they failed, mentioning that Dolan's group was killed, and Palm is still there. And they were only able to escape because Palm and the other guy acted as bait, and she says it's impossible to kill the portal boss with just that group. Then AES asks what she's talking about, and says that, in the end, she did nothing but run away, with her tail between her legs, and she explains that the boss was the infamous poisonous mushroom of madness, and there was nothing she could do. But then, he throws his cigar on the floor and stomps it out, telling them to come back. And so, she tells Abe's to wait, because Palm's group hasn't come out yet, and since the portal is still active, they must still be alive. But then, Abba says that they won't survive, as it's only a matter of time. After all, she herself said that the boss is the poisonous mushroom of madness, and if they want, they can wait. He doesn't have time to wait with them. So, he starts cursing those damn useless people, as it seems they just had bad luck. It's impossible for a two-circle wizard to kill one poisonous mushroom of madness, and average adventurers like those are of no use to him. He says the type he wants is someone who can overcome obstacles, and, already inside, the protagonist is aiming his fire arrow in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, Abbas is thinking that what he wants is someone who turns the impossible into the possible, and the boy is about to release his arrow. In the middle of all that, and tells Dio that they are going to start the hunt, and launches that arrow. The arrow travels all the way to the forest, and it is said that this boss is faster and tougher than the ones. Don't forget to activate the notification bell to stay up to date with everything I'm going to post. So, without further ado, let's get to the continuation of this work that just keeps getting better. And at the beginning of everything, we are passing through that portal together with the slaves. However, the boy then notices that the place is very strange, and, when he looks ahead, he realizes that it is a very mysterious forest, filled with enormous mushrooms and that they have faced before. And on top of that, he even uses poison, which makes things even more difficult. In a situation like this, it's better to keep your distance and attack with a strong power, as far as possible, but he still can't achieve that level of power with just the fire arrow alone. However, if he uses telekinesis to propel the arrow at high speed, the power penetration rate will increase drastically, and this is something he can only utilize within the Maple world. Furthermore, he invented something inspired by a bullet, the invisible missile. So he uses his revolver and that spinning bullet heads towards the mushroom, hitting and piercing right through it. And with that, even from a distance, he manages to hit the monster and also cut down some trees, and the monster ends up with a massive hole in the middle of its chest. He mentions that he tried to hit the head, which contains the core, in one fell swoop, but it seems he missed his mark. And with that, the mushroom of madness begins to bleed that poisonous blood everywhere, and he comments that this is going to become even more problematic, while the monster looks back, trying to locate the source of that shot, finally sees the glow of the protagonist's arrow, and starts running in that direction. However, the boy launches another arrow, this time missing and failing to hit the creature's head. Then he speaks that it's very difficult to use the revolver while moving, and the main problem is the reload time, as he needs to finish this before the boy climbs up there. But he's already very close, running desperately, like a dog. Then the monster arrives at the foot of that mountain, but as it gets closer, it senses that something is strange. Then Paolo shouts to Gibo that it's time. He prepares for the plan and pulls a rope, causing the monster to stumble. Then it trips and falls face first into the mud, and from the middle of that gooey mud, the protagonist looks down from above, and the monster finds that. He notes that he has never been to such a mysterious place before, and that it's completely different from what he had imagined. Walter tells them they don't need to be so nervous and invites them to go. Strange, and Palme catches its attention. But at that moment, Gu arrives from behind, using his huge and explosive axe on the monster's face, hitting it with full force. And with that, his axe returns to the hand, and the monster prepares to release its poison. Then Gibbo says he can finally breathe, calling the monster up and remarking that the air is nice and fresh, asking them why they, and, in that situation where one is on top and the other is underneath, Palm thinks that, with this, the conditions have been met. So he says that the focus of the mission this time is to lure the 25 monster to the swampy area, since a basic hunting tactic is to nullify the prey's strengths, and he says that this should ensure that the prey's strongest weapon is nullified. And the monster even tries to release its poison, but the mud on top of it blocks it, and Gibbo asks what's wrong, asking if he's a little irritated, because they covered all the holes on his face, and he says that that's a shame for him, swinging his axe around and throwing explosions at that monster. And when he throws the axe like a whip, it really strikes the creature, but the mushroom manages to firmly grip the axe with its hand. Then, Jiao swings the axe wildly, striking the mushroom from every angle, until the monster begins to weaken. But then he rushes towards Gibo, and it's mentioned that they didn't lure the monster there, but rather to block the holes, since the muddy swamp isn't suitable for fast monsters like that one. And the monster really can't move very well, as that's the worst possible place for it. It's getting stuck underwater. With that, Prota uses his revolver again, aiming at the monster's head, who raises its hand in defense, but ends up getting injured by the shot. On the other side, Gibo gets ready to help as well. But Palm's attack causes a forward, because portals usually form in locations distant from monster habitats. So, it should be safe for the time being. Furthermore, he adds that they cannot use big explosion, and Gibo asks if it died. But then the monster is still standing in the middle of the smoke. Gibo thinks it's too resilient, and Palme tells him to aim for the core, saying that it must be near the head. And Gibu says he knows this, throwing his axe to try and hit it, but just as he's about to hit the monster's head, it manages to grab the axe handle. Lowered with his hand, Gibu is surprised, but he doesn't think quickly enough, and ends up being pulled by the monster into that swamp while flying, still connected to that rope. So Palm steps in to prevent his companion from being killed, using telekinesis and throwing a tree trunk right in the monster's face. So Gibu holds onto it, while the monster gets the trunk off its face. Then, Gibu tries to attack from the other side, going around and kicking the monster's head, jumping away and avoiding falling into the swamp, landing on top of the root of a tree, of the plants that are there. But then he prepares to attack again, jumping from that spot, and jumping on top of the rocks that are there. Then, Palm uses his telekinesis to being able to surround the mud monster by throwing even more mud at it, filling in those holes. Then, in the middle of that tsunami of mud, Guoba appears on the other side to launch yet another attack with his axe. However, the monster sees his shadow, defends itself, and attacks in the middle of that mud, trying to catch Guoba. But he isn't there to surprise the monster, and ends up being attacked from behind. The boy, with his only clean and strongest possible attack, manages to rip the head off of that thing, and the head of the mushroom of madness falls next to its body and remains standing still. Totally tired, he waves from up above as he looks on, but then Palmy sees something that scares him, and so, behind the boy, the body of that thing is still moving and hits him with everything. The same portal to leave, and explains that they have to find an exit portal first. Just then, as the ninja glances back, a monster suddenly appears and devours her, Guoba on the head, making him sink into that mud, and his axe is thrown aside, and the monster starts laughing, even without a head. And Palme asks how this is possible, as he is sure that blew its head off. He launches another attack at the creature, but the monster disappears from in front of him, running even faster, jumping over the rocks that Giba just used, and heading directly towards the protagonist. And he says he must have forgotten something, so he uses telekinesis to pull that monster out of the lake and stop its movements. But then, that thing jumps on top of the rock where he is, grabbing onto the rock and starting to climb. With that, Palme thinks he only has enough energy for one more fire arrow. Then he says that there's no next time, and he can't just shoot anywhere. But then, Giba gets up, thinking that this is already making him very irritated, with his face covered in blood. He uses his explosive attack once again, explosive, throwing his axe at the creature, and hits it in the middle of the body, cutting the thing in two, and so the legs fall underneath. And the boy thinks it worked, but that thing continues moving. Its hands continue to climb towards Palm. He shouts to his boss, saying that it's dangerous, and the boy uses his last fire arrow, launching it at the thing. Inside its chest is the core, still thirsty for the will to kill. But then, B realizes that was its real head, and thanks it for showing him, simply pulling it out in Rio mode. No way, guys. There's just no way. There are few things in this world that a 38 can't solve. So, whatever, that's a signal flare, thinking that the attack just now was a bluff. And so, the Prota uses his revolver and really launches that attack with everything he's got into the chest of that thing. And so, finally, he manages to exterminate the poisonous mushroom, and that cloud of smoke goes everywhere, managing to grab her in the middle. Everyone is shocked that there's a monster there, and they shout Charlotte. But the girl is already being chewed by the monster. They realize that they are surrounded on corner, and Debo thinks that guy is being a pain in the ass until the end, because that thing is still releasing all that poison throughout the area, but the Prota quickly uses the rope that was nearby. Ali uses his telekinesis to get Dio out of the area. He is not affected by the poison, and is happy that Prota did that, as he thought he was going to die. And the entire area below is engulfed by that purple cloud. Debo asks if it's really over now, and Prota says yes, adding that Debo did a great job, and that they will retrieve the Mana Stone when the poison dissipates. But then, in front of him, that thing appears again, and right in the middle of that trunk, the core, even though broken, still exists. And that thing starts releasing its poison on Prota, along with Debo. He thinks things have really gone bad and starts laughing in despair. And outside, Rakan laughs in Abe's face, thinking that he actually returned empty-handed. I said that your temperament hasn't changed at all, and Abe's apologizes, saying that they should leave that matter to the Zodiac Knights, but then someone knocks on the door, and he tells the person to go away, saying that he already told them not to bother him. But then, Palm simply opens the door, without caring, and ABS asks what's going on, cursing at the boy. Then he is surprised to see that Palm is there. He simply says he's back, and Rakan smiles, thinking that's very interesting. Hakan talks to Abes, asking what's going on there, inquiring if anyone came out of the grave or something, saying it's a pleasure to meet the boy, introducing himself as Rakan, asking if he is Palm, saying his survival skills are like the rumors say, and mentions that he is the type of person they need right now in Angafe. And Palm, upon hearing that, thanks him for the compliment, and he says he's just going to ask one question, wondering if he would be able. All sides by that type of humanoid monster. Valterosa uses her fire arrow to try and kill one of the monsters, freeing Charlotte from its mouth, to show that skill again at the 100-man gate. And Palm looks directly at him, but says it would be difficult. And Rakan doesn't like that answer very much. Abes asks if this is the way he talks to Rakan, calling him Paulo, asking if he thinks he made him an adventurer who can just pick and choose his missions, and telling him that he shouldn't forget that he still has a debt to pay. However, Rakan, in turn, smiles, thinking about what the boy said about it being difficult, realizing that it is not impossible, saying that he doesn't like to beat around the bush and that he will change his question, questioning what it is that he wants. So, sometime later, Gib already has foam on his beer, amazed at what the boy said about the 5 million meso per person, because, considering the two of them, it's 10 million meso, and that's a lot. And the protagonist doesn't even hear what he's saying, because the boy threw the beer all over his face and apologizes, so he wonders if, in any case, he is not being too ambitious, as they will certainly give up on the proposal, and it was his first big mission in some time. But Paulo tells me that it is not your problem, and they are the ones who will decide. Then Gibo notices that he's acting differently after making such a mess, and says that if it doesn't work out, Abes will put him in the black book. But then Ibor Boru appears, saying that he seems relaxed, unlike them, who feel like they're dying, and so Gibo asks what he's talking about, asking if that's how they thank people for saving them these days, and he says that he didn't like him in the first place and that's enough, telling him to come with him, because they're going to put their ranks aside and just fight. But then the two of them apologize, saying that they judged them with bias while questioning their abilities, and Boro says he's ashamed of himself as an awe. He shouts, saying something is wrong, telling them to tie the bait to the trees because they have to get out of there. But then, one of the slaves tells them to wait because he wants to leave with them, adventurer, and wants to sincerely apologize. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I certainly wasn't expecting an apology from an NPC. And he says, that is the amount. The promise to 30 people, totaling 15.5 million months, and everyone contributed a little extra as a thank you, so Gibo simply expresses his gratitude. However, Palm says that they don't need it, and that what they agreed upon was 15.5 million months, and he only did the work for which he was paid. He can disregard those thanks, because he is telling them not to misunderstand things, and so Guo says he got excited for nothing, muttering that and saying he will do the calculation. But then, Prota talks to Iboro, the pirate, asking if that is his name. He asks how much it is, questioning if he can do the work he is paid for, and Iboro seems uncertain, and so, Abes later talks to Rakan, saying that he can't, because 10 million months is too much, and this overwhelms third or fourth circle adventurers. Although he may be the best of the candidates, he will create a bad precedent by accepting his terms. He suggests that he might just be bluffing, and that it would be best to call him back to discuss the payment terms again. But then, Rakan questions whether he really is. Thinking that's the case, he says it wouldn't be surprising if he asked for double the amount. Abes finds what Rakan is saying very strange, and he tells him to read it, saying that they will be sending only the El Palm group to represent the GFO Merchant Union this time. Abes wonders what only 2 people can do, but he gets scared when he reads it, asking if that's serious, and Hakan says he would be in trouble if it wasn't serious, since he paid a large sum for this information. Then, he reads about Dark Lord Jin, and Abes thinks that, but the fat guy tells him to shut his mouth and do what he says. And so, the boy starts saying he's sorry, leaving the 2 behind. But one of the slaves keeps begging not to be If this is true, things will go badly. So, Rakan tells Abes not to be mistaken, saying that the war has already begun. At that portal, meant for 100 people, several groups are already camping around it, and they start talking amongst themselves, until one of the guys notices Probo arriving and tells him not to get too excited and to concentrate. He tells him not to worry, because he is one too, an experienced adventurer now. And those coats of arms they're wearing prove it, so everyone is surprised, staring at the boys. Then, Gibo notices that the atmosphere there is as if they have it out for them. Face. Then, one of those guys with a real scoundrel's face asks if they are from the Gaff Merchant Union and says it's a pleasure to meet them, introducing himself as Sheldon, a higher-ranked adventurer from the Jenny Merchant Union. Then Probo introduces himself as a C-rank adventurer, and Shodi is beyond surprised by that, since he thought that only adventurers of 2 circles or higher could enter through the gates due to the restriction, asking how they could be C-rank there. But just then, a girl asks if they could give them some space, saying that she has business to take care of with that person. Then Sheldon finds it strange and asks if they were with those guys, saying that he wasted his time for nothing. Palm, in turn, remembers something he discussed with Abes, wondering why he had to do a quest that he was giving him. He orders him to just do as he was told, questioning why he's asking so many questions. He says that his Merchant Union GF will be working with the Order of Knights Cygnus at that gate. So, it is said that they follow the teachings of Empress Cygnus, the strongest member of the Knight Order group, Cygnus, and he says that the one who is called the Symbol of Power has shown interest in this gate. Then, Abes says that the quota for the gate has already been taken by another Merchant Knights Union, left there, and they just run away. The slave, who isn't the protagonist, is caught there, and the other one tries to grab the boy. But in the meantime, the 4 adventurers run away, escaping from the... So, they decided to work with them. And even if they are knights in training, the social probability will be high. Although they may have reasons or quotas to come to that gate, the Kansas, their offer for him wasn't bad, so they will work together. The protagonist says he understands, and that cooperative work won't be a problem. Abes is surprised by the boy's decision, because he didn't think it would be that easy. Then, he thinks something about them seems strange, and that girl introduces herself as Kiri, the leader of the beginners of the Cygnus Order. She hopes he doesn't think they're on the same level just because they exchanged a few words, and she doesn't want any extra trouble, so they should just follow her orders and follow her silently. Then Gil asks, "What kind of attitude is that?" I'm also questioning what kind of attitude that is. After all, they were meant to be little friends. But the girl arrives, scolding them, telling them not to think they are on the same level. What a stuck-up girl. She probably thinks she's shitting gold. It's unbelievable. So, she asks the protagonists if it's just the 2 of them who were sent by the Garfor Merchant Union. And he says it seems that way, and Kir wonders if Garfor isn't taking this seriously enough. So, the Union, Merchant Dig of the Crocus Group arrives with a really tough-looking bunch, along with that other crappy Merchant Union. What's going on? Is it possible? No. It's not possible to welcome those guys merchant. Shit. No one can put that name on it, and that's the Kogels group. Then, Gib is surprised to see the elite members of the respective merchant unions and comments that the atmosphere has completely changed. Completely. And finally, the 3 sisters arrive, stealing everyone's attention. And that is the Goldrick Merchant Union, and they are the 3 natural-born sisters. And they are adventurers of a very high rank, monsters, and Walter is carrying Charlotte, who is all injured, saying that they failed, and that cleaning up doesn't matter anymore. They have to hurry and find the exit from the portal. But everyone is very nervous, and then he starts acting envious, calling them arrogant. But then, another guy who is there calls everyone's attention, greeting them, and saying that they are the chosen ones for one, to be the guard against that invasion. And his name is Longico, and he says he's there to provide support as they exit the gate. He mentions that even though they've likely been informed of all the details through their respective merchant guilds, he'll explain it again as a reminder, stating that the legendary item coming through that gate won't belong to any one of them, not even the one who obtains it. The item will belong to their respective merchant guilds, and they'll be paid according to the agreed-upon terms. He says they can at least keep the mana stones of mana, and they should be happy with that. He reminds them that if they're caught trying to steal an item, they'll have to face his group of B-rank adventurers. As he points to his group, he makes it very clear that he has 5 circles on his arm, and Gibo is surprised by this, wondering if they all possess that level of power. And he announces that this concludes the warnings, and they are all cleared to enter, and he keeps insisting, calling for the protagonist to follow him, saying he will lead the way, and that they will be victorious. And Giba asks, what is her problem, questioning whether he really has to work with someone like that. And all his efforts were directed towards that gate, a gate he hadn't experienced even in his past life, but he needs to get through it, since everything will begin there. And he simply calls for Gil to follow him, and Gil follows after him, complaining and saying he won't help, even if they end up dragging themselves later. And in the middle of that wheat field, the portal is there, and people are passing through. Then the man guides everyone, and Gil asks, why is the grass in that place so tall? In a completely desolate land, with monsters taking to the sky and flying everywhere, as well as what appears to be an erupting volcano. Some people are watching from the top of a hill, and one of them, Raymond, can barely hear. So, the fat guy grabs him by the collar, telling him to get himself together and do what Walter is saying, telling him to calm down, because they even sight. But he immediately wanted to question if the boy thinks they are there on vacation, telling him to stop playing around and keep up with the group, and he lags behind, very irritated, speaking with Palm, asking if they will really accept that treatment. But when he looks back, Palm has his ear pressed to the ground, which Gibo finds very strange, and he asks what Palm is doing. But then he hears a herd running in their direction, and so, one of them hears what is happening, but it's too late. And those monsters, a herd of large feta pigs, are coming towards them. Of feta pigs, and they notice that there must be more than 1,000 of them. Kir asks what they are doing, and tells them to divert, since most of the groups haven't arrived there yet, asking if there isn't a tactical rule about not attracting danger to the portal entrance. And a guy starts calling out to the traders who are there, but Gornile refuses, and that guy says he is going to the other side and starts to go alone. And so the herd passes right through them. And those pigs aren't normal pigs, they have very sharp teeth and are ready to eat someone. And he says, this is a good thing, stating that they will continue this way, being drawn to a place with even more obstacles, in order to hunt them there. But then, the subordinate mentions that they have a problem, and says that the Union staff member, Megan Garford, appears to be missing. She becomes very irritated by this. Meanwhile, as they are dealing with this predicament, the protagonist and Guibo are anyways in Southern, in a completely different location. He comments that it was refreshing, saying he now thinks they can relax, but asks how he guessed that those ribbon pigs would become so agitated. And the protagonist explains that, based on his experience, there are many herds of beasts that travel through plains like that one. He elaborates on the ribbon pigs, noting that they have an average body length of, they failed at that, but they can always prepare again. So, he shouldn't give up, and should focus on the present, saying that they will all get out of there. However, another one of those monsters, 2 meters, and are monsters with violent personalities. They typically act in groups consisting of hundreds, and sometimes even thousands. He explains that, although they are difficult to handle, they are not impossible to kill. And the people from the other merchant groups could deal with them, but they'll probably avoid it to conserve their energy, since nobody knows which monster they'll find in that portal. It's impossible for the portal to be completed just by killing the feta pigs. So, before his return, the attack on the gate of the 100 men in Sleepywood was a complete failure, with every adventurer who participated dying. Then Gu asks what he's thinking about so intently back there, and as he moves on, the idiot steps on a trap and is almost hit. But the protagonist pulls him out of the way, saving his life. He keeps asking what it is, realizing it's a trap, and questions who would do something like that. And Gu himself, in turn, becomes quite fearful. The traps don't stop, and several other adventurers fall into them and are almost killed, narrowly escaping death. And that bald guy thinks this is too much. Childish, while his friend mentions he just cleared the area, so that should be the last one. However, one of them warns Babel not to lower his guard, noticing they are Crojos, and says that even though they might have disarmed some minor traps, they're still lethal enough to kill instantly, adding that they've also copied human hunting techniques. That alone makes it clear these aren't ordinary monsters. If these monsters possess that level of intelligence, then they're likely ogres, which are much harder to handle, since one ogre is equivalent to a final boss from a red gate. With that, they have an idea of what to expect, and can be certain that the difficulty of that gate is high, and they would all be dead. Appears, showing that maybe he's wrong, crushing the fat guy to the ground and killing him with a single blow. Then, Walker shouts, "Terron," but he's already dead, with only his little hand sticking up, all. If there weren't adventurers out there who were not at his level, he tells them to take advantage of the situation, asking everyone to follow him, but then someone falls, and he warns people to be careful not to leave anything behind. But just then, Babel's head falls next to his body, leaving Krakos completely terrified. And it was the same thing that severed the head. One of them proceeds to slice off the heads of the others. Krakos himself tries to ask what's happening, but his head is already in the air, spinning around. And then, a man appears, killing him and asking who was responsible. But that guy calls him an idiot, pointing out that he was acting like he knew everything, but ended up dead all the same. And it's mentioned that, by using the ribbon pigs to distance the people entering the portal, he doesn't know whose idea that was, but it worked out well for them, because with this opportunity, he must start acting, and he thinks that person is annoying. That guy says he believes they can't do anything, since they're short on time, and wonders if he should begin. And with that, the Natasha sisters become serious, but in reality, they can't move at all. And he says there's no point in trying because magic alone won't work for the next 30 minutes, and one of them questions why he's doing this. That guy finds it incredible that she can still think and speak. To think and speak even under the influence of his magic. He says that, as expected of Naza, and since she is the most dangerous one there, he better get rid of her quickly, focusing the fireball right in the middle of the girl's stomach, killing her in front of her sisters. The two of them begin to tremble and cry, and he says that this is indeed a difficult question to answer, questioning why he is doing this. But then he realizes something, wondering if it will be easier to understand if he does that, saying that it's all for the dark magic lord, invoking the fire arrow in the direction broken. And with that, Rold starts screaming, and Walker tries to do something else, launching another fire arrow. However, that monster shows that it doesn't just have its hand to attack and throws its tongue, which, of the two of them, killing them just like that. They fall to the floor, completely dismembered. Then he thinks that this never ends, and that he just wanted to rest there. He thinks this to himself. While there was that explosion in the area, he remembers his master talking to him, William, and saying that they remained in the shadows for a long time, waiting for this very moment, hiding from them, increasing and spreading their power. And that guy turns to him, saying that it's finally time to reap the rewards of all their efforts. He says he will not disappoint him, and that guy tells him to take that, a gift given to him by that person, and he tells William that he will not accept failure. With that, William gets tense, because it's not like he could do things halfway after all that, and he tells himself that he can't mess this up and must take this a bit more seriously. My friend, I was not expecting this level of brutality. I mean, it's true that the story has been brutal from the very beginning with those adventurers dying, but wow, he killed them in cold blood. That's crazy. Meanwhile, in a village, some ogres are all gathered there, ready for a fight, and Debo, arriving there, wonders what's going on, becoming desperate because all those monsters are boss level. And Paul tells him that I'm sure he already told him earlier that there's only one boss among them, and that they possess high resistance and are naturally strong, and just facing one of them is already risking enough. Apparently, they stole several items from dead adventurers, so it's going to be more complicated to deal with them, since some adventurer weapons allow the wielder to use a skill. Upon hearing that, Debo becomes very desperate, asking what they're going to do now, because that means they'll be fighting against the equivalent of an army of adventurers, with it just being them. Looks more like a frog's, grabbing Walker's neck and bringing him to its mouth. And just like that, he's finished too. And the last one left is Reynold, who runs out screaming, asking for help, too. And then the protagonist notices that he ran faster this time, saying that he did a good job, but he says that's not what he's talking about, stating that it's impossible to fight those monsters, only with two people, and they have to regroup with Kiri and Kik, and he always forgets her name, just like me. He asks why he has to do that, since Gibo himself said he wanted to separate from her as quickly as possible, but he says that's because he didn't know about those monsters. Anyway, it's impossible for the two of them to defeat that army. And the protagonist, he thinks about it. A while later, some ogres are separated and moving in pairs, but Guibo appears there, about to kill one. The ogre barely ducks, escaping the boy's attack, and he asks if he's serious because he's sure that bastard is doing it on purpose, and he said he never wanted to do it alone. While he is on top of the ogre, the monster attacks the boy again, but he sticks his axe into the ground and jumps over the creature, turning around and appearing on its back. And the monster keeps trying, grabbing him in any way possible, going after the boy with everything he had. Gibo barely dodges, almost getting punched in the face, and hits him with the axe handle, telling him not to scream too high, and comes back with another attack on the thing's knee, making it fall. Then he uses his attack, saying that it's over for the creature, but the ogre moves at an absurd speed, escaping the attack. His attack, preparing a punch towards Guibo, throwing the boy far against that tree, but he manages to withstand the impact, using only the handle of his axe. He asks why it doesn't die already, and the monster attacks again, hitting that tree with everything it has. But he manages to get out of the way and goes back into the mountain again, making a charge however, the monster goes after him and pins him down to eat him, and when it grabs his leg, he becomes desperate, realizing that he's losing it, until he looks ahead and sees that bait, which is the ripping off that ogre's arm. But the monster still has one arm left, which grabs the boy's head and starts spinning him from side to side, slamming Guibo into the ground and getting ready to attack him again. And so he grabs the boy, but Guibo also grabs the ogre's arm, tying it in a knot. I recognize it now, it's an ogre. He thinks it's best to throw the boy away, and when Guibo falls to the ground, he gets back up and attacks again, staying in a one-on-one fight with that creature until he manages to defeat his own. While the protagonist defeats his calmly, he says that he thought he was going to interfere to help him, but P says it seemed like he could handle it alone, and thanks to that, he now knows that they aren't impossible to kill. But the boy isn't happy to discover this, because he's starting to doubt the mission even more, because if there's an army of those things, it's going to be difficult. However, as he walks forward, he finds something strange, because there are several bodies of dead adventurers there, all without their heads. He notices that they are the Knights of the Signas and wonders what the hell happened there for everyone to be beheaded. But then, one of the people are still alive, moaning in the corner, and Guibo tells Proto to take a look, noticing that there's a survivor, even though he's completely wrecked. He asks what happened, inquiring if they were attacked by an ogre, but he says it wasn't anything like that, explaining that it was a murderer. Meanwhile, Ab is quietly in his room, thinking that this doesn't make sense, but it's explained that assassins are people who can enter specific portals that others can't, and their sole purpose is to gather information and kill other adventurers, since the portal would disappear shortly after all the trials are completed, and they would disappear as well. However, this time it's just a fight with no winner, since they would have to overcome that difficult portal and end up Prota. Then he says that it's good that he's alive, telling him to help quickly, saying that everyone has died, and it's just the two of them for the time being. And he says he's sorry for what happened before, because he didn't, wasting energy with a minimal amount of personnel. And even if they covered their tracks and brought something back from the portal, they wouldn't escape the suspicions of those on the outside, because Guibo says that, in the end, the adventurers at the portal are elites from the merchant guilds, which doesn't make sense. And even if that were the assassin's goal, if the news were to spread, somehow, they would have to wage war against all the other merchant groups. Such a dangerous gamble isn't something a merchant guild would do. So, if it's not another guild trying to steal something, it means there's something more behind it all. Then, Gib asks, what could have happened? And Paul says it's been a while since he's seen that girl and that other guy. The guy gets very angry, saying this is all his fault, because the idea of a traitor among them is absurd. Wondering why he's acting like this, Palm says he doesn't understand why. She was a member of the Signet Knights, and would turn out to be an assassin. However, that guy says he doesn't understand it either, and it's still hard for him to process everything. He adds that, nevertheless, stopping to, thinking about it, the orders she gave at the portal entrance seemed to be part of her plan, and she even said before ending things that she was a follower of the Black Magician, which leaves the two of them surprised. And the protagonist explains about the Black Magician, saying that 800 years ago, he was a transcendent being who threatened the entire world with his followers. And to stop him, the 6 heroes took command, and the fight turned completely against the Black Magician and his forces. When the 6 heroes were sealed, and the Black Mage's army descended into chaos, the allied forces began to advance, killing all of the Black Magician's followers, and the protagonist says that any citizen of Maple World would know this. So Guibo can't believe that she is a follower of the Beating Ang. I wish he had done that, saying that he can't get out of there alone, and that it's better to have more people. So, please, he must help him. However, the Prota continues to look at him in a Black Magician. But then Palm says he doesn't think this is the time to worry about others, so they have to go after her. He asks if that guy is going with them, since he needs to prepare, fight her when they find her. He says that's exactly what he wants. Meanwhile, the girl is running quite a bit until she comes face to face with that wizard, with William saying that he was waiting for her, waiting for Kir's law, noting that it seems she was the one who dealt with Feta's pigs, and says that they were able to proceed with their plan without any problems since everyone was separated. And now they can slowly wrap this up, asking if she received the gift they sent, and the girl gets really angry, asking who the hell they are. Meanwhile, Guibo tells that guy that they can go a little slower if he wants, because the boss went ahead anyway, and that guy thanks him, saying that he's fine. So he goes all out on those killers. But the guy gives her the dagger, and William watches from afar, thinking it's incredible, as expected of the captain of the Sign Knights. But he wonders, for how much? As long as she can endure it. But the girl doesn't stop there. Instead of relying solely on swordsmanship, she also activated magic, imbuing the rising sun into her sword and propelling it with that energy. That assassin approaches the girl, declaring that it's time to die, and attacks her with everything she has. But Kay simply executes a series of feints and uses his sword to cut down the woman, as if she were made of Lego bricks, with her head, leg, and arm, each flying in a different direction, all thanks to her solar strike. Exhausted from the attack, she glares at them, demanding they reveal their purpose, or else die right then and there. William, annoyed, says she's irritating, questioning their presence and ordering them to kill her. The three of them then attack the girl simultaneously, but something unexpected happens. Several of them, completely cold manner, and Reynolds becomes desperate, saying that, instead of just standing there watching, he should help him, even cursing at him. However, the prota gives a slight smile, and even goes down there, saying, are chopped and sliced to pieces, scattered everywhere. William is terrified, and ultimately, Gibo steps in front, saving the girl at the last second. Moments prior to this, while he was there, he was with that blonde guy, who tells him not to worry because the boss is very skilled. He replies that he understands, saying that's great, as he takes out his dagger and tries to kill the boy. Secretly, he tells Guo to give his regards to Kir when he finds her, but it turns out that his plans are completely frustrated, and he ends up losing his hand with a single blow from Prota, who takes it off with his fire shot. And so, Gibo asks what happened, and Prota appears there, while that guy is screaming because his hand was ripped off, and Gibo asks what is happening, and the boy says that, as he suspected, his little lie is pretty lame. He says he's sorry to say it, but he's not in the habit of trusting anyone, finishing the guy off right there. Then William thinks this is strange, as he didn't expect an uninvited guest to appear, and one of the lackeys tells William that the guest is from the Gaffo Merchant Union, and the fact that they are being alive means that Pitin, that cowardly rat who couldn't even end his own life when he was discovered, simply failed, and William says he even gave him a second chance because he lost that one. Then William wonders if he made a mistake, and continues by saying that the situation is quite irritating, because since the two of them seem to be quite strong, it's time for the elite to play, and they all come together. They come together to finish off whoever is there. Kir tells him to be careful with those guys, but Gibb says he knows, assuming they are perverts, and the girl asks what he's talking about, and William says he will quickly put an end to it, sending 3 more assassins, and Gibo says that the girl should be able to take care of at least one of them, and he will take care of the rest. But she tells him that he doesn't know, because it seems like he's a little late and the boy is already trapped and is going to die, split in half. However, Reynolds spends the rest of his life smiling and cursing Prota, asking if he, not to let his guard down, but one of the assassins attacks them using a savage blow, going all out. Gibo moves to the side and uses his axe, wanting to hit the guy who is attacking. He narrowly avoided losing his head, and Gibo says that, apparently, he was a goner. But then, he almost gets hit by the piercing attack and has to move his head to avoid growing another ear. That girl keeps launching fire arrows at him. He realizes that those bastards are pretty strong, and another assassin goes behind the boy using the top charge, almost managing to kill Gib, but only causing a wound on his back. And he says it wasn't deep enough and tells him not to worry, because he will end his misery. Now, going off again with a jumping attack, that's when he asks what Gibo is doing, but while that guy gets close to him, Gibo goes behind that killer's back, appearing there, using only speed, telling him to stop screaming. After all, he was just playing with that guy, tearing him in half. And then, the spear assassin gets angry, wanting to hit the boy. With everything going on, Gibo manages to dodge all of his attacks and uses the explosive cut against the spearman, forcing him to retreat to avoid being hit. So, he runs backwards, questioning how Gibo can be so strong. Then, Kir kicks one of his friends, saying that they are quite disappointing, and they all bump into each other and fall, rolling on the ground. And she asks William if he calls those guys elite, and they become very frustrated that they are losing to them. At that moment, William says that, it seems, he will have to interfere, since this is the best that they can do, and says that they have already wasted enough of his time. Then, Gibo notices that he is using the fire arrow, and it's coming right at him, directly towards his eyes, and he announces his arrival as that monster draws closer. It has dragon wings and resembles a demon, and a huge dragon accompanies it. The leader of the humans identifies him as the king, really thinks he'll be able to get out of there alone, saying that he's next. However, the monster ends up eating him completely, but anyone who thinks he died is mistaken, as it leaves only one arm out, and now, he ends up noticing that it's even faster than the boss's arrow. An explosion occurs right in front of his eyes, and William notices that he lowered his guard because it was a fire arrow, noting that this fire arrow is on a completely different level, but he says it's not like he could have dodged it anyway, and says it ends there. Now they're going to finish that one off quickly. Portal. But then, he's surprised because the protagonist appears right there in their midst, stopping that explosion, and looks directly into William's eyes, even though one of them is on video and not looking straight. Then he asks, "Who the hell is that guy?" And the protagonist uses telekinesis, telling him to leave it for later. After all, they have other guests, bringing one of those pigs with scarves, only this time it's gigantic, down on William and company, and the pig takes William and his group with it, dragging them away. And, after fighting those pigs for a while, William finally kills the last of them. Then, he says that thing was hard work. They ran away after throwing something like that at them. He talks to Gerald, who says he feels a lot, saying that the situation is ending on that side as well, wiping them out completely. And William says they don't have time to regroup, so they will pursue them, and everyone agrees. And William, he says that if they manage to escape from that portal, it will cause a lot of trouble. He mentions that the situation is starting to give him a headache, and that guy from before seemed to be someone problematic, and there's something about him that bothers him. And Gerald tells him that he can see footprints around there, and says that if he spots the cloaked man first, he should just restrain him, because he will deal with that guy personally. But then, Gerald says that there's no need to do that, as he knows he's not in a position to say so. But that guy didn't seem like just any, looking at the protagonist charging towards him. But the boy declares he won't die there, attacking that thing. And, initially, he grabs a staff from the ground to use with the fire arrow and realizes that it's not just a skin. Idiot. And William asks if he's worried about him, asking if Gerald knows who William is, and states that, there, inside that portal, it's impossible for anyone to be stronger than himself, blindly trusting the judgment passed down by his superior. Meanwhile, Prota is with Gabo, and asks if he saw their faces at the end, mentioning he doesn't know if they will survive being attacked by those pigs. But Prota says they won't die easily, and setting himself aside, Gabo should be careful where he goes, as there might be traps. He says that he's being very careful, but asks why Prota didn't finish them off back then, saying he could have aimed for an opening. But Prota simply says it's because William is stronger than him, which Gibu can't believe. Then Prota thinks about the fire arrow that was aimed at Gibo, remembering the speed of that power, and how he almost couldn't hold it back. He remembers that even after causing an explosion to slow it down, it still continued towards him. He says that his fire arrow barely managed to change its direction, and didn't even affect it. His fire arrow. And G doesn't want to believe that William is stronger than Prota, but he wonders if he's joking, and questions why he would do such a thing. And then Gib asks if they really escaped. He confirms, showing the ring, and says that it looks like the circle has grown to its limit. Then he asks why this happened, and Prota explains that, depending on its thickness, even when using the same type of magic, there will be a difference in its power and speed. And since he is at the peak of the second circle, they should be equal or even stronger than him. But his magic has something more to it that he can't understand, since he was able to enter that portal. He is certain that he is also from the second. It's not bad, it's actually perfect for his current skill level. But he thinks it's not enough, because an adventurer needs more than just a simple weapon. Otherwise, there's no point in him having it. Circle and has no doubts about it, but he is sure that he has somehow strengthened his ability, and says that it would be fair to say that he is the strongest adventurer within that portal. Now, Kibo refuses to believe it, and asks what they should do, wondering if they should try the same tactic as before, but with ogres, but the protagonist denies it. He says that it won't be easy, because ogres are different from simple party pigs, and they could discover their identities and use that against their enemies. At that moment, Kir asks what he means, asking if he doesn't understand the situation they're in now, stating that the important thing is that one of the Black Mage's followers was hiding with the Sign Knights. This is very important information that could change the future of Maple World, and he says they should go outside first and that he should give up on clearing that portal. But the protagonist says it's useless, and Jivo asks what he's talking about. She says she knows he used to be a desperate slave and asks if he's still after that small reward of conclusion. However, after warning the person outside, the protagonist asks what their plan is, and if they truly believe this is the best way to eliminate those guys. He suggests she shouldn't underestimate them because these followers have been hiding and establishing roots for hundreds of years. Exposing them won't solve anything. Besides cutting off a branch, they need to dig deeper. And if they decide to hide, no one will be able to find them. Consequently, they will become parasites consuming an apple world, where they are invisible. Annoyed, she retorts that won't work, this won't work, and demands to know what he wants them to do, telling him not to spout nonsense without a plan, emphasizing that they are currently being pursued back there. But then he spots a foot and remembers that some people hide valuable items in their shoes and realizes he got a ring. The ring then shines on his wrist, and he realizes it's a ring. Now, they need to escape before that happens, but the protagonist simply states that they should reveal who the real hunters are. As that group pursues them, the bearded guy, he says that they need to find them quickly, because if they escape through the portal, their necks are as good as gone. But then Kiba appears behind him, saying hi, and immediately attacking, almost hitting him, ripping off the head. They think this is incredibly stupid, since they actually came to find him, and they're sure he's going to kill them. But then a trap is triggered and, so that guy is definitely going to be quadriplegic, getting hit full force in the back, and the girl realizes what's happening. Gibo asks if Barbachinia really thinks he can distract him in the middle of a fight by throwing his axe at him, but he closes in, trying to hit Gibo with his dagger. However, the boy dodges, looking deep into his eyes, and simply prepares a knee strike, hitting with everything he has. Then he drops his axe and starts brawling, beating him down with a stick, resorting to the oldest form of fighting, a simple, pure exchange of blows. Then, that other girl considers hitting him with her crossbow, but keeps wondering what's happening and can't do anything amidst the intense exchange. Then Kir appears behind her, ready to kill her, but he fails to hit her as she gets out of the way. But the attacks don't stop there, and she continues attacking with everything she has, bringing her sword down from top to bottom, forcing her to defend herself with her weapon. Then Kay says that she shouldn't look away, as she's already fed up with how things are going. Meanwhile, William is alone and says that, from what it seems, they've started, but there's still one person he's curious about, wondering if they were waiting for them. And Prota comes face to face with William, who says, "It's all right." Telekinetic. And then he hears more monsters approaching and ends up being surrounded, realizing that they can smell blood. And with that, the monsters attack him, and the protagonist begins to, if he doesn't want to talk, saying that they should start there as well, with both of them summoning fire arrows. And William gets very excited about the fight, throwing his fire arrow at the mean. The Prota, Inso, aims, and that fire arrow heads straight for the boy. He starts running around frantically, also launching the fire arrow towards William, and he thinks this is incredible. He's totally enthralled by that fight, coming face to face with the boy, and Prota keeps watching to see if he hit him, but William ends up emerging from the middle of it with another attack, and the Prota even wants another stone, but as he dodges the stone, William is right behind him, asking if that's all he has, activating a fire arrow at point-blank range. But the elf, Prota manages to avoid being hit by it, and William, from the middle of the fire, watches the boy, who is also in a very bad situation, and he is surprised that he managed to do it. Dodge that, saying that it's truly unexpected, but he was sure he wouldn't have the power to block it, asking how Palm did that. But Prota stays. Just watching him, he notices that the other doesn't seem to talk much, but figures that's understandable, since it's not like they can casually chat in the middle of a fight, and he says he will find out for himself, and launches another fire arrow at the boy, but Palm uses his revolver to destroy that fire arrow. He is surprised to notice that Palm is using telekinesis to rotate the fire arrow, making it look like a drill that is piercing his magic. He says he has never seen anything like this, and the protagonist's attack heads directly for him, making him think that this is unbelievable, as he can't hide his surprise that the protagonist has strengthened his ability with telekinesis. And now he starts to understand, saying that the protagonist is the kind of kill them with ease. One of them even throws its tongue towards the boy, grabbing the spear that was in his hand and breaking it in half. With that, the protagonist is quite surprised, but the monster, person they call a genius, he says that this is the type he hates the most and challenges the protagonist to have some more fun, telling him to show him what else he is capable of. But at that moment, Palm simply uses the telekinesis creates a shield of rocks in front of him. However, William's magic calmly passes right through it. He asks the boy what he's doing, and if hiding is all he's capable of. Then, the protagonist activates telekinesis once again, almost hitting William with his fire arrow. William barely ducks to avoid it and asks when he started using that, and the boy continues, making the fire arrow deflect and turn every which way, almost hitting William constantly, but he keeps jumping back and forth like a gazelle, dodging that thing, until he manages to launch another fire arrow at the protagonist while getting very angry, saying that he's tired of playing around with him. But the protagonist, like a revolver, throws his own fire arrow in William's direction, and William thinks that he has finally used his 2 shots, appearing behind the boy and using the ring that makes him release the breath. Poisonous at point-blank range, right on top of the protagonist, extremely close. And so, with that poisonous breath, he says it's quite useful, but also mentions that it leaves him wide open while he invokes it. He asks if he isn't a user of fire and telekinesis, saying that he imagined he could speed up his attacks if he forced his fire arrows into cooldown, and now he won't be able to do anything for 30 minutes. And he says that this fire arrow is also on cooldown, so he should forgive him for ending things with his dagger. But he says that now it's his favorite part. Favorite, because he can't wait any longer, and says he's very curious to see what his totally crazy, desperate face looks like as he licks his own dagger. He asks if the boy will. The one coming behind him is stopped by the fire arrow, activated instantly. The boy calmly kills that monster and says he's going to test the ring too. I know the shake, if he's going to cry, or what he's going to do. But the protagonist simply moves, moving in very close to deliver a powerful punch right in the middle of William's face. This punch is so as pleasurable as Lofts when he punched that stereotype in the face, throwing him away and crushing the creature's eyes. And after that punch, he remembers Ibero, asking how he managed to do that, begging him to explain how they managed to overcome the poisonous mushroom of madness. And he asks Gibo this, wondering if he is all right, saying now that his boss left, saying he'd pay the bill, and asking him to tell him about it. And Gibo says that it will be useless even if he explains, since it's not something he can do just because he wants to, and says that he called it Sala, explaining that it's an ability that uses telekinesis to pull and trap the air. And he says that, just when he thought they were finished, he pulled out all of the poison from the area and says it's nothing special. Then Ibero asks if it doesn't bother him, and he replies that he was just explaining, because the boss, with his abilities, is already a complete cheats are in play, and the protagonist continues to land blows on William, going into barbarian mode as soon as his mana runs out. And William is finished, trying to use his poison again, but, while he is speaking, the protagonist delivers an uppercut, causing him to bite his tongue and stop talking, and after that punch, he hits the thing's abdomen repeatedly, knocking it out, completely, throwing it far away, and so he pulls out his staff, preparing another fire arrow aimed at William, wanting to seal his coffin shut with a golden key, and after that beating, worthy of the UFC, the protagonist rips off William's arm, who falls to the ground shaking and groaning in pain. But still, he activates his ring, releasing that poison towards the protagonist. But he uses the arrow he released rotates, using the telekinetic ring, killing all the monsters around him, and with a single arrow, he eliminates everything that was chasing him. He says he won't. Telekinesis to create a barrier, trapping all the poison and preventing any exposure to the threat. He asks if William is trying to deceive him because he is acting like a lunatic, but he's actually plotting something, and since his poisonous breath didn't work, he'll likely try to retrieve his staff. So he summons William to try and capture him, believing that, at that moment, he will finish him off. But what he didn't anticipate was being attacked from behind. He's caught off guard, having to quickly move out of the way, and William himself, thus, manages to release magic somehow. Completely psychopathic and crazy, he gets up, declaring that he will destroy the Prota and break him into pieces, and the Prota is far away after taking that fireball, all beat up, and he realizes that he lowered his guard and didn't expect him to have a flame orb as a hidden card. He wouldn't have made this mistake if he were the person he was before the regression. Then another fireball heads towards him as the Prota thinks he's lost his touch. Then Gibo notices that his boss might be suffering a little. Meanwhile, he removes the head. The spearman tells Gibo to stop messing around and get serious, because his opponent is too strong for him to handle alone. Gibo replies, that's exactly what he was going to do. He tells her not to give him orders. But while he's doing that, an arrow flies towards that guy, and he's killed. Those who arrive on the scene are those ogres, coming at the two of them with everything they've got. He notes that he'd been wondering why they hadn't shown up, and is surprised that they are green ogres, and says their focus will be on ending things quickly. Over there. He orders them not to underestimate them, as they are not so easy to defeat. Furthermore, he says that there is a very strange one among them, and it seems to be the Lord, as he even has a little quiff on his head. He's be able to keep doing this for very long. Some monsters, seeing how strong the boy is, become scared. He thinks it doesn't matter, but ends up noticing something, and manages to escape the attack of one of the even looking like the Hulk. Meanwhile, Prota is with William and wonders if he finally killed him. But William spits out blood after taking so much of a beating. He notes that he has to acknowledge he wasn't a bad guy, and to think he would have taken things further, considering he should have at least asked the guy's name before killing him. But then Palm himself shows up and starts talking. He's shocked and can't believe that he's still alive. And Prota tells him to remember this well, since it's the last name he'll ever hear. William then retorts that he even sounds like a cockroach talking, which is useless, because even if he tries to bluff using those skills, he won't accomplish anything. But the boy says he really has to admit that it's almost impossible to catch him with just 2 circles. And the boy, in turn, is holding something in his hand, something that will change the course of the battle. He notices that it's a mana stone and starts laughing, calling him a crazy bastard, asking if absorbing a mana stone and advancing a circle is his last hope. And he says that he's very stupid, because simply absorbing a mana stone won't make him advance a circle, and says that he needs knowledge gained through countless experiences. And the protagonist agrees that's exactly what he needs, and begins to absorb it, reflecting on experience and knowledge. In that moment, Willin notices something, and his circle forms automatically. He says he doesn't need to worry because he already has enough of those 2 things. He finally reaches the 3rd circle, and William asks if he's trying to scare him again with those same old bluffs, ordering the boy to die as he shoots at him. But the protagonist uses his fire arrow, piercing through William's arrow, him calmly. And William tries to use the flame orb as well. However, the protagonist uses his telekinesis to spin the shot around, redirecting the revolver bullet towards William's head, monsters, before he was hit, and realizes that the fire arrows aren't working. He looks at the staff, noting that it doesn't seem to be broken, and wonders if it's on cooldown and, as he screams her name and loses it, and Palme realizes that he has done something absurd, leaving only a charred stump in the middle of all that mass destruction. Then he remembers that it's over. Forgetting to ask William's name after killing him in such a way, Eli then makes a grand entrance, commanding respect and hunting down the 2 who were there. And in the end, Kay needs to be carried away by Kay to hide. And she comments that things are becoming complicated. Moments earlier, Gib attempted to do something, confronting all those ogres and managing to kill 17 of them. And then she asks, what is happening? Afterwards, he is dealing with those monsters very easily, remarking on how easy it is, and that he can now see their movement patterns with great ease. And that one attacks the boy, trying to hit him, but Gibo starts running through the trees, calmly evading his attacks. But while he goes after the other ogre, he is hit, and that leader manages to strike him with ease. And Kiri is surprised that it's an orbital flame, and she wonders how a monster could possibly use that. And she mentions that the idea of a monster being able to use an item is unexpected and highly problematic, as they have no choice but to remain hidden until they locate Palm. And she says she only hopes that he is still alive. But at that moment, an ogre appears, nearly capturing them both, and she is forced to flee with Gibo. But the monsters continue to pursue them, and one of them surrounds them from the front, forcing the girl to throw Gibo into the air while using her sword to kill the creature. As he falls, she catches him again, realizing that the one guy over there and the other one are a great help. So she can't abandon him, and says that she believes she can manage if they come at her one at a time. However, she is nearly struck by a fireball directly in the face of dragons, a massive, colossal dragon. He calls him Gornile. The girl right behind him says that Nield, who resembles a centaur, has fallen, and there is nothing left for them to depend on. Now, then another monster comes from the side, but the boy goes all out, hitting him purely with the staff, realizing that he won't have a choice, and defeats him through brute force. And that monster begins to laugh, and she thinks that everything will be all right, as long as that one isn't her opponent. He continues throwing fireballs at her, and she narrowly avoids being hit as she runs, and she confines of that explosion is easily stopped by Guo, who awakens once more. She is on the ground as he shields her, and without expressing any emotion, he simply charges back towards the monsters, and he begins to cut them down in a completely different manner, one after another, eliminating them with a single strike each, calmly killing them, and creating huge explosions. Kiri finds this unbelievable and approaches the leader, questioning if that boy is truly from the first circle. He has an increasing amount of blood in his eyes, and the ogre, seeing his axe coming towards him, becomes excited, unleashing another fireball at point-blank range at the boy, and Guai is thrown back towards Kiri, along with his axe, and the girl has to hold it to prevent him from crashing to the ground. And that monster is happy, or at least should be, because he was struck by Gebo's attack, and becomes very irritated, summoning. Another fireball appears, so he orders them to retreat, because she will handle things from that point on. And when he launches that attack, they don't have much choice but to protect the girl and stop it. But then one of the protagonist's shots heads towards that fireball and also goes past the leader of those ogres, who is left wondering what is going on, and the protagonist appears, already completely transformed, along with that fireball and telekinesis, and he says it seems he wasn't too late. My friend, this is insane. This protagonist, he knows how to put on a show. Meanwhile, that guy who is standing guard outside says that it has already been 4 days, but there's no sign of them, and he says he was happy to make some easy money. He eyes one of the monsters, wondering how much longer this will take, until he manages to activate another arrow. He throws it towards the monsters, killing the first one, and then it zigzags, eliminating everyone around. Easily, but his body is starting to tingle. He says that wandering around isn't his style, and that he will have to refuse defense missions from now on, but then he wonders, which is so noisy, and that portal begins to collapse, surprising him since the portal is closing. So, the woman in front of him tells him to go and call the bishop now, and he asks Kit what is happening, telling her to report the situation immediately, and she tells Long that some people came back alive, and seeing how the gate is disappearing, the radio was completes, and he is surprised that those 3 came back, and after some time, the protagonist wakes up in a ward, and Longko says that, from the looks of it, he has finally woken up. He asks about that place, and Longko tells him to listen carefully, saying that he better tell the truth about the things he is going to ask from now on, as it seems that only the 3 of them from the Garfor merchant group, out of all the groups, survived, wondering what happened inside the portal. And so, the protagonist begins to find what he is saying strange. He says he thought that would be it, but to think that everyone else died. So Lunko tells him to answer correctly, or else he'll lose the very life he fought so hard to save. Then Prota starts saying that he had a demon inside, and Lonko is surprised. Prota asks for a paper and pencil, saying he's going to draw it for him, and mentions he doesn't know what it's called. But when Lonk sees it, he closes his eyes and just accepted it. And after a while, they tell him that it doesn't make any sense at all, since there were a total of 100 people. Furthermore, they were all elites, each representing a merchant union. And even if it was a portal meant for 100 people, it was still just a red portal, and they ask if he expects them to believe that they all died because of monsters, and say that they shouldn't even break a sweat. Finishing off the horde of monsters that was behind him, the girl who was bitten at the beginning speaks up, remarking that he is not just any ordinary slave. Prota is surprised that, facing any monster inside a red portal, and the director of the Mercante Sky Union says that her cousin was among them. Then Long says that Prota didn't seem to be lying, that he said the boss of the 100-person portal looked like that. They notice that it's a green ogre, and if it is a green ogre, they remember that they are very capable of using items. One of them says he's heard that they are so intelligent that, in a large-scale battle, it would be no different than facing a human army. Having only 100 people going against that thing couldn't have been easy. But another says he can't accept something like that, and that he's Kill Franco, from the Goldrick merchants. He says he doesn't know about the others, but there's no chance that Natasha alone would lose to something like that. Longico asks what he's talking about, and Franco questions if he's asking because he doesn't know, and says it must have been sabotage. None of this makes sense, unless someone on the inside was involved. Once you enter the portal, it wouldn't be impossible to know what's going on. Someone could take advantage of this, whether it was already planned or no. And it also seems that the 3 survivors are from the same group. Then Abe says he can't watch this nonsense any longer, and asks if he's implying Garf was robbed along with everyone else. Questioning the scene simply because someone beside him became a member of the 3rd Circle and survived, while the others didn't. And the fearful Rikinho asks if he's trying to say that their mercantile unions aren't as good as Garf's, and he says that, whether he's trying to or not, he's just stating things as they are. And they continue to argue quite a bit, because that red-haired guy doesn't want to accept it. Then Lanko wonders if they're finished yet. B-God says that since he's saying all of this, he must have proof. He questions this, pointing out that she was still alive, and she begins to recount what she witnessed, mentioning his mastery with the spear and magic, and asking who he is. The protagonist notes that she was lucky, though bad luck would be a better way to put it, brought no items out of the gate. They had no reason to, asking if he understands that. And so the protagonist, after a while, says he will return, thanking Longko. He simply puts his foot down and asks Longko if it's okay to let them go like that. He asks the girl if they haven't already reached their own conclusion, and after a while, the protagonist leaves and finds a snail over there and asks if that's really what they're seeing, because it actually followed them. It's a really cute little snail. And the protagonist remembers asking something back when they were still inside, questioning why he's hesitating, since they already took care of the Black Mage's followers, finished off the Green Ogres, and dealt with the other monsters. So they just need to throw all the items out and get a little hurt before leaving. But then the protagonist thinks for a bit and remembers that feather the wizard had with him. He realizes that's right, because killing the boss and throwing the items out would be the best thing. But the items he obtained and the phoenix feather, the feather, when held, can increase the firepower of his trap by 30%. And, unlike other items that don't have, its effects are layered on top of the others. Then, he says the reason everyone else was killed there is because he thinks he finally understands. This is an unexpected gain, and he has to take it. He says that he has to get it out, no matter what. He says that if they take anything that hasn't been recorded before, they will raise suspicions of sabotage, and wonder if he was the one who took them. Remembered that. So, she tells him not to be greedy and to stick to the plan, since they found the exit portal. But then he notices a snail, which is the pet snail. Unlike other monsters, it doesn't have any attack power, but it walks around looking for and collecting items, and the more items it collects, the bigger its shell becomes. So, he says that it is a life form that was. Then, she asks why he possesses that staff, and also brings up what happened in the well, questioning how he awakened, considering he was just a slave. At this point, she found after the portal was opened in his past life, and that creature gave him those 2 feathers. So, she asks if he really managed to bring that without being caught, and asks how he knew about the slug's use. He says he thought it would be better to try something rather than just accept it without doing anything, and she questions what to do now, since she did everything he asked of her, asking what he is planning next. He tells her not to rush, because now that they have managed to infiltrate the Knights of Cygnus, they have to be careful when gathering information, and if they are not cautious, they will no longer be able to hide. Then he says that the others must have already returned, and therefore, they will wait. Then they start talking about all those who died, saying that everyone was annihilated, and that the raid was a disaster. And the leader who gave William the penalty gets angry, and that girl says that it was reported that everyone was killed by the Hyde boss, and only 3 members of the Garfor merchant group barely managed to escape, and there was suspicion of sabotage during the meeting, but the Garfors were the ones questioned, not them, though it was still brushed aside. Due to the lack of evidence, they say they were fortunate not to be exposed, even though the mission failed. With that being said, she mentions she will prepare for the next mission, but the Fortunes, the leader inquires whether they were caught. Then she asks, and he replies that his plan was to eliminate all the groups and kill the boss themselves. So, at least one of the 3 who survived with it, they certainly saw William, but there was no mention of it in the report submitted by El Palme, and he questions whether there's really any need to hide it. And even if he has, since they had people in various merchant unions, it would be difficult to make any connection to the group. That's one reason to conceal it. And he says that if Proto realizes that, the one behind, asks if he perhaps planned all of that destruction. However, the protagonist simply looks at her and asks if she has finished speaking. She questions what he is saying, and he apologizes. This isn't a merchant union, but rather that person's followers. They would be the only ones who would know about the return of the Black Magician's followers, and they wonder what will happen if they decide to spread this information, and the girl refuses to believe it, insisting that they have to eliminate everyone. He interprets that as an invitation, questioning if that's truly the case. Saying that it's interesting, he agrees to accept it. However, it would be best to prepare something special, ensuring that they are both the first and last guests. And at that moment, a boy reveals that his life was a living hell, surrounded by monsters in an apocalyptic wasteland. He explains that he constantly suffered from poverty and could only dream of living as a normal human being, and all that he could do was watch his sister succumb to black blood disease. He couldn't even provide a proper grave for his family. That place had always been hell for him. But then, someone approached the boy, noticing that he had one remaining, commenting that he seemed to be going through a difficult time and asking if he needed help. But Devo dismisses him, saying that it was his first encounter with Aron, and sometime later, they are facing off against some pretty fierce monsters. He boasts that he's in first place, while another guy argues that if he had been just 30 seconds faster, the results would be different. Then the girl remarks that it seems the cleanup task is finished and tells Devo that he's too concerned with appearing cool, which frustrates him. And Aron says that it seems like everything has been resolved, so she calls for them to leave. He reflects that 1 year was enough to make him see life in a different light, and she was a heroine who isn't swayed by emotions, but possesses a kind heart. She protected people and was always at the forefront, forging a new path. And he says that watching her made him see the world. But he says that he misunderstood everything, because nothing would have been different even if he had planned it, since he would have killed them anyway. And she questions what kind of madness he's spouting. In a better light, and his goal naturally became to help her. And another guy from the group starts teasing him for washing dishes and abandoning the girl, saying something along the lines of, whatever. He says it's because he wasn't in top condition, getting angry at the guy. And he says, of course, there's no way anyone can do everything that the great Lord Debo can, since he's the self-proclaimed disciple of Aaron. But he tells him that he needs to keep up better to even be acknowledged, and Debo tells him to stop talking about it. And Aaron asks Sharon if she was the one who said that was the right direction, and she replies that, seeing the mark he left on the roof, it should be, but somehow it looks different, and she wonders if such a place even existed in the Elna Mountains area. And a while later, she talks to Aaron again, asking him, practically begging, and saying that it's too dangerous for her to go to the mine alone. Abandoned in the Alas area, saying that no one is willing to go with her and that he needs Aaron's help if he wants to find his brother. But she tells him that the girl went to the wrong person, because she doesn't accept personal requests like that. And the clause stating that taking her is a necessity is ineffective, because while she would theoretically be a guide, someone in the third circle would just be dead weight. Furthermore, she says that there is no guarantee that her brother is alive, and tells the girl to ask another adventurer. But then Debu talks to A, apologizing for interrupting her like that, but says that they are probably her last hope, and that, after the last day, there won't be any adventurers going to the Cave of Trials. And he says that he wants to help her, as he assures her that he will keep her safe, asking if she can't reconsider. And after that, they go to the location at Debu's insistence, and there they see a dead man, asking if it is, saying, and Froda simply says that he completely abhors people who use slaves as bait, and prepares the fiery spear to strike the girl's head. Sometime later, back in the city, everyone is that body, and the girl says that the body there is not her brother, and Aran says that he understands, asking if she should be relieved, because that person died there in such a way, which is quite strange. It seems he was killed by monsters, and they're saying it looks like he's been dead for over a week already. However, if they remember correctly, they recognize the person, but they don't have time to talk. Quite a bit happens. After all, a gigantic rock heads straight for them, almost crushing the entire group, and Debo saves the girl, but is left wondering just what happened. And when they look to the side, it's a monster, a Zakam, that's attacking them, and Debo tells Gata to stay behind him as he charges toward the monster. However, Aran also arrives, throwing the monster away with just one hatchet blow, and she tells Debo that they'll go left, and he says he's going to finish this quickly, as he sets off with everyone, and they face those giants with many arms, attacking, each from one side. And the girl who requested the mission, in turn, just watches from afar and sees a hole in the middle of the wall. And with that, they finally defeat the monster, and Debu says it was as difficult as the rumors claimed. But then, the paladin who was present says that she didn't see Shannon anywhere around, asking if anyone had seen her, and Debu is surprised. But when he looks to the side, he only sees the girl's stuffed animal, wondering if she didn't go that way and why she acted on her own. Then Aaron speaks to everyone, asking them to prepare themselves, because, although she doesn't yet know what it is, there's a strong aura inside, and everyone wonders if there's something in there. She says she may not be certain, but she can tell that it's something powerful and that it will be dangerous. However, Debu says that he will bring her back, because protecting Shannon should be his duty, and they must protect that place. But at that moment, the paladin asks Debu to calm down, surprised, because a decoy slave returned on their own, and the protagonist walks through the middle of them all, saying that the die has been cast, and he has to hurry to prevent fate from repeating itself, saying that he didn't hear what Aaron just said, and that first they are going to do something else. But then, Aaron says she's going with him, stating that whatever that thing is inside, it's a threat to Maple World. It's your job to take care of it. So, they decide that everyone will go in, and they end up heading to that location. Inside, there's magma everywhere. They stay scared. Chom is on top of an altar, next to a fallen person. They arrive at that location, become frightened, and notice that Shar isn't there with the body. And there, she says that that's her brother, but Spider finds something strange, and so does Debo. Then he shouts, "Shalao, stay there and don't move, because I'm going to get you." However, the girl in tears begins to smile, saying that he really came and she knew he would, since he is a good person, but there's no going back now. He questions what the girl is saying, and she asks Debo if he knows the meaning of the name Zakum, explaining that it's the devil's tree. While many believe these moving statues are Zakum, they are only mediums. Zakum uses it. That giant tree is the real Zakum, and they still have to deal with its true body. But Debo asks what Ara is talking about, and Ara thanks her for telling him, because the thought that it would have a main body is just too much. And she tells Charn that she can rest assured that she will kill that tree, and says that she has to hide because things are going to get dangerous. Dangerous, and she could end up crushed by that tree if she gets caught in the middle of it. But she also asks if the girl has anything else she needs to do, like using her brother as a sacrifice. The girl says that, from the looks of it, they still don't understand her. And this started as soon as they entered that place, and she takes the core in her hand, which starts to ignite until it breaks. So first, he's going to have to free himself. And then, in front of one of the authorities' buildings, Abe's is surprised that a slave has returned alive. His subordinate confirms this, saying, "It says that Zakum uses May, and they are not limited to just statues." And then that paladin pierces Debo's belly with her sword, and when Aaron looks back, she is surprised, and sees that another member of the group attacks her with an incredibly powerful blow. Debo, nearly out of strength, asks Miriam what she's doing, and then he's shocked. The girl has been completely transformed, claiming that he was the one who killed her friends, and is now completely demonized. The girl declares that there's nothing left to do, they will only see them as targets for revenge. And now it's time for the grand finale, and she calls out to the real Zack, telling him that he should do his best to finish this performance. The girl is now completely changed, with white hair, white clothes, and completely pale skin. She proclaims that this is how it must be done for the Lord Black Mage. Okay, I definitely wasn't expecting that, and I love how this manhwa has twist after twist. And then, the monster begins to unleash on them, and Dio wonders if she's been possessed by Zakum, but Aran shouts at him, ordering him, "Stop acting like a child and end this quickly," because the Miriam he knew who told him to wake up is gone. So, he says he knows, while looking at his former friend who is now completely corrupted. Then, Aram uses the adrenaline rush to launch a devastating upward slash at the monster, cutting through some pillars and also part of its arm, and Debo remains completely shocked, filled with self-loathing, absurd self-hatred, thinking that he messed everything up because he shouldn't have told them to go to that place. And one of the members of that team is already dead. He prepares to go after, on top of Mira, while thinking that it's all his fault. He actually manages to hit the girl in the center of her chest, causing her to cough up blood everywhere. And she finally ends, asking for Sign Knights, the Resistance, the Cross Hunters, all the adventurers, and the 6 heroes whom people saw as a ray of hope are all dead, and their leader is the only one. That apparently he returned without a single scratch on him. But Abe's questions what's wrong with that, since it's not uncommon for someone who is only used as bait to return safe and sound. But the subordinate says that, apologies to Miriam, but before dying, she launches one last attack at him. However, he ends up cutting her in two, and it turns out that it wasn't an attack at all, and he touches his face, thanking the boy and asking him to take care of Aaron. He grows increasingly frustrated with himself because of what occurred, and Aaron, for his part, departs. He's on top of that real Zakum, wondering if that's the main body, and wanting to eliminate that color, and questioning if that tree is cursed. But then, in the midst of all that commotion, a hand emerges from that tree, leaving her completely surprised. The hand lunges at her, attempting to grab her, but she somehow manages to escape the range of that attack, while Debo shouts to her, telling her that they must finish that thing off, and the two prepare with everything they have to hack and chop that thing to pieces. But, as they do this, Debo receives a direct punch, and to that hand, before being crushed. He starts cursing at that thing, as the monster tries to crush him, but then, that apostle girl who led them there, is transformed. He goes after Debo, declaring that he offers his life to the Great One, and attempts to kill the boy with a dagger, but Aran doesn't allow it, passing through her like lightning, and killing the girl, preventing her from doing anything at all. Then she notices that all that's left now is that statue, and Debo says, that thing probably won't let them break it so easily. But then he is affected by a psychological attack from that thing, which tries to take control of his body, and he is significantly affected by it. And Aaron shouts to Debo, asking if it's possible he's being controlled, but he yells at Aran, telling her that she has to kill him quickly before he actually does something he regrets. Then she begins to gather. All the adventurers he accompanied died inside the dungeon, so he's surprised to be the only one who returned alive, finding it definitely strange. And furthermore, Aura, holding her axe and asking him to forgive her, but Debo smiles at her, thinking that this is the best ending, as this must be his punishment for his foolish thoughts. He apologizes, for everyone, because thanks to him, this is the end for the team. He tells Aran to hurry, but he is very surprised, looking all around, and also sees Neve wondering why her sister is there, and what is happening. Wondering who brought her, he then wonders who it could have been, asking himself if it could have been the doing of that person in front of him, a woman with an axe. He asks, how dare she? And Aran, in turn, tells him not to worry, as she will finish this quickly. However, Devo asks how dare she bring his sister there, saying that he won't forgive her. Then the monster goes after Aran, along with the fully transformed Devo, who is seeing an illusion in his mind that is making him attack Aran. And she even dodges his first axe attack, but he aims his knee towards the girl and almost hits her, and she comments that his senses are unnecessarily heightened. They then engage in pure hand-to-hand combat. The two people are trying to attack each other, while Aran runs away to avoid having to kill her disciple. But in the middle of that battle, she unleashes a long cut that goes directly to that girl's hand thing, and Debo ends up not knowing where she is as she falls behind him. And when he looks back, she uses her throwing attack to cut the statue, affecting Debo as well, and sends it flying into the air. Statue, getting close to his face and saying, she wants to end this, once and for all, using her final attack. As she prepares to kill it once and for all, that idiot Debo appears in front of that creature, attacking Aran again. Then, she starts cursing at him, saying this is her only chance and that she can't stop, launching her attack. Everything considered, he said he didn't run away but returned there alone, of his own free will. And it's said that people who are reduced to slavery because of their debt end up as bait, finally towards the creature and also towards the boy, while apologizing to him. And after that final attack, which cuts through the tree and everything in front of it, the boy, incredibly, still, is alive, wondering what is happening and if Sakum is still alive. And she says that, it seems, he has finally regained consciousness, saying that this is good, but she is already, with the axe stuck in the middle of her chest, and she tells him that she thought she would have to leave without saying goodbye. Then Guibu gets totally scared, wondering what happened, unable to, wanting to believe what happened, and he says that this can't be happening, because he told him to kill her, asking why she is dying, why she is the one who is injured, and she tells Guibu that they already failed once, 800 years ago, and she is no longer the one who will stop the black magician, but he has great talent, and unlike him, who at his age couldn't even to compare, he tries to say something to Ara, saying that he can't become as strong as her, even if he had all of eternity. But then the girl starts to smile, saying that she is leaving the Maple Words is in his hands, and she's certain he'll succeed, since he's her only disciple. She mentions she's a little tired and will get some sleep, then asks him to wake Aran, trying to talk to her, urging her to open her eyes. But that's how Aran closed her eyes forever, and he knew he had to let his hero friends know. Then he got up, picked up the axe, and moved on. He says he eventually left that place, as there was no place for him without Aran, and it was hell, and because he wasn't able to protect his life's goal, which he had barely found, because he was unable to atone for his sins, he couldn't even respond to the request of someone dear. That place, again, even if they return alive. Besides, he didn't run away. This means he knows he can't escape his reach so easily, because the only way to escape is through. Really was horrible. And he continues fighting until the end, and this time he wakes up in a bed, very calm, and his sister is surprised that he's already awake, saying she was worried because he kept unconscious despite having no wounds, and she mentions that he was also talking in his sleep, wondering if he had a nightmare or something. Then she asks if it was a dream. He doesn't remember anything, but just then, someone knocks on the door. She wonders who it is, since she wasn't expecting anyone. Then, she tells her brother that he has a visitor. He's surprised by this. When he gets up, he sees it's Palm, who tells Debo that their plans have been moved up, and he needs to get ready as soon as possible. And the boy asks Palme if he can't get any time off. Palme retorts, wondering if he hasn't rested enough already. But then Debo asks what the reason for the change is. Then Debo says that he's going to have to borrow a little money, and 200,000 inches a month should be enough. But Palme says it's impossible, because he doesn't have that much. Then, we see a flashback to a few moments earlier, where he's talking with the guild leader. He inquires about the ogre base, mentioning that they killed all 97 people, but he survived because he leveled up. Palma confirms that's correct. The supervisor doesn't believe him, asking what he's planning, and questioning if he's withholding details and only telling him this now, but he'll only be rewarded by this portal when he provides sufficient information, since he must need the money. Palma replies that it seems he made a mistake. Then he says he wants to pay off his debts first, placing money on the table, stating it's 2 million mesos, and that settles everything. Abes is very surprised, asking how he managed to gather of death. But then Abes asks about the way the Gifford Merchant Union handles slaves. Then he asks why he needed to hear a report on something so trivial, and the guy says there's another, such a large sum of mesos, since his regular pay isn't even close to that amount. It seems he's been secretly earning money, and he comments that the timing he chose is also. It seems he carefully planned everything to maximize the information he had about the portal. Then, Abs says he now thinks so too, congratulating the boy and adding that, now he is a free adventurer. Therefore, he believes it's appropriate to discuss a new contract, and asks him to state how much he'd like as a signing bonus, saying he'll try to match it as best as he can. Then Pred, hearing 50 million Mies, is very surprised, saying that it's absurd, that he's just a C-rank adventurer, and no one would pay him that much. But then the boy declares the conversation is over, gets up, and leaves. Then Abes asks what's wrong. But outside, Debo asks what happened, and that Prade rejected the offer after hearing his signing bonus. Then Debo asks how much he requested, and he reveals it was 50 million Mies, leaving Debo very surprised and asking if his boss is crazy. But he says no. Then Debu says that Paul is always doing things without telling him anything, but asks why they came there, and Paul asks me if he recognizes the place. But Debu questions, how could he not know it, since it's favela land, and there's nothing he hasn't done to escape this place since he was young. Although he can't say that where he lives is the best place, it's still a paradise compared to Leah. He'd heard it was Liz's most vibrant area, and thinks that's all just talk from the past, because currently it's just a den of bandits, and says it's probably the worst place on the island of Vitoria. And some girls are over there, calling them over to play, if you catch my drift. And a guy goes flying, event to report, as that slave has unlocked the first circle. Abes is even more surprised, noticing that the slave who was bait is now in the first circle, and he notes that after getting beaten up, landing near the two of them. They're surprised to see the guy, and some bandits come after the adventurer, who says he thought things were going well. And Paul notices, it looks like a fight broke out, and now they just need to leave. Then, that guy claims they're friends, asking why they're late, and calling those guys over their bastards. They started calling him a thief and began beating him, begging the two of them for help. So, he whispers to the two to save him. But Deba asks what that damn crazy guy is talking about, and those guys who are beating him insist that they're friends. But Debo questions if he's serious, and the guy says that their friend over there stole and sold his item. Simply sold it. He'll let them go once they pay for the item in his name, demanding they give him 3 million mesas right now. Then, he asks if he actually saw him steal. And still, the guy asks what he could have possibly seen with those dead fish eyes, telling him not to blame an innocent person and just leave. And that guy starts cursing again. The little thief is saying that he must really want to die. But then, the protagonist throws 3 million mesos in his face, saying he will pay, and telling him to get lost. But at first, Dee asks about him, is doing this, and questions why he would do it, and Palm tells Ralph to follow him, and Ralph is surprised that he knows him. Then, in another location, he asks if he is saying that he came there to recruit him, and he asks about the money, and Palm says that he doesn't have any more, and that the money he threw earlier was all he had. So, Ralph asks who he is affiliated with, and the boy says that he is not with no one, and Ralph asks if he is kidding him, questioning why he would join his group, and Debo starts to get angry, ordering him to return the 3 million mesos that the slave would likely report many negative feelings towards the merchant union, and if anything goes wrong, the situation could become quite serious. The subordinate mentions that, in order to add him, he inquired about a change they paid before, and Ralph asks if he asked them to pay for him, saying that they acted without talking to him, and Debo gets even more angry. So, Ralph says that, seeing how they came there looking for him, they must know about his abilities, so they should pay him accordingly. He will give them a special discount and join their group for 3 million. And Debo gets increasingly angry, but someone arrives. That girl's name is Bejo, from the Kania Merchant Union, and she asks if Palme is around. The boy acts as if he already expected it, and Ral is surprised that the Kania merchant lion is there, and the protagonist says that it is him. Bejo says that it is a great pleasure to meet him, saying that she would have liked to meet him in a better environment. Things didn't happen that way, and she asks him to forgive her, saying that they, the Kania Merchant Union, greatly value his skills, which successfully cleared the 100-man gate. Although this may be sudden, she won't beat around the bush, saying that they would like to recruit his group, and that, of course, he will have a simple test, portal invasion, as a procedure. They will pay a 3 million advance and a 50 million bonus upon successfully passing the test. And Ralph is completely surprised by what he is listening to. And the girl says that, should he want to join them, the invasion will take place in 3 days, wishing him good luck. After handing over the money, she simply leaves. And Debo is surprised, saying it's an unexpected stroke of luck. And so Prota throws that money into Ralph's hands, who loves money and is overjoyed. He says it's the bonus he asked for, adding that the contract term is 1 year. He will give him another 7 million after a successful invasion. Then, Debo asks what he's doing, wondering if he ate something spoiled. Contract. And he questions this, because, from what it seems, the slave wants to be registered as an adventurer. Abbott is even more shocked, asking if a slave without rights would dare to do such a thing today, because he's going to spend 10 million on a guy like him, and Prota tells him to come on, because otherwise they'll be late for their next appointment, and Debo is surprised that there's yet another place to go. He wanted to call out to the protagonist as he took off, and he doesn't believe it, because he goes after that blonde again, asking why that noisy girl is there, and she tells him to. He told him to shut up, saying that he only came to fulfill his promise. And, a while later, the four go to the gate, and Debo says, it's definitely a good day to invade a portal. And they mention that there are 5 groups, totaling more than 50 people, and he says that this number should be good enough to invade, and Ralph notices that bringing in all those useless people will decrease the money that he will receive. However, up ahead, Peiju speaks to everyone, saying that, as they were informed, the portal this time is at the orange level, and it has a maximum entry of 50 people and 3 marks, and she believes that, with that number, clearing the portal won't be a problem. And the protagonist thinks about the followers, saying that he had hoped the Can Merchant Union there. He made contact, but to think they'd bring him there is too much, since they've already started using that location, and even though the timing is different from his past life, it's a portal he's already cleared once. And thanks to that, things went according to plan. And she tells everyone to take note that all groups must fire a flare if a second portal is found. But he asks about this second portal, questioning what it is, and she says that the portals are divided into levels according to their colors. A second portal means that there is another dungeon inside the portal. And Laura says that, since the orange portal has 2 portals, they have to invade another dungeon inside it. And besides that, since this one has the second, noting that, from the looks of it, the slave doesn't know his place. The subordinate says that Hakan ordered him to personally take care of this matter. And Abe's is shocked that the order came directly from portal. It will have totally different terrains and monsters, telling him to remember that. So, Ralph says that this is bad, because he really didn't know they were new, and asks if he said his name was El Palm, clarifying one thing. Even though he hired them, that doesn't automatically make anyone the leader, and the group leader should be determined, based on skills. And then, Palm observes that he's the ambitious type, agreeing that they will decide who the group leader will be based on their contribution within this portal. And then Ralph says that he is a newbie and really fell for it. As soon as he becomes the group leader, he already has terrible intentions and thinks things are about to get interesting. Then, Palme kisses him and wishes them good luck. And then he notices that Dio is finally talking, and Dio says that they can earn 50 million a month from this, and precisely because of that thought, he wants to take care of it quickly. But Ralph asks if he thinks this is a picnic, because he believes his group will lose a first circle adventurer today. Then, Dio asks what he's talking about, saying that's not. He can't take it anymore, and challenges Ralph to a fight, but Ralph says that even when the outcome is obvious, he won't do it because he doesn't do things that don't make him money. Then, Debo starts talking to the boss, asking why he hired someone like Ralph, as he is destroying the morale of the environment. But when he looks back, there are already people being eaten and killed right behind him, and a lot of blood ends up on Debo's face, and he gets scared seeing those people asking to be saved, realizing that this is the why. The monsters then attack the boy, and Debo is eaten, ending up between the monster's teeth while the monster licks him. But Ralph quickly goes to save the boy, kicking the monster away with a Hakan, since an executive from the Garf Merchant Union is showing interest in a low-class slave for this reason. So, he thinks it can't be only because of that. As soon as the beating, then he tells the boy to pay attention, and Kir says that it can't be, because this portal was in the middle of the monster's territory, and several of them attack them all. Then, Palm, in turn, uses his fire arrow to ricochet around the location, killing several enemies, and he says that's not right. The ZYs didn't attack as soon as they entered, and it's different from his past life. And the girl uses her Rising Sun attack to finish off some of them, but the monster starts to dodge her attack, narrowly avoiding it, running away from them all again and again. And she wonders what's going on, since he can't predict her movements, and it ends up that she is also hit by those things, and several of them attack her, almost killing her. But at that moment, some of those things are killed right in front of them, and she is scared by that sudden turn of events. Then, even Debo is almost hit. But then Ralph starts killing the monsters with absurd ease, punching and throwing them away with his bare fists. And Debo is shocked by what is happening, with Ralph killing the monsters with just his punches, and he says that with this, he saved the absurd ease, punching and throwing them away with his bare fists. And Debo is shocked by what is happening, with Ralph killing the monsters with just his punch, and he says that with this, he saved that new kid's life twice and the sassy lady's life once. He says it felt good, telling them that they don't need to thank him and ordering them to continue being bait for him so that he can shine even brighter. He observes that these are his true abilities and says that he didn't want to admit it. But someone who possesses 3 circles is on another level. He continues to attack those things, and the monsters even try to give him some trouble, but he calmly dodges and notices that he moves in an irregular pattern. But that's all there is to it. He is definitely superior to those two. But he wonders about Palm, as he controls the fire arrow against NES, thinking that their union makes sense. Remaining, the last adventurer, El Palm. And so, he addresses them, because this is their last adventure, facing that gigantic dragon that is ready to devour them. He immediately, subordinate leaves. He thinks about the bait who wants to be an adventurer, and is somewhat resigned to it. It is said that, regarding Empress Cygnus, slave status should not even exist. This is just a Merchant Ken being interested in his skills. He doesn't know about the boss fights, but his normal hunting speed is faster than his own, and he says that this guy is absurd. One of the monsters charges at him, and he even tries to throw a punch, but the monster manages to dodge it. Immediately, it retaliates, going all out on Ralph, but even with that, he continues to smile, as if preparing for another punch. He thinks that Palm is definitely useful, and the contract fee of 50,000 inches 1 month is not something that anyone could easily obtain. And furthermore, if he observes how the Crown's merchant union treats him, they will probably pay him even more in the future. He says he can see himself sitting on a pile of money after taking this group under his wing, becoming happier and happier, as if delighting in his own illusion, laughing behind their backs. And he notices that that damn monster is going too far, and is definitely enjoying this too much. He continues killing the monsters, thinking it was going to be exciting, but before he can do anything, he receives a huge kick to the ribs, and it's Palm who is there, throwing him away from the monster. He asks what that was all about. He attacks, questioning if the boy wants to fight, but the boy says there's no need to thank him, as more monsters are approaching, and ends up asking what the hell he's doing. However, a bolt of lightning out of nowhere kills the monsters that Ralph was trying to kill, and he wonders what that was. When they realize what's happening, they see it's someone else who is shooting bright flashes at them. The protagonist notices this is coming from behind him, so he rushes towards the monsters and ends up killing them, stopping the arrow from the guy who is aiming at the protagonist, and he hides behind one of the dead monsters, using this opening to create his own arrow, because now that the other guy has attacked, it's his chance. And that assassin. Superficial conversation. Humans have always been slaves to the table, to money. He says, if they fail to pay back what they borrowed, they compensate with labor or gold. And this notion notices what the boy is doing from afar, but it's too late, because the protagonist's fire arrow is already point blank. Then, a massive explosion erupts in the middle of the forest, and Ralph notices that he blocked the attack using FY and counterattacked, thinking that the idea and its execution are completely insane. Then Thibaut tells him to look, and the protagonist questions what he's seeing. When he looks back, multiple arrows are flying towards him. Then the explosion goes off, and Devo yells at him, but the protagonist, even though injured, is still in one piece. He realizes that they clearly got him, asking how it happened and how they're attacking from behind, but Kay shouts to Ralph, telling him that the area is dangerous and urging him to retreat first. But Ralph is talking about retreating. However, before they can do anything, a rain of arrows comes down from above, aiming to kill them, and Ralph asks where they could even go in the middle of that chaos. And with that many arrows raining down, everyone has to start running, but several are hit and killed instantly, without being able to do much. And even Kir is almost hit, but uses the cuts through the solar energy to save her and another girl. She asks what they are doing, and tells them to run to the forest quickly if they want to live. They reply that they would have already gone if they could, long ago, if they could, but their enemies are already waiting for them. So, how are they supposed to get through? But then Prota starts to open a path forward with his magic, and Ralph says he'll go first, taking the lead, and Kiri tells them to stop wasting time and move quickly, passing through the gap that Prota opened. But the arrows keep coming towards them, and Debo says that at this pace, they're going to die. So Prota launches his own fire arrow backwards to obscure their attacker's vision. He then speaks to Debo, telling him to listen carefully. And so, the guy who is created by the world of collateral, the so-called slaves, and on the day his only family, his father, passed away from an illness, the protagonist became one of them. And Black Moss, the herb he bought from the attacking everyone, notices that Prota located him in an instant, and she thinks that Vok's concerns were not unfounded. She also notes that Palm apologized before she says goodbye to him, aiming everything he has at the Prota as he continues to run. But the arrows fly towards him and fail to hit their mark, and that assassin wonders why the wizard is so fast. But she thinks something is strange, because there were 6 people, and one of them disappeared, only now noticing that it was the one using an axe. And just then, an explosion occurs right behind her, and she ends up taking the brunt of it, scared, but he can't escape, and it's Palm who is there holding Debo's axe and using that magic, and he thinks that this time, he saw with his own eyes, that he hit him, and so, Debo, who is wearing the Prota's cape and holding his staff, finally notices that it seems the disguise switching plan worked, and it's all thanks to the great Debo, who bought them time. However, he is hit in the middle of the abdomen and falls, injured, and Kiriar watches him, surprised, and the Prota himself also finds it strange, but he doesn't have time to think much, because the arrows keep coming at him, direction and towards several other people, even Kir, who grabs Debo so he can run away, and several people end up getting killed. Then, she tells them to run quickly, but ends up being hit in the leg and falls, along with Debo, with the arrows coming in their direction. However, Ralph tells them to pay attention and comes back to get them, saying that he is acting like a father, even though he doesn't have any children. That's pretty problematic. They are surprised that Ralph came back. So, the assassin tells them to run wherever they want, because they won't be able to escape his ultimate reach. Then, she notices something while trying to shoot. Meanwhile, Rafa asks what plan they are following, since they are running in that direction. But Devo says he doesn't know either, but tells him to just run, and Merchant Union on credit caused the Merchant Union to increase the price of Black Moss multiple times its actual price, ultimately reaching 1,000 mezzo. And so they speak to Palm in a trial that he underwent. Shut up, as the boss says. He mentions that he's barely holding on and still acts like that, but they end up running too far and leaving a wooded area. And when they look ahead, they notice the second he considers the portal impossible, fearing Palm, that bastard, might know its location. But Ralph insists they will survive thanks to their efforts, noting the enemy is approximately 100 meters away. They can reach the portal faster than the archers at this distance. Debo urges him to wait, doubting Ralph's plan to go through the second portal without the boss. He questions if that wasn't Ralph's intention, since he sent them to that place. He says they'll enter first while waiting for that bastard. But this time, the arrows are coming from the front. Then they all fall, struck by the arrows, and Dio collapses on the ground. Ralph asks what happened and how the attack came from the front, wondering if he got ahead in that short space of time. More arrows fly towards him, but an axe is thrown, stopping them before they hit Ralph. He's surprised, as is Debo, who notices that it's the axe that the boss grabbed. Then, they realize that he knew he was going to save them. However, the way the protagonist chooses to save them is a bit complicated, as he spots a tree trunk, gigantic, and heading towards the 3 of them. Then Debo realizes the crazy plan he was plotting, and the 3 are swept into the second portal by one hell of a whack, and so they finally get out of there. And that assassin is very surprised by what happened, realizing that the protagonist is truly a damn madman. And then that assassin continues killing everything that moves, but ends up only killing Evelstros with these arrows, who, still dead, leaves her frustrated as she asks why he isn't moving, wondering if Palme is, stating that the defendant, who failed to pay the sum of 1,000 mezzo by the due date, is sentenced to perform labor equivalent to that value for the Merchant Union, trying to lure her out while hiding, and she thinks it sucks as she continues trying to catch him, and she says it's okay, saying she's going to play with him and wants to see how long he can survive like this. Then, it's explained that in the 13 years since he was taken in by his master Evolk, a selection match was held where 300 assassins fought until only 5 remained. And the girl I thought was a girl until now is actually a guy. and he says that during the 7 days they brutally killed each other, nobody managed to detect his true identity until the very end. Match. Then, Master VK rewarded him with the title of Ghost, but startled by something, he quickly looks to the side and ends up unsuccessfully shooting another Evi with his arrow. He notices that it is another completely useless creature, and an arrow from the protagonist flies in his direction, piercing a hole in a tree very close to him. He gets scared by that and says that the boy is not bad at all, running away from his current location and heading to another spot, stopping at another tree. He thinks that, with that attack, Palme revealed his position and starts launching arrows at the boy. But he hits nothing behind the tree where he thought Palm would be, and another arrow from Palm comes at him, making him bend over and nearly hitting him. He becomes more and more surprised, wondering if this bastard used telekinesis to make him miss his location, and he thinks the kid is cursed, falling to the ground and disappearing out of there as quickly as possible, getting the hell out of there. But 2 more arrows from the protagonist begin to zigzag through the forest, heading towards that assassin. Then the ghost turns and throws his own arrow at the boy's arrow, wanting to prevent him from being hit, so he ended up obscuring his vision with all that fire, and another arrow from the protagonist comes from behind, almost the boy. He says that this is how he was exploited for 6 entire years in the Union, and now it is time for his revenge. And so he stands face to face with Abe's, stating that his name is El Palm. He would, hitting him, but he quickly turns around and throws another one of his own. But then, that explosion ends up catching him and throwing him away. He talks about Palm, thinking that that little brat, it's too much. He's shaking less from the pain of being tossed around by so much fire, but as he stands up, he thinks this is becoming interesting. However, he ends up inhaling some kind of smoke. And in another corner, Palm thinks he has suddenly gone quiet, wondering if he has decided to remain hidden, thinking this will be annoying since his level of stealth is incredible, so much so that he can't detect his presence. He says that there was no one as skilled as him in this portal in his previous life, and that he must be an assassin sent by the Can Merchant Union. This means that the future may have changed because he participated in the attack on the 100-person portal. But then, that person simply shouts at Palm to appear, leaving the boy surprised as he notices that he is on the other side. And the ghost says that they're only going to waste each other's time like this, and he knows it. So, the question is why he doesn't stop hiding like a rat and fight like a real man. Rumor has it that he was acting like a hotshot adventurer, but that was all just a lie, and the protagonist notices his presence. He asks how he got there, since it's impossible to cover that distance without making a sound, wondering if he teleported, and says that unless he used the quiver flow, there's no way he could have done it. But then, the ghost notices that the boy is behind him, but his arrows are coming from a completely opposite direction from where the protagonist is looking, and he's even more surprised by this attack. Meanwhile, in the middle of Manaska, a portal suddenly throws 3 members of the protagonist's team. The question is whether he still remembers Abs's name, mentioning that he is Rakan's left-hand man, one of the Union executives. He caught a big fish, and Abs confirms that he did, asking if he wants it. Then, Debo points out that the boss left them alone, but Rafa wonders who said that's his problem, questioning why he's complaining to him about it. But Devo starts glaring at Rafa, wondering what he can do alone, and Ralph says he's sure he stayed behind because he has a trick up his sleeve. Then Diego notices something as soon as he pays attention to his surroundings, seeing a skull nearby. He wonders what all this is about. After all, that's a portal with only 3 marks, so why are there so many bodies around, saying that it wouldn't even be normal to see something like that, a portal with 100 marks? And finally, he understands, and says that those bastards from Kenya must have set this up, mentioning that the recruitment offer that came out of nowhere and then, that chase started at the first portal, along with the number of corpses that contradicts the number of marks on the portal. And there's only one answer for all of this, because the Merchant Union of Kenya supports the Black Magician. Then, Diego asks if she's serious, and she says that they must have lured adventurers who could get in their way all the way here, and they even sent the assassin. Skillful, and Pam was right when she said they would take the bait. So Alv says that supporters don't matter. He thinks he needs to interrupt them, because they have to talk about it later, because the party host doesn't seem very happy with the new guests, and right in front of them, a huge blue monster appears, scaring Kir and the others. And that thing starts looking at him now, hungry. Then Dai asks if it's his portal boss, and Ralph says that's what it looks like. He'll have to pay the price in the end, telling him to consider himself lucky, as he doesn't use that ability much. Then, he pulls out what was on his necklace, activating the magic, and it is said that if they had to describe Ralph's character in one sentence, it would basically be that he's a complete idiot. Other than that, he wants to modify the contract, saying that he has already received the report about him. Then, he gets straight to the point, stating that he will change the contract to an F-rank adventurer contract, which surprises Prod. He would also be called a piece of trash. And they say he would do anything for money, and that he is an idiot. But when they are asked to describe him as an adventurer, they say he is useful. He may be an idiot, but the boy's got skills, and that guy is probably the best three-circle healing bishop around. He quickly starts healing all three of them right there. And just like that, his injuries disappeared completely. He admits he thought this guy was a nobody or something, but he's actually a bishop, and notes that this means, even without using a skill, he was that strong. So he says that, now that all his injuries have healed, he should get ready to fight, because that's what they came for, since that guy isn't going to wait, and that gigantic thing charges at them, and Ralph tells them to be useful for once, at least, and Debo is surprised by them running away, but the monster doesn't wait for their antics, nearly hitting them all. And with that, he holds on tight to Kir, so he doesn't go flying and thinks about that monster that was coming to devour them both in one bite. But they manage to get out of the way, and Debo grabs onto one of the creature's fangs, climbing up the monster's face, and then he plunges his axe into its eye, removing one of the monster's eyes with a single strike. He heads to the other side, attacking alongside Debo. At that moment, the monster reaches for the boy, trying to remove him from its eye. But before Debo, who is completely vulnerable, can be caught, Ralph appears, hitting the creature's hand, knocking it away, and landing another kick. However, the monster tries to hit him again, but Ralph starts running up the creature's arm. Then Kay tries to help, but ends up getting hit. Ralph then says that they need to pay close attention, healing the girl once again. And Dio thinks that he's not only healing, but he's also fighting on that he accepted his demand too easily, and begins to thank him. But he becomes suspicious, because, as he had thought, he is being cautious about this. However, the boy says that, despite all this, front lines. Furthermore, the timing of when he uses the healing abilities isn't random. He uses them when they are in danger. Then, Ralph says he forgot to mention something. Well, the first. However, from now on, he will charge for additional services, activating his blessing and summoning angels above him. At that moment, Kiri notices that she can feel the surge of energy within herself. He says it's 100 mesos per blessing, claiming it's a bargain. Both of them get angry at the mercenary for wanting to charge, even for helping, and they tell him that he can take his blessing back. And after, sometime later, they finally kill the gigantic monster and manage to end the threat, and R falls to the ground, thinking it was a horrible fight. But R seriously questions himself, because he doesn't think that it was so bad. Anyway, it's time to talk about his payment. But then, the monster starts roaring again, and R tells him to shut up, saying that his breath is stinky, and that if he doesn't close his mouth, he will close it for him. But the monster starts to freak out, grabbing a huge piece of ice from his own arm, and watching the Ice King Kong twist and fully evolve. He can't believe that thing is doing this, and the monster actually claims to be evolving, returning to life even more ferociously. Meanwhile, Palm is running away like the devil flees from the cross while being shot by a barrage of flashes from that killer, and he thinks something is wrong, but he can't predict where the attacks are coming from, and the teleportation ability that a third circle archer could use is called Quiver Flow. Except, Quiver Flow allows the archer to return to a previously marked location, and he can only place one mark each time, so this should be impossible. Meanwhile, Ghost starts laughing, saying that it's pointless, as he already said, and that he's so slow that he's doomed to die of. He wants the rank, and says he has absolutely no intention of playing along in his game. Then, Abe's questions the boy's desire for the rank so soon, since the Adventurers Association hasn't even boredom. However, Prota summons his fireball, throwing it backwards, trying to hit that assassin, but the assassin shouts that he missed again, telling him to continue wasting skills like that, and he's going to experience a mana shock very soon. And the protagonist is really affected by it, with blood spilling out and marks growing all over his body. So, the ghost continues chasing him, saying that he is trying to pass through the next portal by using skills to divert his attention, all while the protagonist blows up almost the entire forest. So, the ghost says that this is far too obvious, and the protagonist thinks that he can't continue wasting his energy against an enemy he can't even find. He'll be toast if he reaches his limit, and he should get out of there as soon as possible. But then, an arrow hits the ground right where he is running, and he falls due to the arrow's explosion. He grabs another mana potion from his bag, thinking he doesn't have time to think, as the arrows keep coming. He says he's going to have to take the risk by drinking it and using, this time, the huge flaming orb that sweeps away all those arrows that were coming towards him. Then the ghost screams, calling the protagonist an idiot. But as he stops at another tree, his eyes widen because several arrows are coming towards him, and are 6 of them at once. And he is completely scared by this and notices that this is the maximum number of skills that a Circle 3 adventurer can use at once. And he questions if he's planning to self-destruct or something like that. However, the protagonist continues to resist that mana curse that surrounds all of his skin. And Palme thinks that, if his guess about his secret is correct, he will force him to reveal it. Then the arrows strike close to the ghost, without him having much that he can do. He notices that he is desperate, not knowing where to attack, and he